Hi, Brian.
Evening all. Yeah, good day, hello, good afternoon. What is it? Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Hey, Barney, Lee, Devlad, Bread for Life. Just give me 1 second. How are you, Barney?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks, Brian. I've been busy today, but I don't know what it's been like by you. It's hot, but overclouded again here.
This thing in here. Yeah, those stupid. Oh, yeah, I forget to get rid of those stupid things. Those crowns.
Oh,
So,
there's
yeah,
a lot.
there's the link. There's the link pin. James, how you doing, mate? James Doherty. Abdul. Sorry, Abdul. I missed you there. We get our visual distraction going. We will get our visual distraction. What the hell? Come on. Oh, StreamYard, come on. Just, we can start with a goodbye. Yeah? We can
Uh,
start with a goodbye. Come on, StreamYard, wake up. Wake the fuck up. Don't start glitching now. Abdul, how you doing, mate?
I'm fine.
Yeah,
How are
they
you?
are.
You okay?
Yeah,
Hi, Bernie.
great.
You
Okay.
okay?
Hi,
Yeah,
Abdul.
very.
Yeah, fine, thanks. You?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
That's good.
I would just see if we can get a hold of Lee. Lee needs his own personal invites. You know, he's not one of these link in the chat people. He needs to feel special. You know, he has to get a personal one. Just trying to catch up on a few things. Waiting for people to leave. Everybody decided to call in today, and there we go. Cedric, how we doing? Links are sent. Links in the chat. Thing is up on the page. So, like I said, we can start with a goodbye. Jarrell Quansah saying goodbye to Liverpool fans. Yeah, shit. What the that just happened, didn't it? Where's it gone? Oh, lads. I'm having an absolute nightmare here. What are you seeing? You seen some guy? Yeah, you're seeing that. Okay. What's that supposed to be anyway? Sorry about that. See, I'm in a fucking mess today. John Cena trying to Scouse accent. I don't know why. What is it with this Scouse accent bullshit? Okay, so Jarrell Kwanzaa says, from the moment I walked through the doors at the academy at 5 years of age, I dreamed of one day wearing the shirt at Anfield. 17 years later, I can now say I've lived that dream. Blah, 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 special place in my heart. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. It's a family. Blah, blah, blah. Goodbye for now. Blah, blah, blah. Always a red. So, there you go. That'd bring a tear to your eye, wouldn't it, folks?
Oh, go on, Abdul.
Me, yeah.
To be honest, I thought it was a nice send off. I thought he did it the right way, really, because he never asked to be sold, did he? We sold it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, but like, I mean, he got to live the dream. He got to live that dream. Maybe not the long version of it, but at least part of it.
Yeah. Do you know what I was saying to someone before? He looks like over the summer. Well, since we've broken up, he's filled out, hasn't he? Quansah, you can see. He's like looking more of a man than like he was like a. He still looked boyish when he was with us, but he looks like he's grown up a bit. He's since he's going over there.
I couldn't possibly comment. Lee, how are you?
Good. Excellent, mate. Really good.
Great.
Really good.
Good stuff.
Hi, Lee.
Hi, Bernie. Hi, Abdul.
Hi, Lee. You all right? Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, good, mate. You good?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
So, you've been working at the cricket, have you?
Yeah. England, India. Yeah.
Do you like it yourself, cricket?
No, because no, I'm not a cricket. I'm more of a football. I grew up watching football.
Yeah, my sporting fancies sort of betray this my class sort of thing, which is working class. And I like football, I like darts and snooker and pool. I like them, but I could never get into cricket and rugby. We used to
Yeah,
play cricket a bit in school, never played rugby. But yeah, I know it's like
yeah, because
it's a
it's
big
like it's
thing on
weird with
the
cricket. It's
Indian.
like you have 5 days and then it's a draw, and then it doesn't mean anything.
Oh, mate,
I like it.
cricket's huge, isn't it? On the Indian subcontinent, like,
Yeah, that's
like it's
right.
even bigger. It's bigger there than it is in Britain, isn't it? Like it's huge cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
there. I think it's their main sport in India.
Yeah, yeah.
They've got a lot of English cricketers over there as well playing for them in
Yeah,
their
the
teams.
IPL.
Yeah, I was going to say the T20s are okay. I enjoy those because they're like over quickly, aren't they? You know, so you can sort of keep. It's when the long ones are on over a
Yeah.
few
It
days.
just drags on. Like it's like you just know when they're on the pitch, when it's like last couple of hours left, it'll just drag on and it gets a bit boring.
You
Yeah,
know what? My one abiding memory of cricket is it was when I was in junior school. I was about 9. I wasn't even playing. I was just walking on the school field, and someone had hit the cricket ball to the side really hard, and I was miles away from where they were batting, and it hit me right in the side of the head, and it nearly knocked me out. It made me sick. It hit me that hard. That's me one abiding memory of cricket when this ball really hit me dead hard in the head. Like nearly knocked me out. Anyway, sorry for that waffle. Though.
Could have killed you, Lee.
It could. I had quite a few bangs to the head, which probably explains why I am the way I am. You know, when I was a kid, from climbing and things like that, falling off things.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, it lasts 5 days. Nothing should last 5 days. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, it's hardly news. I mean, it isn't news. Most certainly is not news. But Quansah has come out with his bye-bye. Why did they use an old picture of him? Why didn't they use him in the most? Anyway, who cares? But off he goes there to Leverkusen with everybody's best wishes, I assume. Right? Barney's saying he looks
very much so.
Yeah.
Anyone who's ever played for us, I wish them well when they go anywhere, unless they've. Which nobody's even really ever left us in a way that I've hated, apart from Morelos, because we were rubbish at the time, and when he buggered off to Chelsea, I was hurt by that, and I was angry at him, Raul Morelos. But everyone else wanted him to succeed. You know what I mean? It's like the thing with Trent. The lad's a Scouser, and you might scoff at this, but like, I want him to represent as a Scouser in Madrid. You know, the way McManaman did, and Owen's nearly a Scouser. Like, I think his parents are Scousers, like, but he was from Chester, wasn't he, Owen? But I wanted him to succeed badly, and I want Trent to. I don't want it going wrong for him. Why would I? He's been a great player for us, like.
Yeah, I think.
Quansah, but yeah. That's a joke, right? Is that a joke? John Henry's buying the Merseyside Cricket Warriors. Is that a joke? Is that a thing?
Never heard
I don't know.
Is that true?
I'm assuming that's a joke.
I remember a joke in that King of the Hill where that Hank, he said soccer was invented by European ladies, you know, because they like ripping on football, Americans. Like, I had this conversation with 12th when we first met, you know, about there's a lot of Americans who just don't like football, isn't there? And I mean, you know, like Americans who are like English American or German American or something like that. Do you know what I mean? And they don't like football at all. They can't get it, really. Do you know what I mean? But I understand that they've got their own sports. Like, look, Ireland's got its own sports, hasn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I can't get into the American football, you know, like from years ago, because I always thought, you know, like at least in rugby, the tough guys over here, they get out and they, you know, that's a mixture between rugby and, well, it's more like rugby, isn't it?
Well, that's a skit from the English side, isn't it, to the Americans? You know, oh, you have to wear headgear to play it, whereas they don't in rugby. But I've met a few rugby guys. Well, there was only one rugby guy that I didn't like him at all. He was a friend of me brother's girlfriend, and he was really posh, but he was a horrible git. You know what I mean? He supported Man United. He went from he was from close to Liverpool. He supported Man United, and he was always like going on about that, like it. But he was telling us, you know, about the things they did, like the rugby, whatever it's called. You know, where they drink loads and like, I don't know, drink each other sick or something daft like that in a pint. I was like, ugh. But he was obnoxiously rich, this lad, and always flaunted his money. But I couldn't stand it. When I first met him, he said, Liverpool stole, you'll never walk alone off Celtic. And I was like, no, we didn't, mate. I can debunk that right away. We started singing it when Jerry and the Pacemakers, who were a Liverpool band, had it in the charts in 1963. And then Celtic came to Anfield in 1966 for the European Cup Winners' Cup semi-final, which we won. And they heard it for the first time and started singing it. And, you know, I liked that, but it was just he just wanted to say stuff about Liverpool because he was a Man United fan, this guy, but he was a big rugby guy, like, and he was a bit of a dickhead. Sorry for babbling on.
So, anyway, posh kids, Paul Man United, sunrises, sunsets, rugby rankers. No, you're right. Yeah, no. Just quick, just wanted to ask Abdul's, because I didn't hear from him. You know, with Quansah being off and all that, whether you thought, whether you're happy with it, whether we should have held on to him, or what was your quick thoughts on Quansah? Jamie Phillips, good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Ray is in as well with today's list. We'll get back to today's list. So yeah, Abdul, what was your thoughts on
I'm happy for him, like for his career, like if he moves on, because I think last season he was more of a confidence player. Like when he played against that Ipswich, that first game when he took him off slot, I think his confidence just went downhill. But I'm happy he's moved on, and I hope he progresses in Bayer Leverkusen. But I hope he buy Mark Gay with the money.
Yeah, I think that's almost.
I'm desperate for that to happen. I'm really set on the idea of having Mark Gahey now, and I'd be upset if we don't get him. Like, you know what I mean? I think he'd be perfect for us. Yeah,
because he like you guys were saying, he's a leader. He's got room to improve, and he's gonna learn under Van Dijk. So I would like to see we sign Mark Gahey.
This is it, isn't it? Oh, sorry, playing with Van Dijk instantly, you know, raises people up a notch, doesn't it? Because he's so good. You've seen that instantly. I'm not doing his central defensive partners down, but you could always see like that it made them raise their game. I really liked his partnership with Matip. I really liked Matip, mate. It was a shame his injury record, but he was a great centre off. I thought the blend between him and Virgil was great.
Yeah, they had a good partnership, Matip and Van Dijk. They complemented each other.
They did, didn't they? Their games complemented each other exactly. Abdul, that's what I thought about them too. Like they had the right. They were different as centre halves, like, but they suited each other really well. Like as a partnership,
like with the partnership, like centre back partnership, you need to like one pushes up and one sits back. Like that's what I liked with Matip and Van Dijk. And I hope this partnership, if we sign Gahey, then I hope the partnership blossoms, and I hope we don't concede much goals in next season.
I was made up when we bought Matip because we didn't have Virgil then, but I was frustrated by he had injuries straight away. He was fit sometimes, but it was frustrating because we were desperate for centre halves. Lovren just wasn't cutting it, was he? I was made up when we got Joe. But yeah,
what did you, Bernie? Were you a free transfer along 6 years? I think we got out of him. What was your Matip conclusion? Were you a big fan of the Matip partnership? Virgil, Matip as a player.
I thought he was a class player, Matip, when he wasn't injured. I mean, I've said this before. He reminded me a little bit of Alan Hansen. Not as good, clearly, but that sort of style, and I really liked him, and I thought he was quiet, but he just got on with the job, Matic, didn't he? And Virg loved him as well, didn't he? Clearly loved him, And I thought they did make a good partnership as well at that time. So I thought he was value for money for me.
Yeah, I thought he had great positional sense, for the centre half, which is very important. Like, he was always in the right place at the right time, like Matter. And sometimes he was like the better player, wasn't he? I'm not saying he's better than Virgil, because clearly he wasn't. But some matches, or sometimes, like for a period, he'd be playing better, wouldn't he? And it was noticeable that he was like him just before he got injured for the final time and had to finish up. He was in blistering form early that season. Before he got the injury that finished him, he was like our best player at the beginning of that season.
Yeah,
well, that's what was interesting. No, Barney. Obviously, Leela, I know everyone likes him. I never really got it. I never really kind of connected with the guy as a player. I know Scottish Bear is here, Red Armchair is here. Say hello to people that were in. Bonkers is here saying he thinks Ali will be gone next season. Ray is in with tonight's list. Tonight's list is Balbidi. I don't know. Call it how you say it. Anthony Alanga. And yeah, that's it. Just two tonight. Just two for Ray tonight.
It's
Quiet.
quiet.
It's quiet night.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course. Please do.
Mamardashvili, like, how many games do you think he'll play next season?
Red Chili is back. Sorry. Yeah, Red Chili is in as well. Obviously, just back from Aldi.
Yeah, he is actually.
Yeah. So cool. How many games Mamardashvili next season? Depends on obviously how far we go in the cups, Abdul, to me, because it's Ali. Like, are we going to do that Champions League thing? I don't know. I don't know if I can. Like, I mean, I don't know what Slot's plans are. Mammer's really, well, obviously, been kind of told you'll play certain games. Well, Vito was saying with the injuries, I suppose if you're kind of just working on the assumption that Ali only misses a couple of games, it's going to be difficult. If he decides to do the Champions League for one and Premier League for the other, I'm never really a big fan of that. Otherwise, man, I can just see him. I mean, we've got a good cup record. We tend to go. I mean, it was with Klopp as well, but we got to the final with Slot. So we have a good cup pedigree. So he could get 10, 11, 12 games from the cups. And then, obviously, if Ali but I'm not going to kind of assume injury. So, yeah, I don't know. I'd say just the cups. Yeah, Keller played 26,
I just want to
23,
see
and
how
20
he
last
plays.
season.
I just want to see more of, because it's a new league, and I just see more of him, because I've seen him for Georgia, but I just want to see more of Mamardashvili, how good he is as a goalkeeper, and is he going to, like, if Ali doesn't sign the contract, is he going to be our main goalkeeper?
Well, he's a top player. He's an absolutely massive. Like, it's got to be cups, and it's got to be injured. Like Vito was saying there, Keller played 26 and 23, 24, and 20 last season. That is, like, I know, and people will say about Ali, when you get to his age and you get that recurrent hamstring injury, it is probably going to happen again. So he could have to play 10 games in the league, but that wouldn't be by choice. So it's like, if we get to choose when we play him, I think would be a way to look at it. As opposed to, if Ali gets injured, he could get 20 games. So
yeah, I think he's been brought in as, obviously we know he's going to be the successor, and I would think that Ali it's been discussed with him, and they've said, you're still first. Obviously, there's enough games like Kelleher played, and he's very Christian, isn't he, Ali? I think he said he wants to end his career here. So I think he's probably thinking it's going to be a gradual ease in of Mamardashvili and a gradual ease out of Ali. That's my take on it.
My guess is that he'll play quite a few games, because we'll want to we'll want to see how he does and that. So I think he'll be given quite a few games. Probably they'll be smaller games to begin with, and then we'll probably think about bringing him in, for league games and that. But he's a massive guy, isn't he? Like, which sometimes that's a good thing with goalies, like, but sometimes not. But like, you think of some of the great goalies that have been like really huge and that, like, and there's been loads of them. And Mama's like a really big guy, but he's agile, isn't he? He's got agility and that, like, and but being big for the goal, he's good, isn't it? You fill up the goal.
Because we can't make everyone happy in our squad, but it's just like if Mama Dashvili plays, and then Allison might get a bit, yeah.
Ali was actually be a good first name for Mamadashvili, wouldn't it? They'd go together, Ali Mamadashvili, instead of Georgie. But Georgia isn't that far from like Tehran, is it? Like when you look at the maps, I suppose it's not that far from India, Bangladesh, and that. It's like central, very much in central Asia, isn't it? Like, because you've got like Georgia, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan and all that, like, haven't you?
Yeah, they make some good UFC fighters as well.
Yeah, well, there's a lot more players coming from, not loads, but like you've got Kusanov now, haven't you, who's come from Kazakhstan. From all I've heard about him, he is a good player. Just maybe haven't seen it yet, but it takes time to settle. It's a hard league to come into because it just is. It's a hard league to come into from abroad, like, so I just hope things go well for Mama. But Kutanov, it's not been great so far for City, like, has it? But I believe he is a really good player from people who've watched him before he made the move.
Yeah, I think he's got. Someone says they're like Buffon. I mean, we'd be doing well with a Buffon. I see him like another Italian goalkeeper, but very much more like a Donnarumma in terms of his size. The fact that he's not what you would call these days a ball playing keeper. He's obviously, they all have to be semi decent with their feet, but that's absolutely not really his thing. Like Donnarumma can pass, 10 yards and all of that, but he's absolutely not the Ederson type of keeper. He's very much a Jan Oblak, a Donnarumma, just absolutely massive. That's why I compare him to Donnarumma, is mainly because of his size, shot stop, and more old school goalkeeper than what people are doing, like with Raya and these kind of guys, where you're playing out from the back a bit more. So, but it isn't. Ali's good with his feet, but he's not an out and out kind of ball playing goalkeeper either. He's decent with his feet, passing wise, but not long ball passing. So I think he's a very different profile. And like Lee said, there's different things about being a goal, but being absolutely massive and being good at shot stopping is a pretty good place to start. I know he had a bad season with Valencia, but Valencia had a bad season as well. So, yeah, I don't see him taking anybody's place this year. It would be interesting. Like if Ali does his hamstring again and he's out for an 11-game period and the guy comes in, then who knows? Who knows? But right now, I'd be thinking just cups, man. That's where I'd be starting him off. And let him get into it. But we have, like somebody brought up there today, or somebody just brought up there a minute ago, we have lost. And hello to Mr. Murphy as well. Yeah, we've lost Claudio Taffarel today, and one of the other goalkeeping coaches. So Ali's Brazilian mentor will be leaving. But we've also brought back someone from way back in the day. If anybody remembers, Javi Valero was our goalkeeping coach under Rafa Benitez. And so we've brought him back, which is a very interesting one. But Ali, I know it was a very big thing, but Ali's a professional. He doesn't need to have, he doesn't need to have Taffarel, but he was very happy to have him, Bernie, wasn't he? But now he's gone.
I mean, you could almost think Ali could coach the goalie, wouldn't you? You know, with the experience he's got. But no, that's interesting. I didn't know that he was coming back.
Well, Petr Cech was a really big guy, wasn't he? He was tall. Because, I mean, you have goalkeepers. I'm not comparing skill-wise. I'm just saying physically. Like, you have a lot of goalies that are smaller, like they're under 6 foot. But, you know, they're very good. They're very agile. Then you get goalies who might be 6 foot. Then you get ones that are, like, much bigger than that, like, don't you? Buffon was about 6 foot, wasn't he, Brian?
Well, he wasn't the biggest, no. But I just wonder, have you any thoughts on the fact that Taffarella's leaving, Javi Valero's come back? Bit of a Rafa throwback there. That's a guy. That's a long time since he's been here. But Taffarella, especially the Brazilian legend.
But, you know,
more changes behind the scenes, isn't there? I mean, that's about 6 maybe that we've got the 2 boys that left the unders. We've got these 2 goalkeeping guys that have left. Johnny Heiting is gone. Only here a year, but still gone. And I think there was at least one. So that's 6 coaches that have left, and they're all.
It's not going to be money, is it? Brian, it's not going to be money. The coaches are leaving for. It's either the change of regime that they don't like, or that the club have done the stats, the way they look at different things, and they've decided that that's who they want, isn't it? But it is strange because we've gone from Slot, thinking he's not changing much. This season's going to be massive in every department, isn't it? It's going to be exciting, but gosh, he's got a big job on his hands, except that he's got some fantastic players and some good coaches as well, so.
When I was a kid, it was very much like rare, the exception. The goalkeepers would be really big. The biggest fella I remember was Pat Jennings, the old Ireland and Arsenal goalie. He was a huge fella, Pat Jennings, but he was really good.
Who was the one? It was Jennings or Shay Given with the biggest hands, that massive hands. So that was
Jennings. That's Pat Jennings, yeah. He had hands like shovels, didn't he?
Yeah. He was a good goalie, wasn't he?
Sure was, yeah. I wasn't really a fan of Given because I didn't like him when he was doing his punditry. He was a bit snipey about Liverpool sometimes, like. But Mama's a big guy, like you said. But I mean, I'm not saying it's all he's got going for him. I think if he can learn off Ali about, coming out quickly, like, and what's the word? Closing the attacker down, because that's what Ali's great at. If he can learn off Ali to do that and add that to his shot stopping and the rest of his game, then we should be on a good one. And we've never had a Georgian before. I always like it when we have a player from somewhere that we haven't had before. This would be our first Georgian player on the midnight train to Georgia. What's Robbie Williams dressed as there? Oh dear. Do you know what? He's actually quite funny in that when he's. But I always laughed at that type of music at boy bands and that. Obviously, they're not aimed at men, are they? Like they're aimed at like little girls. Women do like boy bands as well, don't they? Like, I remember meeting a load of girls in town. They were going to see Boyzone. This is about about 15 years ago. At first, I was laughing and ribbing them and that, like, but they were really into it. Like, I think they'd been into Boyzone since they were like, girls themselves, but it still kept the flame going. And we're going to see them. But I did always used to laugh at like boy band stuff. Like, it's funny, isn't it? Like. I liked it when Take That started like getting edgy, and you'd see one of them sort of like carrying a guitar, not actually playing it, just carrying it as sort of like a fashion accessory. And then that Howard got his eyebrow pierced, and it went septic, and he died laughing at that. Because remember, he grew like dreads, and he got his eyebrow pierced, and apparently it went septic. It was in the paper, and I couldn't help laughing at that.
Good old septic guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've established Mamrashvili is massive. That's what. But Abdul, you didn't tell us what you think, Abdul. How do you think he's going to get on minutes wise?
Yeah,
What do you think his
like
role?
you said, like cup games like FA Cup, Carabao, or a few like Champions League group games and stuff. That's what I'm thinking.
That's what I was going to ask you. What's your thoughts on that 50-50 thing? That Champions League for one keeper, league for another. Are you into that? Do you think? Are you? I know some people like it. Some people they're like, no, just top keeper in every top game. What's your thoughts on that? Because
I
you
think
remember we did it with
play
Cameron.
our best, and then for the teams like bottom half Prem, just try to rotate a few players. That's what I'd rather do that, but not play 50-50 because like it's mostly in form. I'd rather play in form players.
So if we get like, yeah, because I think Slot is a bit more that way inclined as well. I think like you could. What? How many games was it? 12 games in the Champions League. How many games? I mean, for the initial stage, what was it? Whatever it was. I think it was 8 games. I think it was. So I think maybe if we've kind of guaranteed 8, thankfully. So say after 6 games, we're guaranteed to finish top 2, and that he might then play Mama for the remaining 2 games. And like Mama might get games in the Premier League if we've won the Premier League, or Ali is injured. Other than that, yeah, because I think that's the way he does it. I don't think he's big on changing just for the sake of change. Barcelona tried it recently. Both keepers hate it. I remember Mignolet tried to call Klopp's bluff on it. I don't know if you remember this, lads, when Karius came in and there was a bit of to and fro, and then Klopp said, well, what I'm going to do next year is I'm going to rotate. Some guy's going to play here, some guy's going to play here. And Mignolet came out and said, no, I'm absolutely not happy with that. I want to be first choice. I want to be playing. And so I said, okay, cool. They sold him, and Karius got the job then full time. So I've never, like, even Arteta tried to do it stupidly. Tried to claim when he had Ramsdale there and he brought in Raya, he said, oh, no, we're like people saying, oh, so obviously you're, Ramsdale has lost his place now. And he didn't have the balls to come out and say, yeah, he has. He said, no, the both keeps are good. I can rotate. I could even rotate them both in the same game. As in, he could take off Ray and bring on Ramsdale if he needed to do it tactically. And everyone's like, really? And he's like, yeah, totally. And Ramsdale got sold about 2 weeks later. You know what I mean? So you have a first choice keeper. And if he doesn't get injured, they're keepers. They can play a lot of games.
I know Karius did well before the Champions League final. He did well in quite a lot of games, but I just couldn't forgive him after that. But what you were saying, Brian, about him being concussed, I sort of heard that, but I wasn't sure. But even that didn't sort of like temper my disgust of what happened against Madrid that night. It was especially after like what happened to Mo, what Ramos did to Mo. And then off the back of that, like, you know what I mean? We had them mistakes, didn't we? In goal, never give us a chance. To be honest, I don't think we'd have won without Mo anyway. Like, but it would have been nice to see what happened if Karius wouldn't have done that.
I've seen doctors looking at the replay, and I've seen quotes from doctors that have looked at the replay and they said, if that happened to you in the street, you'd be going straight to the emergency room. Like, as a doctor, I would be sending you straight to the fucking A&E because you've just literally had your head cracked by someone full force, and you're a bit wobbly. You'd be going straight to hospital.
Do you remember
so,
what
yeah,
Ramos
who knows? But that's water under the bridge.
Karius was concussed. Ramos scoffed at it and said, oh, next we'll be hearing that I concussed Firmino as well. Because we were saying, oh, you got... Was it a clash with Ramos that concussed him? I think it was, wasn't it? Maybe from a corner. Anyway, he was scoffing at it, Ramos, but he's a horrible get-in. Ramos, like what he did to Mo that night. Can never forgive him for that. Horrible swine.
Dara has joined. I want to say hello to Dara.
Yeah, hi, panel. Hi, B.
Hi, Dara.
Hi, chat. Hi, Lee. Hi,
Good
Brian. Are we all melting?
Yeah, it's really hot today in Liverpool.
Right.
I don't take too well to the extreme heat, you know, because I must be cold-blooded like that. But yeah, I always I sweat too much, and I feel ill if it's too hot.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Fortunately, I don't sweat too much, but I don't wear my shirts anymore, so I'm breaking out the t-shirts just to survive. But yeah, it's pretty unbearable. But hopefully everyone's okay. And what's the just quickly? What's the number one ice cream over there right now? It used to be. What was the expensive one?
Häagen-Dazs.
Häagen-Dazs, Ben &
No.
Jerry's is that expensive, isn't it?
No. Before
Magnum?
that.
Do you mean Magnum?
It could be.
Magnum is the one the thing you buy on a stick, or the stuff that comes in tubs.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Not a manufacturer.
Yeah,
Right.
Magnum.
Magnum was the first kind of posh one after the 80s.
Yeah.
Right.
Cornettos were kind of posh in the 80s. Yeah, definitely. Then Magnum was now everything it costs fucking €4.
Britain's always rubbishing miles behind the times at getting anything nice. But I remember when I was a kid, this sort of Italian-style ice cream place opened not far from ours, and it has all these really jazzy flavours that I'd never heard of, like rum and raisin. Now you'd say, oh yeah, it's just rum. But then, I'm talking about the early 80s, it was a massive big deal to have all these, what I'd say, posh, whatever, elite ice cream flavours and that. And you get, you could have wafers or have them in different things and that, but yeah, I like a bit of ice cream, but I'm not that fussy really. I can just eat a bog standard supermarket Neapolitan and I'm happy.
Sorry, one second. What the hell is wrong with StreamYard?
No one said 99 with the flake. I was going to say Mr. Whippy was posh when I was a kid.
David, I was saying, looking like they're trying to push Diaz to Saudi. That is the line here. Al Nasser yet to make an approach to Liverpool, despite feeling Luis Diaz as their top winger target. It would take a crazy offer now for Liverpool to consider what is a firm and consistent not for sale policy. I am calling bullshit on that. I think we are 100% trying to sell this guy. We've been trying to sell him all summer, pretty much. We've let him know that he's not getting his wage increase. We've let him know that we're prepared to keep him. We haven't tried any shenanigans tricks. And I don't know why he's getting a free pass, because all I hear every time we sign a new player who even kind of vaguely pays a bit of lip service to the club is, oh, it's amazing. It's amazing to have players who want to play for this club. It's amazing. All I ever want is a player that wants to play for this club. This guy is basically wearing a Barcelona shirt to work. This guy wants to leave Liverpool. He does not want to, and people say, oh, that's because we're not paying him enough. Yeah, okay. He wants to leave our club. He does not want to be here. So why is he getting a free pass in this regime, in this area? This is a club that's not going to be fucked around. These are guys that aren't going to be messed around. His dad's been out there telling the world that it's his dream to not play for Liverpool anymore. So he'll be off to Barcelona if they can find the money, but they can find the money. They know they won't be able to find the money. If Nico Williams falls through, whatever. But this idea that we're not willing to sell this guy is absolute nonsense as far as I'm concerned. Liverpool, Hughes would love to get 70 million quid for this guy, and they do it tomorrow. He's performed well last year. Over the course of his career, he's done okay. So I think this is all a game. This is all propaganda, and I like it. I don't. We've sat back. We've let them do all the hanging there, or doing their stuff out in public, flirting with each other. So this is up to us now. We will keep this guy if no one comes in, but I guarantee you, I wouldn't believe a word that says we don't want to sell this guy. We absolutely do want to sell this guy, but we're just determined to get the best price possible, and we're determined. We're playing chicken with him, I think, because we realize he's going to realize he's not actually getting a big deal from us. He's not getting a big contract. Bayern stump up the money and give him a good wage, but he's going to jump and run to Saudi when he realizes that he's not going to get it. So I know I'll start with Bernie. I'll ask you. Or no, Dara's just come in. I'll ask you, Dara, what you think of my stance on that and this whole Diaz situation in general.
Take the money for sure. I actually had a chat with Bernie before, and I was just pointing out some stats, comparative stats with Mo, and based on the contract situation, I know he's got 2 years. I know he's 28, but we're not in a position where we need to give him away. And if we do that, that would be a mistake, because even in, let's say, 2 years' time, if he replicates what he did, and I don't think there are too many people that would say, well, if we keep Diaz and he does what he did in this last season, that's going to be too bad. Second best goal scorer. I think he was fourth equal in assists, so on and so forth. Second equal in touches in the box. Second in terms of taking a man on one. He was right up there. However, if, and it's a big if, and I brought this up a while ago, I know people were saying, we're going to get this for Nunez. Are we really? Are we really? Let's look at the opposite side of the spectrum. What makes you think that we're going to get this for Nunez? Because there is no indication whatsoever that we are. If it comes up, we take the money. As much as I'd love to keep him, yeah. I mean, if you're talking even 65, I'll take the money.
And do you believe that we're trying to sell him? Do you think this whole he's not for sale thing is actually smokescreen for stump up the cash?
It's definitely a smokescreen. I don't think we are actively trying to sell him, because we don't need to. I think what we're doing is, let's see what you got, and we'll entertain it if the price is right. We're not pushing Diaz out the door, not at all, and we don't need to. We really don't, unless we're that close to Fofana, which I don't think we are. I'd love us to be, but no, this is just gamesmanship right now. If we
Abdul?
were, sorry.
Ask you next, Abdul. No, you finish. I'll let Abdul take over next then.
No, I was going to say, if we were, then we'd be negotiating more with. Well, our stance wouldn't be absolutely not to Barcelona and Bayern Munich, but it's not. We're not. Sorry, we're not entertaining any kind of negotiation, from what I'm hearing. So that does not suggest that we are willing to go down the road of just, let's offload him and we'll take some money and so on and so forth. We can afford to wait, and that's what we're doing.
Abdul, what do you think on what we've been talking about? Have you any thoughts on that?
Yeah, like Dara said, take the money, sell the player, move on. He's got 2 years left, and what offers we get on the table, but I want about 60 to 70 million for Diaz.
And do you think, like I've been saying, that this idea that the club is saying that he's not for sale, I think that's bullshit.
No, I think everyone's got the. I think with the everyone's got a price, so I think we're trying to get the best deal what we can.
And I just want to jump in. Hi, Abdul. Fantastic to hear you back on.
Thank you.
It is. It's great to have you with us, mate. It's great to have another voice and someone that we know quite well from the chat, like as well. It's great to have you in. Just do more of it, mate.
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah,
I agree.
I'll
I
try to come on
agree.
a few
As long
times.
as you're enjoying it. As long as you're enjoying it.
Yeah, I agree as well, Abdul.
Yeah, I
So
won't
what's your? Go ahead. Sorry, Abdul. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think try. I think the power's in the club's hand. He's got 2 years left. I think try to get the best deal what we can for Luis Diaz, because
That's the point I was going to make to Abdul before you move on from that. It shows you the power, doesn't it? This is why I've been saying minimum 2 years left, right?
yeah,
So we ain't going to let him slip. Now he might be an exception on that way, but it shows you the difference in power that you have when Ibu has 1 year left and he pretty much holds all the cards, and Diaz has 2 years left. So we pretty much hold all the cards. It changes just that standpoint where you can bargain from. And I think if we have to keep him, we will. We will. I think that's a genuine standpoint from the club, that if we have to keep him, we will. But we would definitely much rather sell him this summer for £70 million than keep him, as far as I'm concerned. Even if the club says it, come out and says the opposite, I don't believe that to be the case.
Yeah, it's like
Barney, what do you think?
Yeah, I was just going to say the same. If we sell him, it's 2 players for us, isn't it? With the proceeds, two decent players, or a big chunk towards our striker. We can't rely on Nunes at the moment, so he was going to be the golden egg coming in. That's not looking likely now. We'd be looking wherever we get for Nunes at the moment. So it is on Diaz now. He's become the hot property. But as Dara said before, with his figures are too good, really. So I think the club are doing exactly what you've all said there. They're just looking at it and thinking, yeah, we'll keep him because he's a good value to us, as a player. But if somebody comes in and we can buy 2 decent players off the back of it, then we'll sell him. But we're only selling him if the price is right. And like you say, we hold the cards.
Well, do you think, Lee, like Devlad is saying there, do you think his performance levels drop if he's unhappy and they keep him?
That's a tough one. I would say no, given his personality and what we know of him so far, but that could always change. Talking of having the power, I said weeks ago, I don't want to sell Diaz, really like Lucho, the way he plays and that, but the power of other people's opinions to sway mine cannot be underestimated, because I've started coming round to this idea now that we should sell him if we get a good enough bid. A couple of months ago or weeks ago, I was like, no, I love Lucho, don't want to sell him, but I recognise that it could make sense to sell him, and so I've been listening to you guys a bit, and changing my mind, which it's okay to do, isn't it? And we aren't like a rich club like some, in that we've just got endless pots of cash. We do have to make business decisions, and this one with Lucho might be a good decision to sell him if we get a good bid from, say, Al Nassr, if he'll go there. But the fact that they're involved in it and Bayern have made an approach, to me, that seems to suggest that we could be working towards offloading them. There's lots of people saying, no, it won't happen, this is all nonsense. But you never know, do you, in football? But I do really like him. And I thought he'd come in for loads of stuff. His dad got kidnapped and his form dropped. There were people moaning. They weren't saying, they weren't acknowledging the fact that the guy was massively stressed because of what had happened to his dad. His form obviously dropped off after what happened, but people were quick to jump on his back then. And they always are with Lucho. I feel like people are quick to jump on his back. I like him.
Sorry, Lily, I was going to say, in answer to what Brian was saying just then, I don't think his form will drop as a professional footballer. It's not in his interest, is it? Because, at the end of the season, he'll still want to go somewhere. And he'll want to go to get the best wages he can. So if he sulks and he stays, does I can't never say the guy's name, Gyökeres, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Call him Victor.
Oh, Bernie, it took me ages to get his name right. Ages.
Yeah,
Call him Victor.
Victor, if he does that, you know, it's like now we've been looking at that Victor. There's other people looking at him, but they're all thinking, "What if he does that for us?" You know, like an actor spits his dummy out the cot. So I think Diaz would, as long as his wages are right, and from all accounts, he has been getting paid more than it's been reported. You know, with he's had good bonuses. So I think he just knuckle down and get stuck in.
Yeah, I think and the wages thing. I mean, honestly, some people would say it was Luis Diaz that was being held to ransom and not his dad. You know, because he's only on £50,000 a week. Should he be getting paid more? Yes. Should we pay him more? I don't know. Is it on us to pay him more to, you know, like if that bump in his contract had to come 2 years ago, it only would have been a year in, and he wasn't playing incredibly well the whole time. So at what point was he going to get bumped to 200? I don't think it's on us. I don't think it's our fault that he signed the deal he signed, and we haven't increased his wages yet. Maybe but the thing is, I reckon we could have offered him a wage increase at some point, but it was a minor one. Maybe say at her, and say he's on 50 for the sake of argument. We may have offered to increase his wages to 80, and he might have turned that down. So it's been used as a bit of, oh, you can't expect him to do anything. You can't expect this. He wants to leave. He's getting a free pass because we're holding him to ransom. We're almost like, to quote JK last night, JK said we're ripping him off. I'm not having to go with JK, but it's like that. That's a sentiment. There's not just. There's a lot of people feel like that.
Mm.
That we're somehow doing him wrong, you know. And how can we possibly expect him to be happy? How can we possibly expect him to want to play for us? And like I've said last night, the only reason he's a player that has the profile he has right now is because of two things: his ability, his work rate, his determination, but also the fact that Liverpool Football Club bought him. You know,
Yeah,
we've made this guy's name. We've made him into a superstar. He's played his part. He's done his job, but we've given him the platform to be seen at a different level.
It's getting a bit tiresome, I think. You know, all the family's getting involved now. You know, it's what the dad wants, or what the brother wants, or something. And you just think, what's happened to the players? Have they lost the ability to think for themselves?
Yeah, look, it's, you know, when you start dealing with these South American boys and Real Madrid and Barcelona are involved, this is what you get. This is what you're going to get. This is the way it's always going to be. You're on mute, Dara. It's not saying you're on mute. You're not muted on StreamYard. I think your phone might be muted.
Yeah, he's brilliant for Colombia, isn't he, Russell? He's done score some good goals for Colombia, doesn't he?
Now you're muted on StreamYard.
I think he was our first Colombian, isn't he?
Try and talk now, Dara. Sorry, Lee. Sorry. Just try and say something. No, you're still on mute, Dara. You're still on mute. Hang on. Oh, you dropped off the stage. Sorry, I didn't realize you dropped off. Oh, you went there. Can you? Yeah, try say something now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go. Okay, cool. That's great.
Okay.
That's good.
I was just going to say this is not new. We've seen it in boxing with fathers, former boxers, relatives coming in and trying to advise their son, nephew, so on and so forth, just in response to B's very good point. But we're seeing it more and more in other different sports. And whether it's a good thing or not, I don't know. Time will tell. I'm sure it's good for some, good for others. But
I mean, I think the people who will suffer will be the player themselves if the family don't get it right. That's the problem, isn't it? You know, there's a few of them mouthing off in the media about different things, and I think if I was that player, I'd be cringing at some of the things that are coming out.
Yeah,
think,
I've no problem with someone's brother being their agent, right? I've absolutely no problem with someone's brother being their agent. But I also think, the chances, just, statistically, of someone who's good enough to be, say, play football for Real Madrid, also having a brother who is good enough at his job to be one of the world's top agents, I think is unlikely.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you have to be a genius to be an agent or anything like that. But there's a lot of legality and contract law and all that kind of stuff. Now, I know maybe these guys are super brilliant, super clever. Maybe Trent learned Spanish in 3 months and both his brothers are really, really clever guys. I'm not saying they aren't. I'm just saying maybe they are the exception that proves the rule. But if 500 people have their brother as their agent, like why Harry Kane's brother didn't, but then you hear Robbo also works with these guys, but I'm sure these guys probably have people on staff as well. So, anybody that's ever worked with their family, I've worked with immediate family and I've worked with extended family. It has its benefits, massive benefits, but it also has serious drawbacks.
Correct. And Harry Kane, you brought up Harry Kane. It took him 25 years to learn English. So bless him.
I thought you were going to say it took him 25 years to get out of fucking Tottenham. Yeah, it nearly took him that long as well, but his brother signed him up on a fucking 7-year deal or whatever it was.
So
Yeah,
my
nice one for that.
my only thought would be, and it's kind of a question for the chat. I don't want to be the harbinger of doom, but I think I know the answer. But if we had, or we were in a situation where we were going to keep 2 players that we want to sell, and the 2 that we're looking at right now, regardless of the rumors, are Nunez and Diaz. Are there many people that would say, I would rather keep Nunez over Diaz?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Yeah, I think that is a rhetorical question, basically. Yeah.
You'd be surprised. You would be surprised.
Out of the players that we've got, forward players, I do feel he is, an exciting option, Diaz. Okay, a lot of you say there isn't that much end product, but I do like the way he worries defenders and puts doubts in their minds. He's always after them, or he stretches, defenses with his. He is quite pacey and direct, isn't he? It depends how much value you put on that, but I think with him and Gakpo being vastly different as left wingers, I like that we've got the 2 to pick from. What about you, Abdul? Do you like Lucho?
Yeah, I like Lucho more than Nunez.
He's like.
But that's the question. That's the question.
He's like like you would be as a player. You'd expect him to be committed, but he is very committed on the pitch, isn't he? And he does hold on to the ball too much. That there's no denying that. And sometimes his layoffs are piss poor. When he does eventually let go of the ball, he doesn't put it into a player's stride so that he can have a shot properly. Here's one of the things with him because he's thinking about beating another man. But he is exciting, though. I mean, I love that Leverkusen game. That was my favourite Champions League game last season. The Madrid one was good, but I enjoyed the Leverkusen one because it was Xabi coming back after we'd been linked with him. But Xabi coming to play slot and slot like Boston, didn't he?
Have you ever, but I think Dara's question is if we can only keep one, or if we have to keep one of those players, who are we keeping? Is that that's what you're asking?
Yeah, pretty much, based on the fact that we have no number 9. And
I'm still keeping Diaz. If I have to keep one, I'm 100% keeping Diaz.
I know it was a rhetorical question, but there are many people, as you know, Brian.
I was waiting for someone in the chat to say Nunez. I'm sure someone in the chat would say Nunez.
I don't mind giving Nunez stick now because I was on his side for ages and would moan at people for doubting him a while back. But I have had enough of him now. He's not the player we need. Diaz, I mean, he filled in really well in that 9 last season. It's not something I think Slot wants to do going forward. It was just a stopgap, wasn't it? But he filled in really well, like, didn't he?
Well, you can't help thinking as well that when Wirtz comes in, Diaz will get service from him that he might not have been getting before. So, that might make a huge difference to his game as well.
Agreed, B. But that was the big argument with Nunes. All the Nunes fanboys were saying, well, he's not getting the service.
Yeah, but when he got the service, he hoofed it over the bar.
I know that.
But Bernie's not just being facetious. I mean, the best players, Abdul, overperform XG. XG is, I've always tried to describe basically to someone who doesn't know what XG is or doesn't rate XG or don't think XG is a thing. If you know what golf is, basically XG is just par. If you stand up on a tee and you say to someone, what is this? It's a par 4, because that's what the average good golfer will get in this over 1,000. The average good golfer will do it in 4. So it's a par 4. That's just XG. That's just what the average footballer in that position will do in that moment. So the top players will outperform their XG. That's why they're top players, right? Darwin, whether you're talking about blah blah blah, but he only gets this. When he's been given chances, his XG, he massively underperforms there, massively, and that's what Bernie is talking about. Skying goals and all that. Haaland, if you talk about conversion rate, quite similar to Darwin, conversion rate, as in he misses quite a lot. But he also scores 28, 29 goals. So Darwin doesn't have that either. So on every level, like even the whole, he doesn't get chances, he doesn't get minutes. It's provable, and all the people that want to use stats, they want to ignore it. It's provable using statistics that when he is given chances on a plate, he's warm on the pitch. The fact that he didn't play 8 games in a row is irrelevant. He's been playing 25, 30 minutes on the pitch, gets a chance in the box, he's probably going to miss it. More likely than not, he is going to miss it. So from every angle, and all the people that run all the data that all the people want to talk about and want to laud us for, if that's your thing, it should be your thing. You should be able to watch a game, and you should be able to interpret data and look at your stats to help you figure out things, but don't just call it one or the other. Use both. Statistics are a condiment, as one guy said the other day on a podcast. The other statistics professor, and statistics are a condiment. They're something that you add to your meal. They're not the meal. If you need to understand things, you have your meal in front of you. Condiments are the statistics that you add to it to make your understanding of it better. So people want to read the stats. People don't want to read stats. People want to use them for or against and all that. Everything about Nunes says, see you on every fucking level. So Abdul, would you take Diaz and Jota as our striking options next year if it came down to not being able to get what we needed, or do we have to just bite the bullet and say get Nekatike in if Isak isn't available?
Yeah, we do need a number 9 out. Yeah, I think bite the bullet and get a number 9 in.
Would you go with Ekatike if Isak isn't available? Out of that 3 that people are talking about, say Gyökeres, Isak, Gyökeres, Ekatike.
I looked at the 3 options. Because if you can't get Isak, then the second option is Ekatike, and then they're saying another option that Osimhen either swap deal with Nunes and Chiesa and 70 million cash.
You know that Osimhen, you're talking about the XG for the last 3 years. He's hit his last 3 seasons. Sorry, he's hit his XG for goals and for assists as well. So he's sort of they're talking about his injuries before that. You know, like that he'd had injuries. But when you looked at the injuries, they were the same as Chiesa. So I don't know if it's an Italian thing, because they were all sort of thigh or fatigue or muscle. That's all they'd put, and it's so. I think that seems to be, you know, sort of like something to do with the way the Italians sort of record injuries. I think more than anything. So we still don't know what they actually are properly. You know, because that's all they seem to put down. But his injuries have gone a lot less than they were. But he's still, as I say, he's still hitting his XG in terms of numbers of goals and assists. But the big thing about him again is, will he take a wage drop? Because he's going to have to if he comes to us.
Nope, he won't. He said it from day one by all accounts. But if you look at someone like Son, if someone like you say, oh, he's outperformed his XG. Some people say, oh well, yeah, he outperforms, but it'll always revert to the mean. It's not. No, it's the opposite. Good players will always outperform their XG, top players. Son at Spurs every season basically said, or basically did it +3, but he did it every season. That's because he's a top player. You know, so you should be either very minimum, you should be matching your XG and then going over it. That just means you don't just take the chances you should be taking. You also take a good portion of the more difficult ones as well. And that's what top players do.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing on that, which is, I think it would be a mistake for us not to continue the momentum. So it doesn't make any sense to build like we've done with Kerkez, with Frimpong and Vert. So we got the back line, and we're looking at Gehi as well, to just leave out the front line. Why would we stop now? Does not make any sense.
No.
Do it now, get it all done with.
Yeah, I think so. I'm in that boat where you make as many changes as possible this season.
We don't want the. Okay, so we don't want to go down the Meatloaf song. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Let's make it 3 out of 3. Let's continue the momentum. People want to come to us. They only want to come to us. I'm sorry. People want to come to us. They only want to come to us. Let's use that momentum. Let's make these signings that we couldn't have done years ago.
Also, as well, it's not a bad. You know,
what do you think, Lee?
Sorry,
Bernie, go ahead. No, let Bernie go ahead. Dara's just on a delay. Dara's breaking up and he's on a delay. Bernie, you were going to talk, so you were going to say something now, so you go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Lee. I was just going to say, you know, with us winning the league with Slot, and then we're all expecting this year that we could win it again, but all of a sudden there's a question mark because there's a big change of personnel in all areas. But even though we've all got great expectations, I think we would. I think we'd cut him some slack if we saw improvements all over the place, and with a lot of new players in, because you'd expect a bedding in time for them to gel as that team. Although we are still lucky that we've still got, I mean, we call it the spine, but we've still got, our goalies with Verge and Mo and McAllister, Slobber's Bradley, we've Gravenberg, so we've just, and then obviously it's got to be a striker as well, maybe as Mo or Gakpo. So there's no reason why we can't go on and be, we win everything, or not win everything, but there's no reason why we can't be very successful in the next season. But I was just going to ask that question. I always want to win, but would anybody mind if we didn't win, but we just improved in every area at the club, and we could see the following year that we would be vying for everything?
Lee,
sorry, just say that again. My mind was wandering, and I had some sort of. It was a bit of a waffle, but it doesn't matter. What were we saying about?
No, I just saying, the way
Strengthening at the top and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, the way we're expecting to win. Well, we're hopeful, very hopeful, aren't we, with having the new players coming in, Lee? If we end up with a big change of personnel, and in all areas, like the coaches and all over the place, would you mind if we didn't win everything, or win the league, or we didn't win the Champions League in the next season with Slot, if every area had been improved?
You can see the progress, kind of thing.
As long as we came close, I would prefer, say, maybe if we weren't to win the league, that we won the Champions League. Because I've always thought, people say, oh, the league's your bread and butter. Yes, it is. Shankly said that years ago, but I do love Europe. That's just like why Liverpool is such a big name, because we've got Europe, like much more than other English clubs have success in Europe. Like, the next best is United with 3 in it. So I'd love us to have 7. And with the, when you go abroad and probably speak about English football, say like Italy or that, just I remember when Ruud Gullit came in, he said, I want to play against Liverpool, because like he knew what a great team Liverpool had been, and that in the period immediately before Milan were in the ascendancy. And it's just great to hear that, when foreign players come, they said, I want to play at Anfield. It's flattering, it's flattering for a Liverpool fan to hear that. Of course you want to hear that. But would it be... no, we've got to win something next season. As long as we came really close, I could accept it. But I mean, I'm always confident, even when we were abject.
Would you take second? Would you take second and losing the final? Champions League final, obviously.
Yeah.
But if you could see, it's like
I could deal with
it. You can see we're building a super team, or it's not like it's a hard scenario to put together. I don't really like. I don't mind it, Barney. Look, I don't mind, but like, if we lose the league next year, and it's by a point, and it's 97 to 98. Okay, shit happens, but we need to be, if we were to drop off next year, like down to third or something, and finish 12 points off top, that would be incredibly worrying. But I don't think with the additions we've made, I really don't think that's going to happen. The Champions League is always going to be a bit of a crapshoot towards the end. Yeah, we can go deep in it, but again, only one team can win it. And I just think Mr. Devlad is asking, with the money that's been bandied around for Isaac, do you think we can why don't you think we go for Alvarez? And I said, I think we might have been told it's a no-go. And he's saying everyone is a no-go until it's a large amount of money on the table. And I agree, because if I was going to expand on that, that's what I would have said. I think for whatever reason, we may have looked at that and we've been told, there's no point really trying to do that transfer, because of maybe, the large money is, we really don't want to sell him. We only bought him a year ago. But if you want to give us £150 million, you can have him. And we mean it. We mean 150 cash, blah, blah, blah. We're that secure. Or Alvarez has communicated the fact that he doesn't want to go back to England. Or his family doesn't want, because he had problems with his family. His wife couldn't get a visa to stay in England. I think for whatever reason, it's one of those things that you could have gotten around. But it's basically one of those transfers that we've been told, that's not a transfer that's going to happen. So don't really waste your time, because he's not going back to England. Or if you want him, it's going to cost you 150 cash, because they only just bought him for 80 million, basically. I agree with you completely, and but I think we would have gone. That's the only reason I don't think we've gone for that, is because we've been told, there's no deal to be done there. So. Because he's a great player, and we did try and buy him. Apparently, when he was leaving City, we tried, and they were like, "No, we're not selling him to Liverpool." But I think he'd be a top player for us.
No, I agree, Brian. And my wife can't get a visa, and I'm not even married. But anyway,
exactly.
What I'm saying, what I'm alluding to is, when was the last time we've had a transfer window like this? We can't even remember. So let's milk it for the best that we can, and let's not stop now.
Oh, I
If
don't
it's
think this
all
is
in,
half done.
I hope not.
No, because when you look at it, look, I know it's hugely impressive, right? I know it's
Yeah.
like, but in the cold light of day, we've signed Florian
Also,
Wirtz,
mhm.
right? Who basically completes the whole package. Even if we just signed Florian Wirtz this summer, we're fucking golden, right? And we've signed 2 fullbacks.
Okay.
We signed a very good left back, yeah, who's probably going to come in, and we've signed Frimpong, who's a great option, but that's it. We got the keeper last year, but in terms of like, yeah, we brought in a Wirtz who solves an awful lot of problems and answers a lot of
Can you hear me?
questions. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah,
Okay.
can you hear
No,
us?
sorry, I was listening to you. Yeah, I can. You were saying in the
Okay.
cold light of day.
Yeah, it's just we've brought in Wirtz who said, solves a lot of problems, answers a lot of questions, and we brought in 2 fullbacks. As good as they are and as transformative as they are in terms of the youth and the energy that they bring to this team, which is massively missing. This isn't just about positional. I've been saying it since before we signed them. Youth, energy, raw energy, new pace needed to come into this team just to replace some of that, to blow some of the cobwebs away. But it's just Wirtz. Well, no, it's Wirtz and just 2 fullbacks. We haven't brought in a centre half yet. We haven't brought in a DM that a lot of people would like to see us bring in. We haven't brought in a new striker or a new winger. So it's amazing. But it's clearly is an amazing transfer window and one of our best in ages. But it is still just Wirtz and 2 fullbacks. I think there is more to be done to this, and if we can bring in a centre half and a striker, even if it's just that, even if we just bring in a centre half and a striker that are as impressive a signing as Kirkes is, Wirtz is, then that'll be a serious like lifetime window. Right now, it's incredible window, but there's more to be done.
I
And if
couldn't
this is kind
agree.
of yeah, go ahead, I'm
Absolutely.
sorry.
Also,
Yeah,
as well,
A Gahey, Barney, a Gahey, and a striker, right? And a striker. Everyone's like, but again, it's just really only 2 or 3 names out there now, isn't there? It's either going to be
Correct.
Isaac or it's going to be this guy.
but
So
when
we
you
can
think,
almost say this guy or that guy.
if we get those players that we're looking at that we want, next year you're literally just tweaking like a Rolls Royce, aren't you? Because of the players we've got.
Yeah,
So
buff and a polish. That's all it needs.
yeah, and then you're thinking, look at the money that you can get from the competitions with, that's what they'll be thinking. If they invest now, look at and we win those competitions. I mean, we must have picked up quite a bit because we got quite far along in the Champions League. But it's all there, isn't it? And your global reach as well.
About 90. About 90 from the champ. We won it. We got about 110-ish for win the Premier League and about 90 for our run in the Champions League. So yeah.
Yeah. So I think that they're going out thinking, let's break the bank. Let's break.
Oh, who's getting broken into? Abdul's getting broken into.
I was going
There
to
we
say
go.
that's not a call for you, Dara, is it, to get out quick and apprehend somebody?
Ours on is to be off. Turn off that pager.
Oh yeah, that's true.
No, no, they wouldn't come near me. But carry on.
I'm just saying though, if we do what the business that we were looking to do, it's and the money that's going to come with it because for the success next year, I can see, because they've spent everything on all areas. I mean, they're now working on the next advancement or extension of the pitch, of the ground, sorry, or the seating. So it's all going in the right direction, isn't it? It's an exciting time to be a Red at the moment.
Well, that's why I think the point Dara is getting at as well, and what a lot of us have been saying, is that like these are fantastic signings, But if you put your foot on the pedal now in the position that we're in, and I think not that we would have needed it, not that it would have made the difference in terms of some of the players that we're targeting in this window, hence, or this window currently, but maybe in a future window it might help. But the signing of Florian Wirtz, on top of everything else, is, players want to play with players. Players want to play with the best. The guys in our dressing room, when they see Florian Wirtz walking in on day one, they're going to feel 2 feet taller. They're thinking this guy is going to raise us up a level again. The players are the ones who want us to sign top players as much as any fan does. So I don't think it's going to be a head turner for any of our targets from now on, saying Osimhen or an Isak or an Ekatike. I think they would have joined us regardless of our business this summer. I think we could have bought those players. But maybe next year, bringing in a Florian Wirtz this year and spending that money on him says to players who might not have been thinking about it this summer, but next summer will be looking at a club going, this is Liverpool. This is the club that just broke the British transfer record to buy Florian Wirtz, who went on to do Florian Wirtz things last season. This is a guy you want to go and play with. This is a guy that if you're an 18 goal a season striker, this is a guy that's going to make you a 27 goal a season striker. If you're a top guy, that's what you're thinking. So next year, like I say, this year the players we'd be going for, I think they would have joined us regardless of a Wirtz. But when you have a Wirtz in your team and heaven, if we're lucky, an Isak in our team next year, like the metaphorical queue of agents outside Richard Hughes's door was already long enough, with players saying, "Get me to Liverpool." Are they looking for a left? Are they looking for this? Is there a deal there? Can you get me to Liverpool? That queue is going to be twice as long.
Yeah,
players want to play with the best.
I agree, and I'll go one step further. When was the last time? Forget Wirtz, but other players have said, "I only want to play for Liverpool." This is momentum. And we need to take advantage of that. I mean, that's music to my ears, and probably the chat and the LFC supporters out there. I only want to play for Liverpool.
Yeah, Dara, I brought this up the other night. I made a.
Oh, I'm sorry, I may have missed it.
No. Look, and as I said, I was watching K-Mac's show about 2 hours later, and he brought up the same point. He wasn't watching my show. Everybody, it wasn't a revolutionary idea. But I said it, if you look at all three of these, because it had come out that Gahey, the tweet was Gahey had told his representatives he only wants to join Liverpool. And I was saying, look at it. Look at all these transfers. There's a tweet and there's a quote and there's a version of that on every single one of these transfers. From day one, the first one, Frimpong, I only want to join Liverpool. Kirkes, I only want to join Liverpool. Wirtz, I only want to join Liverpool. Gahey, I only want to join Liverpool. We're isolating these players to the point where we're not getting in the room with them until we know that we've convinced them. Because if they're not in that position, we're not getting into an auction. We're not getting into a war. And like you say, Dar, it's incredibly impressive. It's one of the most impressive things that we've been doing this summer. And you look at it, you spotted it. Every single player, I only want to play for Liverpool. Perfect.
As well, you imagine that you Gravenberch or Bradley or any of the players in the team, including Virgin and that, they're going to think to themselves, not just like who we're signing, but some of those players who might have had a little bit of crisis in their identity sometimes, am I good enough? All of a sudden they're looking at, look at the team I've been chosen for. I'm the best in the
world. Going to do your self-confidence much good. But yeah, we got We've got another member
Can
of
I ask
good
you,
evening.
Dara,
Hang on, Lee.
Dara.
Hang on. Hang on, Lee. We've got a new member on. Oh, he's on mute.
Who've we got?
Can I go ahead while you're sorting this out?
No, he's on mute. He's on mute, and just you might come
You've got
off
a really nice speaking voice, Dara. I mean that because I've got like quite a strong regional accent, and I'm well aware that it makes me sound thick a lot of the time. But you've got a really nice speaking voice. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Lee. Thank you.
No, it is. It's great.
Are you saying you're happy? Are you saying you could happily get pulled over by Dara? Lee, is that what you're saying?
Well, funnily enough, I was watching a slew of videos.
I'm not suggesting you waste your time pulling people over, Dara. I know you're past. You're pulling people over. Days is past you.
Way past.
Higher level than that now. Yeah. Whenever you're off mute, mate. Oh, say hello.
Hey guys, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you, man. I can hear you.
Yeah, I was talking to you before, Irish. Do you remember?
Yeah. No, you were here last week. Your Dark Maca 4 on your thing. You can just remind everybody who you are.
So we got Florian Wirtz in. We look like we're moving mad, and I don't know. I think the perfect compliment to Florian Wirtz would be we have to get a striker. We have to get an established striker, not a project. You get what I mean by that? So not someone that, in a few years, he might break through. We need someone right now, to complement Florian Wirtz, because you can't go and buy the best 10 in the world and then not complement him with the tools of a striker to finish the creativity. Because if we get a striker that's world class like Isaac, I really think we can get him. By the way, I think we should test Newcastle's resolve. I think we can. I think he'll push as well. Because if you think about it, right, where would you rather be, Newcastle or Liverpool, who are going back to back?
Whatever option B was. If option A is Newcastle, whatever option B is.
Yeah.
Unless it's Sunderland.
Yeah.
Probably
so
option B.
If you're going back to back, right? And Isaac can see that you got the chance to go back to back in the Prem, and we could probably win the UCL because if you think about it, we went out to PSG on penalties, but in the group stage we didn't lose one game, and we looked pretty solid until we played PSG.
We lost against the Dutch side.
Which side was that?
Feyenoord beat. So is it Feyenoord? Not Feyenoord.
PSV.
Yeah, were we already qualified though? Was it just
we were already qualified, but no, but we did lose one. It was because it's one of the games that Chiesa started.
But
I think Chiesa has only started 4. Oh no, I know we were good. No, don't worry, I'm not.
Remember rightly, Dan's had to
Lee,
start.
wait a sec. Sorry, Lee. Wait a second. I was just going to say, and this isn't me being serious. I'm just having a laugh. That game was one of the 4 games that Chiesa started, and we've lost every single game Chiesa started. Every time Chiesa started a game, 4 games, we lost them all.
Yeah, he's not good anymore.
He's a pox. He's a hex. No, he's not. Look, it's just the games he was picked for. They didn't work out. Like you said, we're already qualified in Champions League. It was a FA Cup game against Plymouth, and then games where we were already. So yeah.
Yeah, I think if we get Isaac,
Just remind everybody. Sorry, man. Just remind everybody what your first name is, because we can't call you Dark Maca.
Jake.
Yeah. I remember you. I had forgotten it was Jake, but I remember you from the other, of course.
Where are you from, Jake?
Isn't it Wrexham?
Yeah, it's from North Wales.
Oh yeah. Sorry, mate. Yeah, remember I told you my granddad's nan was from Anglesey.
Yeah.
It does qualify as North Wales, doesn't it, Anglesey?
I always go climbing up.
Yeah, it does. Like
up the mountains and that, Snowdon.
Yeah.
It's out in the sea.
That's all we got really in North Wales. Is like the big mountains You could see them from Anfield as well. Did you know that?
Oh yeah.
And Goldie looking chain. You've got Goldie looking chain, right?
Well, I've always loved North Wales, but I don't think North Wales loves Scousers, because we go there on holiday and it's like, bloody Scousers are here again. North Wales, it's a beautiful place and that, like, lots of beautiful places.
Nah, you pick on us. You call us wolves.
Yeah. I know, yeah.
That's
it.
It might be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, suppressing your language like we did with the Irish, I have to fess up to that, even though it wasn't me.
There's a lot of Welsh in your dialect as well as Irish.
Oh, yeah, that's with the Scouse accent. So it's a mixture of Irish and Welsh. I think the sound that Scousers make a lot comes from the Welsh,
that sound you just made there.
Like, when Scousers say chicken, that, comes from like, Llangollen.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that doesn't sound nice on Mike. That doesn't sound like a nice noise, Lee.
Yeah, well, it sounds better when
anyone on headphones. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, but no, look, you can draw a line. Look, if you draw a line from Wales to Liverpool, it's not very far. It's not strange to date. But if you draw a line from Liverpool to Dublin, it's not very far either. And Welsh, Scouse, and that dub accent, they're all basically the same accent with only slightly different changes. But we've been seduced. We've got a love story. Last night we had a love story. I can't remember what.
Because in Wales we say like, we say boss, we say fella, lad, and scran for food.
See?
There's things that we just got different accents.
Wales.
You got that bit of water, and that's it. You got that bit of water.
Stronghold of the.
We don't say brew though, because you Scousers, you say
the Welsh were red.
You say brew like red. Stop doing it.
Macca.
The Welsh were red. Liverpool were red.
They said we're making a brew, and Liverpool as well. We don't in Wales. We just say we're making a cup of fucking tea.
Macca.
No, I know you laugh about stuff like that, like people call you sheep shaggers and that, like. We call everyone wolves, Scouts. We call people from the Wirral wolves as well sometimes. I don't like, I see it's just local politics sort of thing, isn't it? Like how people, like relate to each other and that. But we did a lot of things to the Welsh, the English, like I'm aware of that. But it's a great place.
Go jump in, B.
No, I was just gonna say, if I say something, will you in a Welsh word? Will you then correct me afterwards and say how it should be said?
A Welsh word?
Yeah, let me just Welsh.
Any Welsh?
No, but you'll still be able to say it better than me. I was going to say, Plan 5 both folk ring it go get a go gosh fish go go.
Oh, the train station, yeah.
Yeah, you say it the right way. Plan 5 both ring it. That's it.
No, I can't fucking say it. I know exactly what you're on about, though. It's the train station.
Really
long name.
Yeah, Town by the Village with Mary the Virgin and the something or other. It's a massive long name, isn't it? I used to live on Anglesey.
Can you imagine when you say again train from, and then you try to say it?
You know what always tickled me when I was a kid, but I mean it in a nice way, is the way snooker's spelt in Welsh, because I used to watch S4C and HTV a lot on my portable when I was a kid, because Liverpool's close to North Wales, and snooker looks like it says Quansah in Welsh, SNWCER, is it? Snicer.
That wasn't necessary.
Yeah.
It always tickled me when I was a kid trying to pronounce it, because I always used to watch those channels, S4C and HTV. Didn't you get them in Ireland, Brian?
Yeah, Lee. It's only 35 minutes from North Wales to Liverpool. It's literally not far at all.
Yeah, it's across the water.
Yeah, he's gone and spelled it for no reason. Why would you put that in the chat? Why would you put that in the chat? It's unnecessary. Completely unnecessary.
That word, that town, I just tried to
try saying that 3 times fast. Just try saying it once slowly. You don't
Fucking
have to
sit
fucking.
in the mirror like fucking Candyman type shit.
It's pronunciation because when
What?
you say but they say clan
Anyway,
Anyway, go on.
Do you imagine
Anyway.
police to do that, pull you over, and then they get you to do that if you're drunk?
To be honest, I don't think there's an awful lot of
okay,
English
just
in me.
Welsh.
Don't think there's an awful lot of English in me. There's a bit of everything from the British Isles and from other places as well, but that's true of everyone, isn't it? Like, suppose you've got a bit.
Yeah, but that's down to the beer. The beer that you're drinking is German, so I'm just teasing.
Hey, I was watching a shitload of videos about Iran last night because I couldn't sleep.
No.
Sick.
No.
Let's move on from that.
Yeah,
I just wanted to Lee, I just wanted to the chat. I just wanted to and the panel just say I went out. I rarely go out, but I did. And I met a guy who's actually an emergency room doctor, and he was from Everton, but a massive Liverpool supporter. So when people tell me that, I'm always suspicious. So I asked some details, but he turned out that, yeah, what he said was true. So that's good to have another fellow Red in the wild, wild West. And so Macca, so it's good to have you on board, and yeah, we encourage everyone to join the show and join the club.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about politics. I've watched a lot of good films from Iran. I can't remember their names because the title was in Iranian, and it was a few years ago now.
Steer it back to football, maybe.
Really good cinema from Iran. I'm always keen to see cinema from around the world. I'm not very educated, man, but that's the way you can round yourself off.
What about Twin Tower? Have any of you ever seen Twin Tower?
Round yourself off, yeah, definitely. But I'm not, Lee, as admirable and as interesting as that is. I don't think anybody's watching this channel to learn about Iranian cinema. About fucking transfers and football.
What I was interested, the video I was watching was
no, we're going to talk about this guy.
We're
talking about this guy. I don't even know who he is, but we're talking about him.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in there, and I'll just say this, Lee. Let's combine the two. Do you remember back in the day, Iran used to have a decent football team?
Do you remember when they beat America 1-0 when Ali Diaz scored? Oh, God,
correct.
I found that so funny.
Correct.
Yeah. Americans in case 12 years, but I laughed my head off when Iran beat America. I thought that was hilarious.
Correct. They've had some, I don't know, are there any Iranian football players? And by the way, I've never...
I'm not... Jazz band...
Ali Hambakash played for Wigan.
No, guys, wasn't Iran in the World Cup? The World Cup just gone, the last World Cup. Wasn't Iran in it? Qatar? When they were in Qatar? I swear Iran was in it.
They were. They've got a good team.
Possibly Iran are a good team, yeah.
Because Wales were in the World Cup in Qatar. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And it was Wales versus Iran.
That's right. Yeah, they have got a good team, actually.
Yeah. Well, you don't remember Irish?
I don't.
Bro, I can't keep calling you Irish. You said, what was my name? I'm Jake. So what's your name, bro?
Oh, you're going to have to. Oh, that's... You can't, that, I won't be doxing myself. Yeah. Nobody knows what my first name is, man.
Oh, I'm just saying, man. Well, you asked me my name, so I was just being courteous back to say.
No, that's good. Yeah, but it's a whole mistake thing. Yeah, I'm like P Diddy. Nobody knows my real name. It's part of the channel. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
But he's not called Puff.
No, it's a whole mistake. Absolutely nobody knows what my real name is.
No worries.
It's just in case you're a stalker.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Kevin Radcliffe is not your godfather. He's absolutely not. He's just not. He's just not. I'm not buying that. Geordie, Hawaii the lads that's fucking Hawaii indeed. Geordie's been in before, but not for a while.
Hi, Geordie.
It's usually Ray. Usually our resident Geordie fan is Ray, who comes in with his list for the night every night. Short list tonight. Short list, only two. Someone whose name he spelled incorrectly and someone whose name I can't remember. It's usually about 7.
John, because I'd like to get perspective about Isaac and see how they're really feeling about it.
I think, man, they have to let him go. I'm not saying it's one of those things where I said it before I heard anybody else say it, but
Yeah.
other people have said it since, so I'm not copyrighting it. But I'm not saying, oh, I'm copying anyone else. But I said it was my own personal idea that it could be their Coutinho moment. Now I've since heard other people say that. Now it's like whatever, but I'm not saying they copied me or I copied them. Everyone is starting to have that same kind of. Well, this could be a Coutinho moment for Newcastle. If I'm a Newcastle fan,
Well, he has to go.
It's an interesting way to put it. It's an interesting idea that this could be the making of them, like to sell us Isaac and then buy 2 players who will make them better as a side. I mean, it's not going to make them as good as us, like, but yeah, I wish them well if they do sell us Isaac.
Oh, wait a minute. If we get Isaac, right, or Isaac, or people call him Isaac, some people call him Isaac, whatever it is, his pronunciation. If we get him, the fucking football is dead. If we add him to what we've got now, football is finished. Newcastle.
Geordie's there saying they want 180.
No, they're not going to get one.
That ain't happening.
I'm talking about.
Okay.
I don't blame them for hating it because he's their best player, but they have got other good players too. But it'd be a dream if we could get Alexander Isak.
Yeah, but Lee, if we add him to Florian Wirtz, Mo Salah, McAllister, Luis Diaz, like we're just unstoppable, aren't we? Let's be honest.
Definitely. What's that old saying? You've never had it so good, or they've never had it so good, and that's true of us at the moment. Isn't it like we've never had it so good? I can remember some of the really dark times, like Roy Hodgson and bloody Graham Souness, like, and hopefully them. But now it's just like a different ball game, isn't it? Like FSG really surprised me. FSG. I've never been saying, "Oh, get FSG out," but I have moaned about them being a little bit thrifty. With the money, but they're really doing the business this summer, and long may it continue.
But Lee, like we have had it better than this. We've had it better than this. You're saying we've never had it so good. I mean, well, even I mean, we've been better than this. We're good now, but we're Liverpool. We've actually been better than this.
No, but that is the best we've ever been.
We've lost Barney.
Sorry, Barney. We got Florian Wirtz is the best 10 in the world who turned down Bayern Munich and City to join us. That's big. Like turning down Bayern Munich when he's a German, that doesn't happen, does it, Lee? Very rare.
No. Yeah, we have had it good before, like, but it was a very different time in football. Like, it was just mainly British Isles players then, but now we're getting best players from all around the world, and I couldn't be happier. I've always been excited when foreign players come to the Premier League because they never used to when I was a kid. When it was Division 1, foreign players never came here. Even the second string, it was never be the best players, but even the second string ones used to avoid coming to England. You might get the first string ones or something, like, you know what I mean? Or,
sorry, is it Macca? I'm sorry, my screen is not great, but well, welcome to the panel. I just wanted to know, because I've not spoken to you before, and I was just interested in your background. I know Wales, but
what made you a Red? What made you a Red, Zach? Was it your family?
Ian Rush, I told you. Didn't I tell you last time?
Everton had a lot of fans in Wales, sort of, on the other side of things. Like,
expand everything, man. Do you want to know a mad fact though about Liverpool and Everton? Mm-hmm. Did you know when we first got founded, right? Liverpool, we were blue. We were in blue. When we first ever founded, we were the Blues. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think it did, but I'd forgotten. But Shankly made the kit all red, didn't he? Because we used to have white shorts. That always makes me laugh. When you guys call themselves the Reds, you know what I mean? We're the Reds. We're all in red. We're the only red.
We kicked them out of Anfield, though. That was their ground. You know that as well, right? We kicked them out because they wouldn't pay the money.
Yeah. Can I bring Abdul in here? Abdul, how long have you been a Red?
1996.
Nice. How old roughly are
We
you?
spoke about it. Sorry, Lee. We spoke about it last night, and I was asking Abdul when he started, and it was kind of interesting because he started.
Because it was that final FA Cup
lost.
final, and
off the back of
a
a
lot of
loss.
people supporting United, and then I chose Liverpool.
Well,
I've met a lot of people.
It was an active defiance because everyone else was supporting United.
Well, I've met Lee. I was just saying, we've been around you, and I've heard a lot of people saying that they started supporting Liverpool after that Arsenal game when Arsenal won the league at Anfield. Yeah. You know, and Abdul was saying he started supporting after we lost the game against.
I'm a Carlsberg guy. Guys, this all say our era. So I'm Carlsberg. Lee, what are you?
Carlsberg, I like because it isn't that far away from me.
My era.
Hitachi. I fell in love with my stepdad's Liverpool top that has Hitachi on it, the red home kit. Just before I got the yellow one, it was such a lovely
too young for that. I wasn't born.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't really into footy at that point, because I was too young to understand it properly. But I was made up when I got this kit, as you can see from the picture.
Yeah. My uncle was in Crown Paints. Do you remember Crown Paints?
Yeah, Crown Paints. I like Crown Paints better than Candy. I didn't like Candy. It's sweet, isn't it? It's just not a good. I just didn't like the name Candy. I always liked Hitachi. Hitachi sounds good.
Yeah.
Of things.
I love Carlsberg. Carlsberg with and I love the logo as well.
Well, this will make you laugh. When we got Hitachi and that was the first ever sponsor, Everton came up with Hafnia, which were cooked meats in a tin. It was like Spam in a tin from Denmark. Yeah. Hafnia, cooked meats.
Do you miss that badge? The crest we've got now. It's nice. It's just plain and simple, isn't it? But do you remember the one with the flames in '97 and that on the chest?
Yeah, I didn't like that. I thought it was too big. I liked the badge.
It was a lot of picture, but it just really reminds me of Liverpool with the red and the green and the white, and that reminds me of Wales as well. The Welsh flag was really similar to the crest because it was like green, white, and red was in it, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like we did a show on these before where we were talking about all the kits, and that was one of the things we talked about. Like when you look at it now, and especially when you look at kind of the crests, even before and afterwards, it was absolutely massive. It was like 4 times bigger. And there's this big circle around it as well. It was like it really stood out. The bag. I'm a little bit kind of, I suppose, maybe if you mean what's my era. I mean, the first jersey I was ever bought or given as a kid, you can get many of them. I don't wear colors. I'm not into, but yeah, I don't wear club colors. But yeah, so I don't have kits. But the first one I got was the Candy one, the silver Candy away one.
Oh yeah.
But so yeah, but I remember Crown Paints. Like I remember Liverpool from my older brother who was 4 years older than me. So the bedroom wall was covered in posters, and all the Liverpool ones would have either been Crown Paints or Hitachi. So Crown Paints is the iconic one because that's when we're if there's pictures of us holding a trophy, we're probably wearing Crown Paints. Or no sponsor. The older ones where there's no sponsor and it's just us holding European cups and stuff.
Well, yeah.
But England, 80s, Crown Paints.
Yeah.
I'm a I
really like the kit. Crown Paints, and it looked okay as a sponsor because the two words are about the same length, roughly, aren't they? Crown.
It was nice. It worked. It worked in the graphics.
Yeah, I didn't like Candy. I don't know what it was. I just didn't like Candy as a sponsor because it looked a bit shit as a thing. Candy, but I know it's a bit childish to laugh at other clubs' crap sponsors. But Everton with their Hafnia, that always made me laugh. And then when they got Chang beer, the Chinese beer, where they had an elephant on the shirt, that one made me laugh. You can't have these things now, can you? In football, but I always used to laugh
I
at
don't
that.
mind an elephant. I don't see the what's funny about it. I don't mind an elephant.
I
I
love
mean,
elephants.
but what's wrong with an elephant on your shirt?
That's what I love about, to put this to Abdul, I love that about the Indian subcontinent, the wildlife, the tigers, the elephants and everything. Like, it's
Football.
always held mystery, I think, for British people like who can't afford to travel to hear about I like he had a brilliant thing on about tigers in Rampant 4, and there was a
Don't
female
make
one
me
that
bring back up
specialised
Jurgen
in
Klopp.
killing
Okay, I'm gonna
crocodiles.
do it.
Well, because I'm a cat person, I was buzzing off it. What it is, they're a threat to tiger cubs, aren't the crocodiles? And there was this female tiger called Matchley, and two front fangs, one of them was broken. She was broken on a crocodile's head, but she was
made me do it.
Oh,
Don't make me bring it up again. I brought it up again. If you're going to talk about tigers, I'm going to give other people something to talk about.
Sorry.
Oh, God, Robbie Williams.
Look at that, my friends. Look at that.
Do you know what?
What a night out. What a night out.
Guys, I'm not happy with Jurgen at the moment. Like, he's pissed me off a bit.
Do you know what I'm thinking about this isn't a great look
He looks
on
skinny.
the day that P. Diddy's trial has come in, where he's been cleared of a gotcha, to go with the whole white party look, because that's what Diddy parties were. They were all white parties. Everyone wore all white. I mean, they look like they're just getting ready to go to a Diddy party because he's just been. That's what I'm saying. That's not a good look.
I tell you what,
all
since
white
you
on the day that Diddy gets away is not a good look.
Not wait to me. Since he left Liverpool, he looks ill, doesn't he?
I'm not having his
He's
hair.
been photographed at the tennis. He's been photographed at the F1.
No, but I reckon he's ill, doesn't he? He doesn't look as healthy as he was at Liverpool, does he?
Did you see him at the final game? As I said before, man, if I was back in the 90s, early 2000s, right, and I was running the door of the nightclub, and someone came walking up with a lower jaw maneuvering going on, like Jurgen Klopp had when we were with him, he's not getting here. You are not coming in, mate. You've come up way too quick. You timed it bad. You're not getting in.
Yeah.
You're there with him. If he's jawing like that in the club, everyone's like, go stand somewhere else, man. You're going to get us all kicked out with that fucking head on you.
I'd heard of it and seen the phenomenon before I experienced it myself, but they were my teen years, like going to clubs, because it just become a big thing, like rave clubs. It was new, it was something new, and it was a broad church. You'd meet people from all over the place, all different ethnicities.
Yeah,
whatever, religions as well. I met Muslims.
But anyway,
you said sorry.
Guys, are you happy? Guys, are you happy with Jurgen, the way he gaslit the fan base into giving Trent a send off and that? Because I'm not
Your
happy.
mic is a little bit muffly at the start. Are you? If you're moving away from it, yeah, but it's cool now. Your mic was a bit muffly at the start.
Okay, muffling. I was just saying, are you a bit pissed off with Jurgen with the way that he got everyone to give Trent a send off, like telling us what to do, like do the right thing and all that?
I had a massive go at him. I had a massive go at Klopp because I don't worship at the church of Jurgen Klopp.
Not anymore.
The last couple of years was a bit, meh. I thought he was amazing for the first few years. Transformational, absolutely incredible coach. But with the, you can't take that away. But I thought maybe like the last couple of years, it got a bit self-indulgent. Some bad decisions were being made. Too much power, and he earned the right to make those decisions, I suppose. And he got most of those decisions wrong. I think Arne Slot came in, took basically his team, did nothing to it, and won a Premier League with it. Something he wasn't able to do in 2 years with all the money he spent on Mac. He didn't know what to do with Gravenberch. He didn't know where to play Gakpo. He bought Nunez. When you look at the first part of Jurgen Klopp's career at Liverpool, absolutely phenomenal, absolutely brilliant. The last couple of years, not so good. But he came into a ship, like what he did at the start was incredible, absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
But to
He's built the
me,
foundations, though, isn't he, for a slot?
yeah, I mean, but since then, I mean, I'm a man of principle. I know it's hard to be a man of principle, and that sounds a little bit poncy, or like, to be honest, it sounds these days, someone say, oh, you're virtue signaling or whatever. But
Yeah.
just ask a Mainz fan. Just ask a Mainz fan. The fact that he went and worked for Red Bull was a massive eye opener for me. Now, I always thought he was playing a character a little bit at Liverpool, which you have to do, which is fine, fair enough. You can't. He's not like that all the time. He's like that all the time. So no, he's not going to be like that all the time. So he came in, but yeah, to go and work for Red Bull in Germany, the Mainz fans have basically told him, "You're not welcome back here." You know, and I would stand with those people.
It's a good spot, that Brian. Since he's had his teeth done, like maybe they don't fit properly, like. But
I don't think they do, no.
Yeah, that was one of the things I used to love about clubbing, is that you'd meet people from all different backgrounds, and when you sat in the chill out room, like when you were tired of dancing, you just go, and obviously you're in like a lovely mood, aren't you? Like when you've had an eight. You just sort of gab the leg off each other, like find out about people's lives, where they're from, and that was what the case. And it went horrible. It went horrible when all the gangs got involved, like, you know, the money and all that, like, went down the neck then. But at first it was a broad church, like, and it was just like great.
Well, Jake, you asked the question. You asked the question for a reason, I assume, maybe, or what's your thoughts on it?
What about you again?
Well, like you were asking as well. Yeah, no, I didn't think he needed to be coming out and telling us either, to ask your other part of the question.
I'm not happy with him for the way
with the trend stuff. Yeah. No, I wasn't happy with that either. I don't think he should be coming out and telling Liverpool fans.
But the way he did it, so gap for everyone, like, because Trent got his send off and then he told us to fuck off, didn't he?
It did annoy me a bit. It did annoy me a bit, which is hard with Klopp, you know, erstwhile manager and spiritual king.
Why is
it annoying me a bit?
Hang on, lad. No, wait, whoa. I can't. Jake, Lee is talking. I can't hear what you're saying, and you're a bit muffly, so I definitely can't hear what you're saying.
I was still talking. I think I had lag.
Yeah, it's just it stops that way. It's muffly for like the first 2 seconds, and then it clears up.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, if there is a lag as well. Sorry, go. What were you saying, Jake?
I was saying, did you hear what I said then when I said I'm saying?
No.
Oh God.
Well, my response to the Jurgen stuff, yeah.
I was just saying about the mural and Trent. I was just saying, I can't believe that it hasn't been taken down. That it's still up.
Oh, I'm not a mural person. I don't know. Well, everyone was saying, oh, that'll be gone in 2 days. Well, maybe not. But yeah, to answer your main question, I didn't really need Jurgen Klopp on a stage bringing out a thing telling Liverpool fans this isn't us, blah, blah, blah. You know, Liverpool fans booed Harry Kewell off the pitch in a Champions League final because they thought he was faking injury. You know, Liverpool fans have booed people before. Doesn't happen often.
I tell you, the great player for Liverpool who was coming in for stick when I first started going to the match was Ronnie Whelan, because he was playing on the left wing before we had John Barnes. The first season I started going, Ronnie Whelan was on that. I remember me mate was always saying, "Oh, bloody Ronnie Whelan." We're only like kids, about like 12 or whatever, but he used to like say his name like in a silly voice and that. Ronnie Heehon. Don't give it to Ronnie Heehon. He's crap. Then he moved inside, but he was great at first, like playing wide, and then that team. It wasn't the best before we bought Barnes, Beardsley and everyone, but he was out on the left, like, and it didn't do him any favours in that season. I never really remember thinking he was crap, but I remember my mate used to go on about it a lot, like, because when the ball would go out to him on the wing, he'd come back inside, you know what I mean? It just wasn't his game to be out wide, really, like.
Lee, did you see Peter Beardsley live? Yeah.
Yeah, I did, mate. Yeah, I did. That was the best team. Yeah, that was my favourite because I was young. Everything's better when you're young. Like, you know, saying about club when I was young and meeting different people. going the match was a big experience. Like, you know, like when I was young. So the first one is the best step for me. Like, and the first team that I fell in love with was the Barnes, Beardsley,
But
Hopewell,
that's
McMahon.
also Jake. Jake, that's one of the, you know, that's when I'm talking about. Sorry, when I'm talking about windows.
I was gutted when we sold Ian Rush, but what we did with the money was spectacular.
Yeah, just Jake has a delay anyway. Just Jake, I just want to say, like you were asking about Beardsley, and I was going to say to Lee, like we're talking about this being a kind of a top window. That's probably the other one that you'd be looking at when that window. You know, Beardsley, Barnes, Houghton, Aldridge. You know, that's a hell of a window. Just Beardsley and Barnes on its own is a hell of a window. Add in Aldridge to take up a bit of slack, and then Ray Houghton as well.
That's it. Houghton coming at the end of the window to complete the quad, whatever you call it.
Yeah, like that's 4 people now. We're all considering
4 players. Well, what we did with the Rush thing is we totally rejigged the whole attack. It was 4-4-2 then, and we had 2 new wide players and 2 new forwards with the Rush
and
money.
then just brought Rush back.
Yeah. It
wasn't
the same Rush. It wasn't the same Rush. Back,
go ahead, Lee. Or go ahead, Jake.
We took John Barnes from Watford, didn't we? Or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. I remember.
Yeah, I love Barnsley. Like, he's a great fella and that, but he was such an exciting player. We haven't had a winger in ages, not a dribbling winger. We had like Craig Johnston, but he just had like pace. He just ran at people, you know, not like
Craig Johnson was the first. He was the original Craig. Anyone that's never seen Craig Johnson play, I would say probably just think Craig Bellamy, but less of a dickhead.
Yeah.
Just knock it and run quick. But like Lee said, couldn't dribble past 2 cones, really, in a match scenario. But Barnsley could dance past people, you know?
Craig Johnson.
We haven't seen a winger like that in a long time. Do you know what I mean? And it was before.
But he went and invented the Predator boot, so he did more after, you know.
Yeah, he became a really wealthy guy, didn't he? I've never had a pair, but I did have a Predator bag. I've still got it somewhere. Jesus, Predator bag.
Guys, was that the one that looked a bit like Brian May from Queen?
Yeah. Scottish Brian May. Yeah.
Australian. He was Australian.
Yeah,
first ever, like in an era when you didn't really have foreign players in England, like let alone like, and if you did have a foreign player, it might be like a Scandinavian guy or something because they're rock solid, blah blah blah, and all that, you know.
Yeah.
But to have a fucking Australian in a top Liverpool side, like that would be like having, I don't know, even if you could have like that would be having, I know, like fucking a Tibetan player right now playing for fucking Man City and being one of the best.
Yeah, what I loved about Craig Johnson, one of my favourite seasons was the 85-86 double. It wasn't as exciting a side that, but I loved his reaction to scoring, and it's just his, because he said the FA Cup final's massive in Australia. He said, you know, my family are watching, and I said I've been watching it for years.
Liverpool are massive in Australia. Liverpool are
the first goal where Craig Johnson tried to slide in, like, and get a touch on it, Rush's first goal, and then he scored his own at the back post. But yeah, his hair used to make me laugh. Shouldn't be mean like that, but his hair did used to make me laugh, like Craig Johnson.
It's like I was going to say, Luis Diaz was like first Colombian, wasn't he? That's the first Colombian we've had, right?
Yeah. And Mum was going to be our first Georgian. So we're crossing off the countries regularly now, aren't we? Getting players from new countries. But as I said, it used to excite me when I was a kid for the idea of foreign players coming here. Not that they ever did, but if one did, I was always made up, even if they didn't come to Liverpool. Remember I was saying being made up about the Belgian Nico Klaassen going to Tottenham. That's just because I'm a football fan, you know what I mean? I wanted to see foreign players come here.
Yeah.
I was never of the opinion that, British players are better or the best. It was like, no, I want to see some foreign players, like, I want to see some foreign talent. But nobody big came until really Klinsmann. He was the big one that came, and I was dead excited about him.
Yeah.
It really ages me to say the stuff I can remember, but that's one of my earliest great memories of like when I started to understand football. I think that season, 85, 86. Before that, I was more interested in childish things like toys and games, you know what I mean? And I'd watch football, you know, because my stepdad would always watch us when we were on, but I didn't understand it. It's only when I sort of understood what was going on properly, like the nuances of football, that like, you know, that's when I really got into it, like, and it just became me world. Because even if you weren't going to the match, you'd be playing footy overnight. That's all you ever did as a kid, is play footy, like, you know, against the wall or whatever, the goal painted on it. Like, we used to have this wall, it had these 3 wooden boards on it. It was this old building. It was like next to a pub on our estate, and it had these 3 black wooden boards, and one had like a black pipe coming out of it. And if you could hit the pipe, you got like 10 points for it in the pipe that was coming out of this. You got 3 points for it in the one of the black boards, but if you managed to hit the pipe, you got 10 points. Just a game we made up. It was called boards.
Lee, my first game was when we played Dortmund, the first Klopp Europa League. When that game, where it looked like we were going to go out, and we came back from the dead. Do you remember?
Yeah, I loved that. Lovren. I loved that.
That was my first game.
Yeah, I think Rafa gave actually give us our identity back in Europe, because that was horrible. Because when I first started going, that was the first year of the European ban. After what happened, and it was horrible, you know, to have to watch other teams lift the trophy.
What's that noise?
I do remember Michel Platini, God bless. I don't like the man, but he was saying, you know, the European Cup's a lot poorer without English sides in it. I do really feel, though, that despite them Juventus fans dying and that thing, they should have been banned too, because I'm not being weird or not, but they did start the trouble, like, and a lot of our fans have been attacked in Rome the year before. UEFA knew that, and then still chose to put them in our end, 2 volatile sets of fans. And it was in those days when Liverpool never into that much, like, or if it did happen, it wasn't at a game. All that football fans, I always found it a bit lame, you know what I mean?
Can you hear something? Lee, can you hear something? Oh no. I was just hear like loads of interference.
Is that Bernie?
Sorry guys, sorry. Step away for a second. Sorry, Dara's back. Sorry, Dara's back. Sorry, I had to step out there for a little while.
Yeah, no worries. No,
glass
you're fine.
Good to see you, glass architecture. Liverpool aren't spending 78 million on Lukeba when we won't get you for 40 million. Yeah, we can talk about football. Bayern Munich and Tottenham are all seduced, in quote marks, seduced by Castello. Luca, what's he been doing? You know, makes you wonder. There is a release clause set at 78 million pounds, but Leipzig and the player agreed that he could be sold for a lower amount. Of course they do, because that's what those Red Bull teams do. They identified earlier on a strategy in the market where if you say to a young player, what you do is you come to us, we give you opportunities, you'll go up to a bigger team, blah, blah, blah. But what we won't be is we won't be one of those teams that when you get really good starts demanding 80, 90, 100 million pounds. Yeah. We will let you go for 25, 28, 30 million, like they did with Ibu. They'll say, do you have very reasonable release clauses? So if you do really well, you'll be able to go to Madrid. We won't stand in your way. We won't block your path, and we won't overcharge for you. And the reason they do that is because the next player that's coming along is going, yeah, I want to go to Red Bull because one of my mates went there and he got a good move. One of my other mates went to Tottenham and they wouldn't sell him for less than 80 and he got stuck there for 5 years. Yeah. That's a really good way of doing business where they don't want 78 million for him. No. Do you think they're going to go for him instead of Gueye? No, Gay's in the bag, man. It has to be.
Why are we being linked to him then, Luke Haber?
Agent talk. Push up a
Or,
price.
Crystal Palace fucking us around with the price and not going down, and now we're using the Haber to say, look, we could just go and get him instead.
But not, as been said, at 78 million.
No, but that's his release clause. We won't pay that.
Mm-hmm.
And then we play it in installments as well. Because we got like a relationship with Red Bull. We've had a lot of players from Red Bull.
Yeah, let's see who's Seb on this. He's got
So,
64k. He's dropping down.
At what point do you think Crystal Palace are fucking us around?
Sorry?
Jake.
Yeah.
Yeah, at what point?
No, I'm just saying because what I mean by fucking us around is they're saying like they had a 65 million to 70 million estimation, right? But then apparently we were trying to drive that price down, and then apparently they were all okay about it, and we were moving ahead. We got personal terms done. We were talking with Crystal Palace. They were being really sound, but then something happened the other day, and someone said that they wouldn't budge on the 65. So I don't know if they dug their heels in, and now all of a sudden we're being linked to the Caber. So I'm just saying maybe Liverpool are saying, look, drop your price to what we want, or we've got options.
Okay, I'm not sure where your sources are coming from, with all due respect. 65 million. It ain't going to happen.
No, they want 65. We don't want to pay that.
Well, I know that. That's what I just said. It ain't going to happen.
Right. So why
are you concerned about this?
Telling you what I heard.
Sorry?
I'm just telling you what I heard. I heard that it was 65 and Liverpool were trying to drive the price down.
Right. I heard there was a double-decker bus on the moon. No, I'm sorry. That's nonsense. The guy wants to come to us, and he's going to. So that's it. 60, 65, that's just nonsense. Look at our business. Look at our business model recently.
I don't think Jake is saying it's something we're going to do. I just think he means it's what he's seen in the press.
Well, of course, you're going to hear all kinds of things in the press, but let's deal with the facts. Look at our business model. It's not going to happen. The player wants to come to us. And I'm wearing this shirt for you, by the way, because you were talking about, I know I've heard from other sources, they don't want me to change shirts, but I liked your point. Your point about...
I like it when you do that, with the different shirt. That's a lovely
Well, I'm
one.
trying to keep as many people happy as possible. And
I hope you didn't find that patronising before when you said you had a nice speaking voice. You meant that in a nice way.
I absolutely took it as a compliment. I didn't take it any other way, Lee.
It was just a creative direction decision.
Right.
Production.
So, and history tells us this season, which is not much of a history, we're not going to fuck about. We don't care what people say in terms of we want 60 or 55 or whatever. It's not going to happen. We'll walk away. But Gahey wants to come to us. We know that.
No, but bro, I agree with you. I was saying, Liverpool was saying, look, if you won't, drop the price, we'll walk away. And I think they're using the Caber to say to Palace, look, we got other options as well. Even though Gay wants to come to us, I think Liverpool is saying to Palace, we've got other players so that they drop their guard. Do you know what I mean?
I absolutely do. I absolutely do. But this is standard protocol. This is nothing new. This is nothing new. So, but like I was saying before, my phone overheated. Welcome to the panel. It's great to have you in. And I missed your background. I know you're from Wales. And I used to live in Wales back in the day when I was a kid, back in Cardiff. So, yeah, wonderful. Thanks for helping to grow the channel and give us some
Oh,
much needed
Abdul, thanks, man.
some input, because we respect everyone's opinion, and that's one thing. If Brian doesn't mind me plugging the channel, there aren't many people or many streams that allow people to come on and just speak and open their minds and talk about Liverpool. And this is one of the rare platforms. So, fair play.
Yeah, thanks, Roy.
No,
Some
great to
people,
hear your points of
some
view.
people
And
might put it like that. Some people might put it like that. Some people might say, "I'm just getting other people to do all the work for me."
well, everyone
So,
has their opinions, Brian. But you and I go
no, that'd be my
we
opinion.
go
That'd be my opinion.
we go way
It's-
back. I know
yeah.
you, and you know me. We go way back. So.
You guys are doing it all. You guys are doing all the work. I'm sitting here saying nothing. I'm just letting you guys.
But
That's the
talking about
thing.
Liverpool is not work, and you know,
No, there should be. No,
so
hopefully not. Well, especially not right now. It's nice work. It's good work.
it's fantastic.
I mean, there's some good words there from Mark Simons. He's saying that Lukeba is generational, and the closest I've seen to Lillian Thuram could do everything. So that's
Yes.
perfectly at left back as well. That's a hell of a compliment there. I mean, I don't really know a ton about this guy. France just kind of seemed to churn out top quality centre halves over the last fucking 10 years now. Really, they're overstocked at the moment. It's almost embarrassing when you look at the people that could play
Yep.
centre half for France at the moment. This guy's another one. I don't know. Jake, are you up to date on this? Are you au fait with these guys? Are you
Okay with what, guys?
Lukeba, is this something you can see us doing? I mean, forget the money. Is he a player you know a lot about?
And then I see us moving for Lukeba, then Kanate's gone. Like, Kanate is gone. If we get two centre backs in, Kanate is gone. You know that. You realise that, don't you? There's no way we get.
A few people wanted one before anybody left.
Yeah.
Right? Before anyone even left, a few people wanted one.
Yeah.
Now we've lost.
Quansah's gone. So they're replacing Quansah with Gray. So if we get Lukeba, he's got to be a Kanate replacement, because Kanate isn't signing a deal, is he? He's messing around.
No. Doesn't look like he's going to sign. I mean,
What
if
do you
we
think
kick a
about
ball in the Premier League next season without him signed up, I can't see him staying. Because he's not like a VVD. People say, "Oh, but VVD and Salah signed late on." It's not. It's a different one.
Brian, you know what we should do? We should put him on a bench, right? And then just leave him rot for the season. And then when Madrid come in to get him on free, they'll have a hard time getting him back to fitness and that, because he would have just been sat on a bench doing nothing for a whole season.
Okay. But that decision is based on emotion. And that does not help us. We don't function on emotion.
Yeah, we don't want another Trent situation. So
no, we don't. We don't. But there are other ways of dealing with it, and that's an emotional response. Okay, I told you so, and this is what's going to happen. Okay, that's going to affect us as a team. So we are more mature than that. But I just wanted to ask a question to the panel. I don't know if Lee is still there, or has he dropped out?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go to you and also the chat. Fafana, why is there no focus on him?
Well, Miller, the youngster, right?
Absolutely.
Fafana from Leon, winger, left winger, centre forward.
We are interested in him. There is interest in him, definitely.
Well, all the talk's been about other forwards, hasn't it? And I was pleased that we were linked with him just to have a different name, because, you know, we're linked with Isaac, you know, whether that's real or not. But you know, when people are talking about maybe Ekatike, but I mean,
yeah, but for to wing a Lee.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah, this is it. You see, we've got wingers, haven't we? But I don't. Can he play other position? Could he play through the middle? I
He
don't
can
know.
play across the front three, but he ain't playing centre forward at 5'7".
Well, trying to forward, he's not.
No, but when all the talk is Diaz going and possibly Gakpo, why are we not looking at where he's coming from? A cut price deal. So where is he now? Second division with Lyon.
Yeah.
We should be looking at that. I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, but Diaz isn't going because Paul Joyce just shut it down, rejected Bayern earlier. They don't want to sell him. It's
telling you they do. They do. They want to sell him to 70.
Yeah, but bro, they will only sell if there's like 100 slapped down by Saudi. Then other than that, they won't. They just shut Bayern down. They offered 60 million. They told them fuck off.
Let's wait and see.
Unless it's 100 million.
But my question is,
my money says he's in Saudi this time next year.
That's it. Only Saudi. That's the only thing Liverpool are waiting for. That's why they keep shutting everyone else down. You agree, right, bro?
Yeah. That's why they're turning down clubs.
But Diaz is saying you get the money go to Saudi price. So now Liverpool got the head of fucking vice because they don't know what to do.
Yeah, but this is nothing new. It used to be MLS back in the day. We've been through this journey.
Yeah.
Martin Lewis Skelly, is it?
So, but my thought is, my question is,
who's gone now? Someone else gone.
Thoughts on Fofana? Who actually rates him?
Do you know what? I haven't seen
enough.
Yeah, he's just young. Like he's come about. I couldn't really say too much because I would just be like false, and I'm not false, so I don't know too much about him.
Okay, I respect that.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just know he's very tiny, very quick, very good. That's about
He's a bit like Lookman, isn't he? Is he a bit like Adamola Lookman style? Is he a little bit like? Can you hear me?
Jeez, I don't know. I just know he's rapid, little winger, and that's it. Really, does he improve us? The only question is, does he improve us?
For that price, he does.
How much is he quoted? How much is the price?
Well, the last quote I heard was 40 million.
They got money for Sharky, 37 million.
Yeah. 40 million. Is that euro or is that pounds?
That was pounds.
40 million? Nah, that's too much.
No, I disagree. I think that's an absolute steal. You can bargain with him and Leon. They are basically trying to keep their head above water. We could probably get him for, I reckon, 35 million euros. I really do. We should push for that kind of young talent.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you open up that space by getting rid of some of that old, not so talented, with a Diaz. You know, I think Diaz is just basically. I think Diaz probably just put up his best season for us. So I take the money, but Fofana, yeah, I don't know if he's the replacement. She's Glassard. I don't know. You say nowhere near Diaz. I mean, that's not a high bar, dude. It's not as high a bar as it might appear.
Guys, how do you feel about Isaac? Do you think that's actually going to get done?
No. We'll come pretty fucking close, though.
You think he's going to choose to stay in Newcastle?
I think we'll come real fucking close to doing it, but I don't know if we're going to be
Why
able
the
to pull
fuck
it off.
would he stay in Newcastle over Liverpool? No offense, but they're fucking tin pot compared to us.
I know he wants to leave. He wants to join us. We want to
Right.
buy him. Can
Right.
we make it happen? I don't know.
Why are you saying he'll come close, but we won't do it?
Price, maybe. Maybe price.
But there's no way that we go out and we buy Florian Wirtz and then we don't go and buy Isaac, because that would just be stupid. Because why would you go and get the best 10 in the world and that not compliment him with the best striker in the world? It's just, that would just be fucking retarded.
I was saying that earlier. It's momentum.
That's how I
build
think.
No,
from
I
the back.
believe it's the plan. I definitely believe that is what we want to do, and I believe that is what us as a club are trying to do. Yeah. Yeah, I just think it might not happen, but I think it'll come pretty fucking close. And you ask me why? I don't know, actually. I don't. Maybe they just dig their heels in and act a dickhead and just refuse to sell them. Maybe.
But they're a fucking small club. They shouldn't be acting. They shouldn't be acting this way with us. Like they're not right. They're
number one, Newcastle are not a small club. Number two,
like that won't feel better about you.
they're not a small club. Number two,
yeah, they are.
Okay, that's your opinion. Okay,
Compared to us,
hang on. Now you're
give
making
them due
comparisons.
respect.
I'm talking about generally. They are
No,
not.
I'm just saying. Yeah, no, you need to give them due respect.
And I am, with all due
No,
respect.
I'm saying to Jake. Yeah, no, you need to approach them as like, look, you understand, you're a big club. Yeah, okay, you're not fucking trophy wise, you're not number, but you're a big club. Look, everyone knows, big club, a lot of money. Right? They can, but you got to kind of say to them, look.
Tell me why they're a big club.
Some clubs they don't have to be successful to be a big club.
I'll give you one reason. They're in the Champions League. They're in the Champions League. Okay, end of. If you want me to recount Newcastle's history from the first game I went to in 1974, which was the FA Cup final before you were born, I could go down that road, but I'm not going to. They are a big club. However, the issue is this. Does Isaac want to go? That's the key.
Bro, they haven't won a cup in 70 years. We gave them the first Mickey Mouse trophy in 70 years. They're not big. Like, big clubs don't go on droughts for 70 years. Now do you understand?
We hadn't won the Premier League for 30 years. I don't get your point.
So we were still winning big major trophies. We were still winning Champions Leagues in that drought.
But you are comparing Liverpool to Newcastle. I am saying that Newcastle are a big club. I'm not saying they're as big as Liverpool. If you listen, I'm not saying they're as big as Liverpool.
I'm saying they're small compared to Liverpool. That was my argument. And you were saying, no, they're a big club. I'm saying they're small compared to us.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you line them up against, look, I think the guy is going to be saying to them, I'm 26. You might get to the point.
Champions Leagues. Now rack up us, Newcastle's trophies. They're nothing compared to us. Come on, Dara. Come on, mate.
No. They are a big club. You keep bringing in a comparison between Newcastle and Liverpool.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why
I am not. All I'm saying is they are Newcastle a big club. That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying they're not big.
You keep saying compared to Liverpool. I'm not making that comparison. I know there is no comparison, but they are still a big club. That's the reason why this season they're in the Champions League. That's the reason why they won the Carabao Cup.
So big, I bowed out to them. They're fucking huge.
I'm not saying that you need to bow down to them or anything like that. I am just stating facts. They are a big club.
Not compared to us, they're not.
You keep making that comparison. I am not. I agree with you.
But why are we arguing then? Because that was
I
what
am not
said.
arguing. You keep making that statement, which is irrelevant.
I said my statement was they're a small club compared to Liverpool, and getting Isaac shouldn't be hard. That's what it should be. That's
Now
what
you're changing your direction. A small club compared to us.
they were a small club compared to Liverpool, because they are. They're a tin pot.
If you're looking,
Look at
if you're
their
looking,
starting
if you're
11.
Isaac,
Look at their starting 11. Okay, you call that a small tin pot club? I don't know what you got against the Geordies. I disagree, and I think it's somewhat disrespectful.
They just got to take over in money. They just got a lot of money, like City. I don't even look at City as a big club. I look at them as a fucking tin pot as well. Because I know exactly where they come from. They fucking cheated the system by getting the fucking Saudi oil takeover. I don't rate clubs that do that. That's my opinion. I don't rate City and I don't rate Newcastle.
yeah, I mean, I think.
But everyone has their own opinion, and that's my opinion. I'm not trying to argue with anyone, but I just think that when you have a takeover, I think that's fake and it doesn't represent what you actually are. And that's why City are falling now. Because when they're not pumping money in, they're shit.
So they are both owned by Arabs. I get that. Okay. But I am talking about history. Newcastle is not a small club.
Yeah, they are compared to Liverpool.
Again, you're making that comparison. Take Liverpool out of the equation.
No, but I'm on about Liverpool. I'm talking about us going to get Isaac because they're smaller than us. That's all I've ever said. That's all I'm comparing is Newcastle to Liverpool. Like compared to Liverpool, they're tiny.
Okay, I'll defer to you, Brian, because I'm not getting my case across. So
no, we don't want to go in circles either. If we're never going to.
Other clubs, I admit that they're bigger with other clubs, but if you put Newcastle up against Liverpool,
yeah, look, they're bigger than Rochdale, right? They're bigger than Ipswich. They're bigger than, and then you get to a point where, you get to a point where they're not bigger than, and they're not bigger than Spurs.
What I'm saying, Dara, is we should be able to go to Newcastle and bully them because we're fucking much bigger than them. We got 20 titles. We got 6 UCLs. Fucking hell, we're bigger than United now.
I know the stats.
Jake,
what?
do we have to go there? Do we have to go there and bully them? Could we not just go there and seduce them? Can we do it the smooth way? Could we be smooth about it? We don't. We can go and take the player, but go ahead.
I think the only way to do it is we have to put our big dick on the table and bully them. That's the only way. We have to act. We have to act like a big club. I'm here to take your star player, and there's nothing you're going to do about it. He wants to.
We are already doing that, and we've done that with other players. And as Brian pointed, Brian, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
But Dara, I'm saying
you don't hold on 1 second, please. You don't have to put your big dick on the table and all the nonsense that you're espousing. You can communicate with these clubs and show them what Liverpool is all about. It's not about we're bigger than you are. It's about communication. And can I finish, please? You speak to Isaac, and thank you, and his representatives, and you show him, if he didn't know already, what we are all about, and you move from there. And if you feel that you need to put the pressure on thereafter, then you do. It's not we are bigger than you, and that's the model that you need to approach and go down that road. No, that's not how business works.
You want us to be all nice and polite, yeah? Even though they've been.
I'm not. I want us to be intelligent.
Well, what are we doing now then? Just twiddling our thumbs while the fucking transfer window's ticking down.
Do you actually know what we're doing?
Well, it don't look like we're doing much today. All I've heard is, oh, we're interested in Isaac. Ooh,
Okay,
we might.
I sense a certain
do it.
amount of anxiety and frustration and impatience
Yeah,
from you.
because I
With
want to
all,
finish the transfer window where we actually finish a transfer window with all the players that we wanted instead of just always going in one short.
okay, hold on 1 second.
What
Hold on 1 second. Did we go and sign the 3 players that we did with your approach?
you mean?
Oh, my dick is bigger than yours.
No, but this is the main
We
one
are
now.
bigger than Leverkusen. Okay,
No,
so
but I don't think the Vert was as necessary as Isaac. I think Isaac is the missing piece to what we
okay,
need.
now you're talking about what's necessary. That's a different thing. That's a different topic. I am talking about what you are saying, what we should do. And you're saying we should be aggressive because we are the bigger club. I never said that we were the bigger club. I know we are, but I never said it. Okay? Number 1. Number 2, you have to be smart about these negotiations. They've
Okay,
worked
tell me
for
how
us.
to
We
go on.
have the most amazing transfer window that we've ever seen. Ever.
At the moment we do, but if we don't get a striker, then it's going to be a fucking shambles.
Again, that's your opinion. It may or may not be. I don't know.
We
But
need a striker, mate. A world-class striker to finish it.
do I think we need a world-class striker? Yes, we're in agreement. So here is you and I. Okay, we're having this discussion, and we have managed to agree. I agree, but how you get it, you have to be flexible. You can't
Yeah.
just go and say my gun is bigger than yours.
Do you know what? Isaac, right? If Isaac's got brains in his head, which I'm sure he has, he's looking at, I could be playing with Florian Wirtz, Mo Salah, and Luis Diaz. I could be scoring 50 goals a season. I could be going back-to-back Premier League titles. I could also be going on a UCL run. What the fuck am I going to do in Newcastle?
Correct, and that's the point. You bring him to Anfield, and he talks about these things.
He should know it, though. Like, he should be fucking
People
excited.
don't know things that are at the end of their nose. Whether they should know doesn't mean that they do.
Okay, if you're Isaac, right, and then you hear that Liverpool are interested, are you feeling like it's Christmas Eve? Yes or no?
Sorry, I missed that.
Right. If you're
No, you
Isaac,
gotta be there. You gotta be. Look, we know we have to be there for a player like Isaac.
Dara,
Isaac,
if you're
right?
Isaac right now, right, and then you hear that Mo Salah, Florian Wirtz, and fucking Luis Diaz are going to be your teammates, would you be feeling like it's Christmas Eve? Yes or no?
I would look at my options, but basically, yes, I would.
There you go. It's either playing with Florian Wirtz and Mo Salah.
But maybe he's an atheist.
Murphy.
Maybe he's an atheist and he doesn't believe in Christmas. Who knows?
Maybe he
We
doesn't
haven't
belong
got
to
to that
Jesus.
stage.
Maybe he doesn't belong to Jesus.
I was just fucking being philosophical, man. I wasn't being literal.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at all angles.
No, but let's not argue. Let's not argue let's not debate. To debate. I think Isaac right now is at a point in his career where he knows that even if Newcastle get absolutely everything right, and everything goes their way, which it isn't this summer, they're not getting any of the players they want. They haven't bought, correct me if I'm wrong, they haven't bought anybody.
Anyone.
Nothing coming in the door. They've lost out on Joe Pedro. They've lost out on this guy and that guy. So it's not like they're even in that scenario. So Isaac knows he's 25, 26, right? Going on 26, right?
Yeah.
He's got 4 years left at the very, very top. How many league titles? How much shit can you win in 4 years? Right? He's got everyone telling him you're one of the best, if not the best striker in the Premier League, outside of maybe Haaland on a kind of finishing. But if you want a more all-around guy, it's probably you. And he's like, yeah, but how many fucking league titles do I have? How many Champions League final, even just appearances do I have? How many
Exactly.
more? So it's time to go. It's
Yep.
time to move. It's not about big club, small club. It's about honest club to realistic club. It's like, look, he's as valuable as he's ever going to be to you. You're probably not going to get everything you need with him. Everything has to go your way. And you've got Man City, you've got Liverpool, you've got Chelsea, you've got Arsenal in your way. You only
Yeah.
got Champions League because you finished fifth. You know, you're not getting your targets.
Get Champions
This
League because
guy,
how did that work?
but
They
he
go
needs to
further.
leave. Yeah, but the fifth thing, but I mean, the guy needs to leave now because he's not going to he's going to open up the taps for you. If you take 120 million, like on the books for us, 5 years, it would probably be around a 40 million spend. For
Yeah.
them, it would be 120 million coming in. They can go buck wild in the transfer market then,
Yeah.
you know?
Exactly. It's
So
like
they
a
can do their shit. We can do our thing. He wants to leave. It's just about honesty. Now, they are not, as I said before, they are Saudi owners. They bought this club too late to be able to, as you said, get into a fucking a dick swinging competition because they'll beat everybody, but they got in too late because PSR beats fucking PIF. Okay, unfortunately for them, they can't open up the blank check and go 400 million, 500 million, spend. Sorry, lads, too late to do that.
But
So
being
now
rich
they have to
make you a
change
bigger
their
club.
mindset to being a club that sells their assets.
Yeah,
They're
but
not used to having their best
being
toys
rich
taken away.
doesn't make you a bigger club, though. That just makes you a richer club. That doesn't mean you're a bigger.
But they need to change their mindset. That's what I'm saying, Jake. Yeah, I said that, man. I coined it. PSR beats PIF every single fucking time. Every
Yeah, but
single fucking time.
we did that to stop oil because we didn't want oil money in the Premier League. So we got that PSR to hamstring them. You know that, right?
Fuck them. They can't do anything. You know, they don't earn enough money to go out and spend as much as they like to go out and spend. They just have to readjust their mentality to it.
But that's why
Say,
City had these 115 charges is because we hamstrung them with the PSR, and they thought, fuck it, we're above that, and they broke the PSR. That's why they got these 115 charges. But Newcastle, fair play, they didn't do it. I think City are going to get relegated. I think they're spending now because they know they're done. The charges are coming up now in the next few weeks, and I think
it's
they're going to be
very interesting to know because every journalist has been saying it. Every agent, every player that sat down with them will have asked them, what's going on with these charges? You'd be an idiot not to. And they'll all have been given an answer.
Yep.
I'd love to know what that answer was.
Because
I'd
players
love
like
to know what that answer was.
there's no way that Guardiola looked at Kushner and was like, "Oh, that's my first choice, fucking centre back." Do you know what I mean? That you know how Guardiola works. He goes for like world class players. It's not Kushner is not a sort of Guardiola player, is it? I don't think it
I've
is.
been saying it for day one. Reinders, Ait Nouri, Sherky, those are Aston Villa signings. Those aren't Man City.
Yeah, they're all players that if they get relegated, they won't stray from the path. Do you
Yeah, they
agree?
won't jump ship. Yeah, bang on, man. They won't. They'll be because no agent worth his salt is going to sit down in a room with Man City and not say, if my player joins here, is there a potential that he might be playing the championship next year? What's the story? And if he get relegated, is he going to be on the same money? Because you have a lot of these clubs that have relegation clauses that say, yeah, but if you get relegated because of shit you did, my client isn't taking a drop in wages. So they will have been given answers, and I would love to know what some of those answers are because, like you said, this is coming up soon. What are we waiting 3-4 years, Dara, for this shit? This fucking city trial. It's
Yeah.
longer than
Yeah.
fucking.
But I know something about the judicial system. So,
Yeah.
but
Go on,
anyway, I'm
Dara.
going to grab some lunch and
Okay, thanks, Dara.
No, Dara,
thank you.
tell us about the 115. I'm interested to hear what you know.
I don't know more than anyone else. All I know is about corruption, and I'll leave it at that. So nothing would surprise me. Absolutely nothing. And to be honest, Jake, if it was going to happen, it would have happened by now. And that's from nearly 30 years in the. I'm not giving away what I do. Brian knows. But in my business. So it
Yeah.
ain't going to happen. That's my experience. But
Don't you
anyway,
forget
thank you
again.
so much for coming on and supporting the channel. It was just, I'm glad we had the conversation. And
You shoot
yeah,
that
Dara.
Dara. Sorry to interrupt there. You shoot that one. That looks nice on you, mate.
I appreciate it, Lee. I mean, are you after a date? I
I
mean,
know,
Yeah, I
yeah.
was just going to
Well,
buy him a drink on it.
it looks
Buy
better
him a
on you
drink on
than
your
some of
own
the other
time.
ones.
Buy him a drink on
Yeah.
your own time.
I mean, you know, I can book a room, but it will just be for you.
Well, if you could pay for the flight, like, you know what I mean, I'd come over.
One of those
Hey, I like
Travago
you set up
Jurgen
there
Klopp
outside.
deals.
It's great. What I was buzzing off there last week.
Absolutely. I mean,
When
you know, you were alluding to my voice earlier on, so
Yeah,
it, no,
45.
it is.
Try
Nice
dealing with 45
voice.
degrees when you get there.
I can round the,
45
things.
degrees.
I can talk nicer
It
if
is
I
in
want.
fucking
But I don't
Phoenix, man.
want to, you know what I mean? This is me
Is
speaking
that what
voice.
is that what you said?
No, Dara, you've had close to 45 degrees there, I'd say, have you?
52.
Yeah,
45, yeah, that's
Lee doesn't
average.
like the heat. If he goes to Phoenix in the
Dara,
summer,
where
man,
are you? During the outside.
45 is average during the summer.
Where are you, Dara? During you.
Phoenix. He's in Phoenix, Arizona, man. It gets hot
Oh,
as shit over
during you. Bloody hell.
there.
Yeah, one
What
of
He's in a
the
fucking desert, man. What do you expect?
one of the hottest places on the planet.
Bloody hell. Arizona. Yeah, the fucking hell. It's desert and that, right?
Absolutely.
That's where
Where are
12
you,
man is. You know
Jake?
12 man's, 12 man's Sean, Jake, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in Arizona as well. He's up in Scottsdale.
Bloody
They're
hell.
both in Arizona, yeah.
Dara, are
They're-
you going to get to the football, the Club World Cup now? Have you been to see any of the games?
No, because there were none in Phoenix, obviously, because it's too
Yeah.
bloody hot.
Yeah.
And to be
Yeah, it's
honest,
too hot everywhere.
I meant
I'm not
how
I'm
far?
not interested. I did watch the which I thought was entertaining, the Al Hilal game against City. But
Yeah.
where are you from, Jake?
North Wales.
Okay, you're still there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
I
yeah.
told you, remember?
sorry.
I
Oh,
told you
Blas.
really,
Come
that
on,
I was
Blas.
yeah.
All right. Are you a snooker fan?
No, not really. I'm an Ian Rush fan because he's from my town.
Oh, Ian Rush, bless him. Yeah, I
Excellent.
met him. Many years ago at White Hart Lane.
Best striker Liverpool ever had.
Yeah,
Well,
he was.
Yeah, numbers
The
wise.
stats don't lie.
Yep.
Yeah,
400
well, but
400
not my favorite striker. Okay, so there are
Who's
two
your
different
favourite?
things. For me, it's always going to be God.
Oh,
It's
Fowler.
Brian. Yeah.
Robbie. Talk
Rush.
stuff, like where's he from? Talk stuff.
The Tox
Yeah,
Death
he's-
Terror. The
yeah.
Tox Death Terror.
The talk stuff.
I used to work with who was horrible
God.
from me because was working horrible to me was working in socks stuff. This man was a dickhead. But
Okay,
that's
Glass. Come on now, Glass. Chill out, okay?
Lee is.
No,
Lee,
against people from
Come on,
it's just
get
this
on.
man in particular.
Lee, Robbie
North
Fowler.
things because I come from North Liverpool. Like he just didn't like
Yeah.
me because I was nice to him. And what I realised is he'd been doing this all his life. Probably this guy, like he was. but it did knock me for 6. What was I going to say then?
Robbie was tough, wasn't he? Fowler was really tough, wasn't he? Like,
Yeah.
but he was nasty, wasn't he, apparently?
Well, he
No,
had to
he was
be.
a
He
joker,
had to
Robbie.
be. He was only 5'9" and some change, but yeah, he had to
I
be.
also think was full.
Can you imagine Robbie Fowler? Can you imagine Robbie Fowler? Like, I like Ian Rush, you know, volume, numbers.
Yeah.
You know, people talk about closing down. You know, people talk about gegenpressing, you know, pressing from the front, closing down. I mean, Ian Rush, man, he did that without even being told to do it. If you watch the way he played, like, I don't remember it as much, but you have to watch it back. You see him always chasing down and closing down. You know, that was one thing he kind of invented, and he was a proper poacher.
Oh, he was the best at it. Rush was the
Oh
best.
man, he did like. But people talk
Closing
about Bobby
down.
Firmino, you know, closing down. Like
Rush
Rush
at
was
his
like
peak.
Firmino.
Yeah, Rush
And
was
I
at his
didn't know
peak
obviously he
before
didn't
he
have the
started going the
touch of a
games.
Firmino.
Like, but I can remember when Fowler first come in. I think he
I'll
got
try and
5
get to
in a
something.
League
Yeah,
Cup
okay.
game versus Fulham, and it was just insane. And then he just come in and started scoring all the time, and people started calling him God. I remember there was a picture of him in a Superman suit, like Superman thing, like keeping that in the Liverpool.
That's what I was just going to get to that. Lee. I was just going to say, like, if you look, like Rush had this thing that he did, and obviously had phenomenal volume.
An
Obviously
incredible pace, Brian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know, just non-stop. But then you have someone like Fowler who comes along, and it's like, Jesus Christ! I bet this guy could hit fucking knock Coke bottles off a wall from 30 yards. You know, bang, bang, bang. One of those, just ridiculousness. Can you imagine what he feels? But can you imagine what someone like Fowler is thinking, sitting there at Anfield, watching someone like
guys, you know Kevin De Bruyne? Did you know Kevin De Bruyne's idol was Michael Owen, and he was a Liverpool fan? Kevin De Bruyne was a Liverpool fan when he was
born and red.
Red, yeah.
Owen was popular all over.
You know, I hate him, but he was fucking lethal at one point. He was fucking. If he'd stayed at Liverpool, fucking hell, he was really good.
I remember watching
an
Owen.
18-year-old Michael Owen is worth 250 million today's market.
Yeah. In this day and age, fucking Michael Owen.
He's worth more than
Remember how little he was.
Peak Michael Owen was better than Peak.
I remember watching Owen at Rangers Park
2 years after his legs went.
He was like Yamin Yamal or something at 18, wasn't he? He's crazy.
No, but Mbappe. If you want to talk about a modern day Michael Owen, the closest and best comparison is Mbappe because of the numbers, the pace, the fact that Mbappe played a little bit wider is the only thing. But the youth, how young he's done it at, Mbappe is the closest thing to a Michael Owen.
Okay, let me ask you this, Brian.
Yeah. Sorry.
Brian and the panel and the chat, the closest thing to Robbie Fowler. There really isn't one. He was just
in today's money. Like right now, in today's money, what's the closest?
That's all we can compare from today.
No, is that the question? I mean,
money.
Yeah, compared to today, or let's go back even 20 years. The closest thing to Robbie Fowler.
Fowler would be 150 million.
The thing is, we would never have sold.
No, not price, just talent-wise, what he could do.
Talent-wise,
but no, I'm asking. No, so I said the closest thing in today's money to Owen is Mbappe. So if you're saying what's the closest thing in today's money to Fowler, or players?
No, my question is this: forget money. The closest.
No, I don't mean money. I mean in today's market, in today's world. What's the closest thing to a Fowler in today's football or football over the last 20 years? Currently playing.
I'm talking about in the last 20 years. In the last 20 years,
closest thing Fowler in the last 20 years is Fowler, though.
Yeah, but is there one player? I know. Okay, let's go back 30 years. One player that can play like Fowler did.
Or let's do it my way, right? I said the closest thing currently playing to an Owen is an Mbappe. So,
Okay.
what would be the closest thing currently playing to a Fowler, in your opinion?
Fernando Torres.
I'd say Lewandowski. No,
Yeah.
currently playing at a
I'm
high
talking about
level.
the
I'd say
Premier
Lewandowski.
League. Premier League.
The hard one. You
Oh,
can
right now in the
Fowler
Premier
though,
League, there's nobody like
or
Fowler. Nobody.
Fowler's
Nobody.
hard
Not
to
even.
fight.
There's no
Exactly. There is
competition.
no one like
There's
Fowler.
nothing. There's nothing.
There's nothing like Fowler. Do you know what? I'm going to say this now. I'm not going to say, guys, when Jota was in his prime, I think he reminded me
Maybe
bits of
Isak.
Fowler when he was
Maybe
really
Isak.
prime.
Maybe Isak. Maybe Isak.
No,
Is that a shout?
guys, when Jota was in his prime, Diogo Jota, when he was fucking firing, he had traits of Robbie Fowler the way he was in the box. Fox in the box. That's what they call it.
Well, remember,
Yeah.
Wenger loved him and wanted him, but
No.
couldn't have him, and ended up buying Franny Jeffers from Everton. And Franny
Well,
Jeffers.
Jota,
Oh, I remember Franny, Lee. I remember Franny.
I've seen him in the toilet in the Blue Bar in the Albert Dock. It's one of the only times like that I've seen. Like,
And you know what? Lee? They paid shitloads of money for him as well. I mean, I could not believe that.
I couldn't help staring at him when I seen him in the Albert Dock. Like, I was quite pissed at that, and he was just. I looked at him and went, "Franny Jeffers," you know, just like I just looked at him.
Why did Fowler go to City? Why did Fowler go to City and fucking,
we would never have sold him,
Yeah.
and would never have wanted to sell him. But when we did, I wasn't bothered, which sounds perverse, but because we were so sorted with Owen and Heskey, it didn't hurt me when he left as much as it should have. But I remember George West, when he was still alive and he was a pundit on Sky, did a whole show about Robbie Fowler. He said, "I love Robbie Fowler. I just love him." And he did a whole show about
he peaked early, too. He'd already peaked.
George West, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, but he peaked early. Fowler peaked at Liverpool, and by the time he went, it was weird. Yeah, but it was
Shane weren't very good when he was in his
pomp. No, like Kevin is saying there. Look, Kevin is saying there. 183 and 369, which is basically 1 in 2, which is world class.
Yeah,
1 in 2 is just absolutely world class. Now you've got a few guys coming along now. Haalands and Gyökeres is putting up 1 in 1 type bullshit. Yeah, forget that. Like back in the basically a goal every 2 appearances in the 90s, and that's world class.
And not only that, crucial goals like the second header against Newcastle in that 4-3. There are so many. I mean, the hat trick against Arsenal. I mean, it's just what a player.
But there's certain people. Look, there's loads of people. I know John Barnes opened up huge barriers when he went to Liverpool. A lot of people. If you see a lot of the young black players today, not today, maybe the Rios, the guys 20 years ago, they always talk about Barnes. Even the Man United players, even people like Paul Parker or whatever it might be. They always talked about when we saw Barnesy going to a top club, it was kind of like that was one of the first kind of things, that opened up, a lot of black players. Basically, no, just sorry, just quickly, sorry. Just for for that. But for other people, obviously for people like the average young average young white kid growing up in Ireland in a small town. There was other players that to me, I'd be like, this is like, that to me is my person. It's not anything to do with race. It's the way that you look at your progression.
No, I agree. I agree, and I'll give you.
There's probably a lot of Liverpool fans that don't know much about Howard Gale. He was a local lad, our first black player. He come on in the semi-final against Bayern Munich.
Didn't he? He played for Everton too, though, didn't he? Go.
Did he? Is it how he played for Everton as well?
I believe he did. But no, another player.
Version of Howie Gale was Cliff Marshall, and my mate's got 2 mixed race grandkids, like, and their other granddad is Cliff Marshall, the first black to play for Everton. But I didn't know that because I don't think he played many games or appeared much. But he's still Everton's first black player, because until Layla showed me, that's my mate's granddaughter, she showed me on a tablet,
Yeah.
like, here's my granddad's first
He
black
played
player.
for both clubs. But in answer to, well, it's not a question, but Brian brings up a good point. But it works the other way. A player that I thought was one of our creative geniuses, Peter Beardsley.
Oh, yeah.
What a player.
Him and Barnes together.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Guys, who would you rather have on the break? John Barnes or Mo Salah?
One left, one right. Sorted. Happy days.
What he did to Steve Chettle that night when we battered Forest 5-0, he just had him on toast again.
What a game that was. What a game that
said
was.
some shit in the paper that he was going to stop him, and Bardsey made him look pedestrian, shall we say. Like, Bardsey took the nick out of him, like. But, yeah, we had Howie Gale, but, like, Barnesy and Wright were the first superstars, I would say, black British superstars, because we were both forwards. We'd had a lot of defenders, midfielders, whatever, like, fullbacks, but we hadn't had 2 bona fide, like, superstar forwards, like, before that. And then after that, it just opened the floodgates for more and more.
Michael Thomas as well. Michael Thomas at Arsenal. He fucking caused us pain. Do you remember Michael Thomas? That guy?
Well, yeah, we went and signed him.
Ferguson always said he hated playing against Thomas. He said Thomas always plays well.
He ripped us apart, man. I remember watching videos of him with my uncle's house, and he had like a JVC kit on, and we were petrified of Arsenal then. They were fucking... He was a demon.
Yeah, I was there that night, like, when he scored late.
Yeah, 89, man. He's yeah, but we basically won the title for Arsenal at Anfield, and then we signed him.
And I hate to bring this up, but John Barnes gave the ball away from left back.
He did, yeah, he did.
Wow, that's good memory, man.
but you
know, I will say one thing, Lee.
I
will say one thing. John Barnes, in the 1992, became the first player ever in England on 10 grand a week. First player in England, because there was, the money was getting big and getting big. First player in England to ever break the, when people were getting 8-9 grand a week, oh, these guys are getting crazy money. One day they'll be getting 10 grand a week. Boom. First player ever to break that.
Yep.
Was John Barnes at Liverpool.
Yeah, but guys, who's the better winger, Salah or John Barnes? No one answered me. You just said
John Barnes is a better winger. No, I answered you. I said John Barnes on the left, Salah on the right.
Yeah, but Brian actually said, Jake. Brian actually said.
No, let Jake. No, sorry, Jake. Say what you're going to say, Jake.
Oh, I didn't mean left or right. I meant which one is better, Salah or Barnes?
Winger.
Who are you picking?
Oh, man. They're slightly different players. If you're just talking about an out-and-out winger, I think Barnes...
Salah's better. I do.
Say that. No, sorry, you've got a bit of a delay going on. Sorry, yeah. No, I was just going to think...
Barnes is better. No. Mm-hmm. I think John Barnes is a good player, but I think Salah's better.
Yeah, no, I think Salah's a better goal scorer probably than Barnes. Maybe at this stage he's probably shown that much. But Barnes, all around as a player, left winger. But it's more like Barnes was a winger when you just had to be a winger. You weren't really supposed to score goals. Salah's now like an inside forward. Barnes then went and played number 10, number 8. Ran games from midfield. So it's a bit of an unfair comparison maybe, but I think if you just wanted like a more old school winger that can dribble and beat people, it would definitely be Barnes. But if you're talking about an inside forward that can score goals, obviously just look at the numbers. It's most.
Okay. Guys, this going to
England Barnesy never got a fish, and the England fans like treated him badly, booed him and that because they expected him to do that Brazil goal every week or some shit and he couldn't. But
Guys, should we do an all-time 11 Liverpool and see who gets in, who doesn't get in? Should be interesting.
wait. Just hang on then. Okay, just talk about other shit. If that's what you want to do, I can do that.
Well, I'm just going to go and have lunch, but I just wanted to answer Jake's question. I agree with Brian because we've not seen Salah as a number 10 and not even as a number 8. So watching Barnes play, which I did from his Watford days, I mean, what he did, what he could do, if he just played as an out-and-out winger against Salah, it would be close. It would be close. But in terms of an all-round game, it's got to be Barnes. It's got to be Barnes.
All of us, we should put together now our all-time 11.
I'm going to get you. I'm going to do it now. Just hang on.
We all say a player so in goal, and then we all say who we think should be in goal.
Well, I'm going to go and grab my food, and thank you for coming on, Jake.
All-time 11.
I'm sorry, my food is burning, and
go on then, bro. Nice speaking to you, man. Take care.
Take care, Lee and Brian.
Cheers, cheers. Thanks, mate.
Oh, you didn't say take care to me. He doesn't like me, does he?
The way Barnes moved and slalomed in and out on that left hand side, and he had a great right foot as well. Like he could score with his right foot easily. Barnesy, he was just. I wish we could have had him maybe a year or two earlier. But we didn't. At least we had him. At least we had him anyway for a while. I was watching a game the other day from the Sooners here at Genoa. Yeah, when we played Genoa and got knocked out on our first season back in Europe.
What formation do you want?
Barnes had 3 operations on his knee in
what formation do you want?
And you could see
4-3-3.
horrible when he got that injury and then wasn't the same. But it was great the way he reinvented himself. He was too clever and good at football to just say, "Oh, that's me done now." So I'll reinvent myself as a central midfielder.
Guys, I don't know your lag. Did you hear me say take care to Dara?
Yeah. No, Dara's good. Dara's what we call,
oh, right, okay.
He's a bit pugilistic,
Castle stuff.
Yeah, he's a bit of a pugilist. He likes to test the new guys. Yeah, and I know. Look, there was a couple of people saying some things in the chat. Well, not a couple of people. There was one person.
Well, attacking.
And look, that's fine. We can't all look. Sometimes personalities clash.
No, what did they say? Tell me if I was talking shit. I'd like to know.
No, not about you. Just, some people were, just.
No, that was me. That was me, Jake, talking shit.
No, it's just like I say. Some people, yeah, we're all strong personalities, but Dara is a big friend of the channel, and has always been a big friend of. I've known Dara for a long time, and look, he likes to get things, but
we give your name away as well. You said anonymity, and I can't say my name.
No, that was a joke. That was a joke. Everyone knows my name is Brian. Yeah, everyone knows my name is Brian. It's just everyone starts saying everyone knows my name.
I think carrying on about what's your name because I thought, all right, he really doesn't want to give me.
No, I was only taking the piss when I said no one knows my name. Everyone knows my name is Brian. Everyone calls me Brian all the time. It takes about 5 minutes. I knew it only take me 30 seconds.
Anonymous guy. So I was like, oh, wait, maybe he's anon. Do you know what I mean?
No. Sure, I was on YouTube for 4 years as Brian Morrissey. That's my actual name.
That's the anon guy, with a hat, like black hat.
Yeah, exactly. No, literally, I was on YouTube for a long time, and then I was like, no, I can't. Basically, and I was happy. I've been on big channels on stuff under Brian Morrissey. That's my name. I've been doing it for years. But Brian Morrissey is a shit name for a YouTube channel.
Brian, did you remember Sean?
Yeah, change my name something.
Brian, do you remember Sean from? I think it was just after Hicks Hicks and Gillette went, and Sean, he's from Ireland, right? He started Fenway, We Come Not to Pay, the first generation of FSG out. Do you remember him?
Shit. Right. Okay.
I'm
No,
not-
you
that makes
fucking hit me
sense,
with a
Paul.
deep cut that I don't know. That's interesting. Sean, FSG out.
He
Okay.
started Fenway, no, it's called FSG out now. But the first ever phase when Fenway first came was the Fenway We Come Not to Pay, and it was like the first phase of FSG out.
Okay. No, I don't. But I'm interested. Yeah. I
He
don't
got right
know
on
that.
the internet, man. They said they were going to burn his house and everything.
Okay. Okay.
But
So
top red back
who
then.
was that then? Who said that to them? That they're gonna
Those top reds, you know, people like pro FSG, they attacked him.
Okay.
They were attacking him until he ran off the internet.
No, I said childish things like I'd like to poo in John W. Andrews' swimming pool because he doesn't spend enough money. But I do appreciate
You're
what they've
assuming he
done
has a
for us.
pool, by the way. Well, imagine, Lee, if you're kind of like, you had kind of enacted that plan, and then you showed up and you gotten into the grounds of sort of his, and he didn't have a swimming. What would your plan be? Or what would your number 2 plan be if it wasn't?
I'd probably knock at the house and tell him what it came to do. I'd say, I thought you had a swimming
Right.
pool, mate, and I did come here to do that, but like, now I can't, sort of thing. You assume that rich people have swimming pools, don't you? I'd have one, mate, if I could
Hey,
afford
guys,
it.
want to know something bad? Guys,
Well, what if he said, I do have a pool, but it's indoors?
Yeah.
Are you going to go all home invasion on it, or are you just going to...
No, I'd ask if I could have a swim and then discreetly, I wouldn't wee in it like that'd be a telltale sign. You could see the yellow then, like, but that was just me being a child, like about FSG, about John W. Henry not spending enough money a couple of seasons ago. I must have typed it about 5 times because I thought
we were singing the Reds have got no money, but we'll win the league. We were singing it in the ground. We were basically taking the piss out of John Henry. We say, no, you won't give us any money, and we'll still go and win the league because we're fucking stubborn. That's what we were singing, Lee, right?
Yeah. When we won the League Cup against Cardiff, I remember he spoke to Tom Ware in his dressing room, and he just went, "You got it to say, Tom." He just went, "Go Liverpool," and put his fist up. It was funny the way he said it, like, because it just sounded. It was sincere when he said it, but it was just like, "Go Liverpool." It was very American, like, but he was pleased. You know what I mean? And so were we, because we've been through bloody horrible times with the other two shysters. Hicks gave me Hicks. Gillette made me sweat. Oh, what a pair of...
They were gambling, weren't they? They gambled until the point where they used the club, and then we were going to go into admin, and then
we're going
to
build a new stadium in Stanley Park. We're going to build. Do you remember when the plan was to build a stadium halfway between Goodison and Anfield in Stanley Park and share it with Everton? That's what they wanted.
Guys, did you know Dubai wanted us as well?
Can't be having the two clubs.
Okay, Jake.
Yeah.
You wanted it. I'm going to give it to you.
What? I wanted what?
You want an all-time Liverpool 11, right?
We were just conversating. I'm just saying while we're conversing. I was saying, did you know that Dubai wanted to buy us, Dick? They were called DIC.
DIC,
Yep.
We turned them down.
Jake, I can raise you one on that. Who was heading up those negotiations?
We were what? We were that far ahead, were we? Really?
No, who was heading up those the DIC negotiations? Who was heading that up?
I don't know, bro.
Amanda Staveley. Amanda Staveley.
No way.
The girl who ended up buying Newcastle on behalf of the Saudis.
She was the one. Face.
That's how far back she goes in terms of she went out to the Middle East.
Where's she gone?
Yeah, she went out to the Middle East way back and started
Yeah.
making contacts out there,
No, I'm
saying I
saying
can be the front.
Newcastle, but she's gone, isn't she? I haven't seen her in ages.
Oh yeah, she's bailed out. Yeah, she's so basically they all have an exit strategy. So basically, what happens is, no, she fronts up a deal. She has money, yeah, but it's all for. So she fronts up the bid. She was trying to buy Liverpool for DIC. She was the head of the bid, and that's like way back then, right? So she's been out in the Middle East since then,
She
making
came in,
those contacts.
and then once it was all settled with the Prem, then she bails so that Pep.
Yeah, no, what happened? Yeah, no, she brought it basically. She gets a little bit richer and a
Yeah,
little bit more contacts, and 20 years later, after trying to buy us for DIC, she's
yeah,
trying to buy Newcastle for the PIF because she's a pretty face,
Yeah.
she's a blonde, she speaks English, she can go out there, she can do the blah blah blah, right? But
yeah.
she also has money, and she gets a nice little chunk of that club.
She's
She got
brilliant.
about 4 or 5%, right? So, but
Mhm.
she's the face of it, right? Nice on the front picture, blonde, pretty blonde girl. Well, she used to be. Now she looks like fucking whatever.
I'd like to
But
see it before the surgery.
but
Bit of
yeah,
Mickey Rourke,
it's just.
like female Mickey Rourke going
Well,
on. Not
she comes in, spends a few million quid. She bails out after 3 years, makes about 30 or 40 million. And now she's gone. It was never the plan for her to stay there. She basically is the real estate agent, the pretty face for the UK press in the stands.
When
all
she
the
was younger, wasn't she, Brian? She was really pretty when she was younger. Before she started doing all the cosmetic shit to her
Oh, a
face.
lot of Botox, a lot of, but I'm not cosmetically. Oh shit! Sorry, JK. Shit, dude. Sorry.
What? That's what?
I'm not shaming anybody for getting any
It's
work done or
LGA.
anything like that, but yeah, it's obvious. She looks like a cat in the headlights. JK, how are you?
I'm
What
all
are we
good, man.
doing
How you
here,
doing?
by the way? Is this an all-time 11? Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah, but I was going to
Jake.
say we all say which players we disagree or agree. Like I say someone, and you'd be like, no, I think that one, and then Brian will be like, oh no, I think this one, and then we come to an agreement. Then like, okay, we'll put this one in at the end after all our opinions.
So it's an
I didn't
all-time
really
Liverpool
know.
11.
I didn't
Yeah.
really know much about the Dubai interest in us until the deal had failed. But I do
Yeah.
remember.
Okay,
Do
cool.
you remember this though, Brian? Where did they come back to haunt? Yeah, Rick Parry, who was our chief executive at the time, said you can only sell a family silver once, so we
I
have to
know,
get it
yeah.
right.
Then he sold
Who
it
we
to
sell
fucking
to from
Inter,
David
yeah.
Moores, and they ended up.
Breaking news. Fucking Brathwaite has just signed to Everton. Re-signed.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
On now. It's on right now.
I knew he was. I knew Moores wouldn't let
JK,
it.
are you just if JK's joined? I'm assuming he's
Who?
he's I'm
Sorry,
assuming he's
Jay.
here. JK, you there?
Leslie.
Sorry when I sometimes answer when it's your go, Jay. I don't realise I'm doing it sometimes, and sorry,
James.
don't mean it.
Really? You're just apologizing to JK for that? And Jay?
Yeah, because it's mainly JK I've done it to. I know I'd do it to you.
Or most of the internet, yeah.
He did it to everyone.
Yeah.
I can't hear
It's
Jake.
That's cool.
basically your king. Yeah, JK meet Jake. Jake meet
Oh,
JK.
nice to meet you, man.
Oh, hi, Jay.
How you doing? Yeah, everything good, yep.
Yeah, we're doing an all-time 11, we are.
Okay, no problem.
So, okay, so we're doing an all-time Liverpool 11. So we're starting with a goalkeeper, right?
Yeah. We're all going to say who we think.
So let's say my all-time Liverpool goalkeeper choice would be Grobbler. Right, so I'll let JK go next, as he's just shown.
Alisson.
Lee,
Oh, sorry,
recognize the brevity.
on myself. Yeah, I'd go for Grobbelaar, but what I do want to say is how badly he disappointed me towards the end with that nonsense, which I do believe was true. when he got paid, because he's like jumped out the way of some of them. Like, he really disgraced himself. He had a cob on that he wasn't like a big player anymore, and he was sort of like falling to the sidelines and that was unforgivable. That, like, I remember some rival fan I saw on telly at the time before the internet. He went, "Oh, it's Liverpool. They always cheat." So, like, you do realise that if your goalkeeper lets in goals on purpose, it's not a good thing. It doesn't help you. So saying, "Oh yeah, I'm not surprised Liverpool like doing that," it's like, you do realise it's a bad thing for the goalkeepers to let goals in. But that's the mentality of some people, isn't it? Like, you know what I mean? They're like, cheating, I knew it, bloody Liverpool. So, shock, will you?
So you're saying
Grobbelaar, because how much I loved him when I was a kid, because he was funny and
shit,
that
right,
doing his handstands.
that's 2-0 then. Oh, well, that's 2-0. That's
Great
2-0.
sign from Bob Paisley to find
Whoever in
him.
the chat puts it up
Yeah,
first.
it's
You
2 for
ready?
Ali. So first one in, he'll
You
already
can,
have his score. Yeah, so the first
no
2 for
one asked
Grobbelaar,
me.
2 for Allison. So first person in the chat to come in with something different.
Bro, you didn't ask
We
me.
can move on.
You didn't ask me.
Oh, I thought you said Ali. Sorry, dude.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah,
Well,
I would
sorry.
say Alison, I would say Alison, but no one asked me.
Oh, I thought you did. Oh, sorry. So what's your choice?
So
What's
you
your
went
shout?
to JK after you, and then you went
Oh,
to
sorry, dude. Sorry.
even though this was all my idea. But yeah, Alison.
So we got one for Ray Clemens.
I started this old time 11, and then I get cut out.
I'm so sorry. I'm genuinely sorry. You
I
can go
reckon
first.
Chiesa out, mate.
You can go first every time from now on. You can go
I
first
I
every
reckon
time.
Chiesa out.
I turned
Yeah,
into
man.
We can call me Chaser now.
I'd have Clemens if I saw him more, but I did see him. He still
One
had got
Clemens
like,
from Grobbelaar. That's
Go with
Grobbelaar.
Grobbelaar because red chili. Yeah.
So who are we choosing then? Because 2 are saying Alison and 2 are saying Grob.
Yeah, with the first one we got a Grobbelaar. We've got a Grob. No, Grobbelaar said Rob. No, you can't say Grobbelaar and Allison Red Chili. That's
We
not
got
how it works.
half Grobler, half Alison. Splice, yeah.
Yeah, nice. Give it another second.
one of the greatest Grobbelaar games was the 86 FA Cup final against Everton. That header from
Dude,
Graham
making
Sharp,
the
he
benches
jumped
in
up
question, Kevin.
over the bar. Oh, he was just such an eccentric and a big personality that you couldn't help but love him. And, you know, he was called a clown and all that shit, like by Brian
Right,
Clough.
Grobbelaar,
Yeah, he's a great goalie, mate. A really
what
good
was
goalie.
Grobbelaar's nationality? I can't remember. Because it's like for me.
I always ate a piece
South
of
African.
shit. I always ate a piece of shit.
Africa.
Or Zimbabwe, one of them two.
It's only Red Chili. It's only cheating if it isn't immediately obvious what you're doing. What you're doing isn't cheating. It's just, I don't know what it is. Just being wrong. Oh, okay. Look,
Left back, yeah.
because we fucked it up, I'm just going to give it to you, so you can have
Alison.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, but Grobbelaar,
So,
what's it called?
greatest
Grobbelaar was
ever
first.
Liverpool left back.
The best
There's
ever left.
one last thing on Grobbelaar.
Move
This doesn't maybe sound astounding, but we always used to sing to him, Brucey, what's the score? And he'd turn
We've
around
moved on.
and put his fingers up like 2-1 if we were winning 2-1 or 3-1 if we were winning 3-1. We never sang it to him when we were getting beat like or drawing, but
Hey, we got out there, man.
we had a great relationship with the cop, you know, just like his antics and that, like.
Yeah. We got Alison in, I think. Did we pick Alison?
Yeah, I've given you Allison because
cool. Right, left back.
Yeah, and you get first choice, so left back. Your all-time Liverpool 11 left back.
I'm younger, so for me it would be Robertson.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be about age or like whatever you want to do. You know, whatever.
Andy Robertson for me. I think he's the best we've had. I might be wrong though.
Yeah, no, I'd rather you say that. I'd rather you say you're doing it because you watched them, rather than say, "Oh, what I read about this guy."
I think he was world-class in his prime. I think he was like.
But he also was that as well. Yeah, I'm not going to say he wasn't. So yeah, but you've seen him, and he was world class, as opposed to some
So
guy
he
that you haven't seen,
and it's like
but
that,
you've
but then
read about.
someone might counter argue with me and say something completely different. I'm just saying Andy is mine.
No, Dara's gone. Don't worry, you're safe.
We'd had Alan Kennedy forever and a day, but to replace him, we got Jim Beglin in, and Jim Beglin was superb. That season when I started going the match, he was brilliant, Jim Beglin. But then his career got ended by that Gary Stevens tackle. He didn't mean it, like, but you know, it happens. But he was great, Jim Beglin. I know he's a bit of a tool now on telly and that, and sometimes does us down, but I'd be bitter if I was him, not against Liverpool, but the way that happened, because he was fabulous, Jim Beglin.
Robertson, I'll change my mind. Alan Kennedy,
Yeah.
Reese, Alan Kennedy.
Risa was good.
Well, Kevin said Risa and Kennedy. You can't. I mean, that's not helpful. That's
Well,
literally not.
Stevie
Now
Nicol.
you're just no Kevin. Now you're just naming left backs. Okay, so it's who's your best ever? JK.
Robinson for me.
Andy.
Two for Rob.
Yeah, two. That's two already.
Lee.
Yeah,
Can you give me
I'm
an
having
actual
a weird
definitive
one, like you
answer?
said. I'm
Just
going,
can you give me an answer in the form of a name?
yeah, Beglin. I'm going with what I saw when I first
Beglin.
started going the match. Like, I saw Grobbelaar and I saw Beglin. Remember that kickoff he had in the FA Cup final, pushing, when Grobbelaar started pushing him and all that. Like,
Yeah.
no, it was a shame. It was a shame with Jim Beglin.
What, do you think he's better than Andy, though?
Not really, no, but I'm just saying when I was a kid, he was brilliant, and it was just a shame what happened. But injuries happen, don't they? He's a bit of a dickhead now, old Jim, but he was
Andy or Jim Beglin, who would you actually pick over the both of them?
I'm trying to remember who we bought him from in Ireland, because it used to be in the match programme, like it'd be like 86 FA Cup final when my mum and stepdad went to that.
It's not okay to cheat.
It was in, who did we buy him from?
So you want Jim Beglin, man, yeah?
Yeah, I want Jim Beglin, yeah.
Okay.
I want me childhood back, don't I?
Well, two Andys and one Jim. What about you, Brad?
Well, you see, what none of you probably anticipated is that I could walk out my front door now, and with a good stroll on me, I could be at Jim Beglin's childhood home in about 25 minutes.
Yeah.
He's from Waterford. He's a Waterford man. He's from Lismore, what we call Lismore Heights, which is about 25 minutes walk from my house. He's a Waterford man. But
so
what
can
you
you
also
remind
might
me
not have
what the
but
club
what you
was?
might not have also
I
anticipated
remember
is
with
the
Ronnie
fact that he's
Whelan.
never come back to Waterford, and everyone from Waterford fucking hates him
Well,
because he's
Brian,
never
take
done
that.
anything for County. So
No.
yeah, so swerve off that. So
Oh, mate, we struggled.
no way I'm going with Robbo. There's no way I'm going with Robbo. Fabio Aurelio is one of my favorite players of all time. But if probably for this one, I will say, okay, Robertson.
Yeah.
Robertson. Fair enough. But yeah,
Right.
Jim Beglin is literally from around the corner from where I'm sitting right now. He's 20 minutes away.
Yeah.
So right back.
It's Trent. I hate him, but it's Trent.
Mm-hmm.
It is Trent.
Okay, for me, Phil O'Neill.
Who's your top right back of all time? Phil O'Neill. Jake. That's simple.
Maybe just because young man.
I've seen enough of Phil Neal, like I've seen his later, sort of like last couple of seasons. It's probably a few, like actually, you know, from the early 80s till his end. But replacing him with Steve Nicol, I'm going to go with Steve Nicol.
Oh, he was good as well, wasn't he, Steve?
Yeah. Phil Neal won it all, you know what I mean?
I mean, what, 722,000 appearances or something? I mean, what did he get? No, I mean, but what is he, like 650 or something? Won everything there is to win.
Yep. Trent for me is probably my favourite, but when you look at it on paper, Phil Neal is the one who's got all the trophies.
He's the most decorated Liverpool player ever.
At
Not
least
just 4 European Cups. He won the UEFA Cup in '76.
Four European Cups, lads. Come on, 4 European
Cups.
Exactly. That's more than most fucking clubs have.
Do you know what pissed me off? Ferguson cheated when he started doing that crap where he'd keep like gigs and people like that on until they were like 40 or some shit so they could win more titles. When Phil Neal's career was done, he was gone, you know what I mean? But Fergie cheated, so like, oh, he's won more leagues than Phil Neal.
Seedorf. I mean, Seedorf, you're talking about Seedorf, you're talking about Messi, Ronaldo, when you're talking about people that are above him in European Cups that they've won. It's crazy. But yeah, I think it has to be Phil Neal.
Yeah.
Pretty much ever present. I don't think he ever had a serious injury,
I
Phil Neal.
don't like that because I tried to rat anyway, so.
Yeah. Okay, so centre half number 1. Forget about left side, right side, and as I said, Jake, you can have first shot on everything because we did you bad first time out.
Yeah. Virgil van Dijk. He's got to go in, isn't he?
This is probably going pretty quick, this one.
Yeah,
JK.
Virgil van Dijk. Virgil van Dijk.
Lee.
Lawrenson.
Yeah, there's another centre half parent, but if we're all going VVD on this one, you're going to back that one up, yeah?
No, I'm going Lawrenson.
No? Well, you've been outvoted anyway. So,
but there's another. I must have that back four. Must have that back four.
That's the fact the world's ever seen like.
If we all pick another centre half and you say
he's going to get Lawrenson again, isn't he?
Okay, so second centre half. Half. We already have VB, so who's our second centre half?
Alan Hansen.
Yep, same as for me. Alan Hansen, VVD, best ever.
Alan Hansen, there we go.
I'll put VVD with Lotto.
I'm doing well. I did quite well then, didn't I, JK?
Mm-hmm.
I knew he was going to say VVD. I told you, man. You had your So you want Lawrence. Basically, your vote is Lawrence. It's not VVD.
You can play in both positions, left or
yeah.
right.
I'm voting Hansen. Everyone else is voting Hansen. You vote Lawrence and VVD. You've gotten your VVD, but you've gotten it the wrong way around. So it's Hansen.
Mm-hmm.
So
which gives us
Allison, Robertson, VVD, Virgil, Neil, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's it. That's our back four. Our back five right now is this. It's Allison, Robertson. I think people should be able to see it there a bit more. Allison in goal, Phil Neal right back, Hansen, VVD in the middle, Robbo on the left.
Yeah.
So we can move on to the number. Well, the number 8. Forget the numbers here in this. I'm not going to bother changing it. In your,
what I used to love about Hansen? He always said, that like this player. He'd say Lawrenson was better in the air than me. He'd say Phil Thompson was much better in the air than me. But that wasn't Hansen's game. It was reading it and that like. But that was great the way he used to always say that. Like he always did himself down. But he'd say Lotto was the pace. He was better in the air. Blah blah blah. But they were just such a great partnership, like best partnership I've seen, because we haven't had a partner that good for VVD as of yet.
No.
Was Matip overrated?
Not for me.
JK. No, you were talking about him or not. JK. Was Matip overrated?
At the end, I think he was. I think at the end, but in general, no, he wasn't. I think he was a sound player. He wasn't great. He wasn't rubbish. He just got the job done. At the end, I think the fans
was he a bit of a kind of a we love a bit of Matip and his funny faces and a bit of this, but
his personality and that sound and that. But for me, football wise, he did okay for us. I think by that own goal.
He's finding when he tripped from where's he from? What did we get him from a German club?
Schalke, wasn't it?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Great
Yeah.
free signing.
What a free signing. He was a good signing.
Yeah. It was
Yeah,
his
he was a sound
run.
player.
His run was mad, wasn't it? His giraffe run, like, and that,
Yeah.
like, he was in Gailey and that, like, but yeah, I love
He's good at it.
His partnership with Virgil to Gomez's. Gomez's was good, but I liked Matip's more. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just was always looking at him going,
Yeah, his last season, he was
you're going to be
pretty poor.
broken next week.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
going to be broken next week. It's like, can I look at the next 3 years of Liverpool? You know, can I look at the next 3 years saying VVD, Matip, next 3 years? You know, I never got that with him. It was almost like, okay, he's fit this week. Cool. Play him. But if you ask me to say plan over a couple of months, he would have made me real twitchy. When he was fit, cool, play him. But is he a long-term kind of guy? And he ended up staying for like the whole time, 6 seasons. You know, he came on a free, left on a free.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he was just never rock solid for me. He was never like, yeah, it'll be VBD, it'll be Matt for the next 3-4 years, bang,
Mm-hmm.
you know, top quality. It's like, no, look, Matt was fit, dude, play him, cool. But don't ask me to say in 2 weeks' time he'll be playing again, because it's just not predictable enough. Not like with any player it is, but he gave us some good service, right? And people like watching him carry the ball forward and that kind of stuff. But you know,
Do you remember that last game, like Tottenham game in the last season? He was with us. He scored that own goal. There and then I realised he's on his way out. I don't know. He was just making mistakes and stuff. So I think timing wise, it was a good time for him to leave and stuff. But all in all, he was a sound player, bro. Top lad.
It had to be him that scored that.
he just never nailed it down, though, JK. Did he? Just
Yeah, I know what
never
you mean.
just nailed it down, you know.
He was man of the bloody match when we had 10 men and that thing going in off. God, that was so cruel, that way. But see, when we needed him most was when Virgil and Joe Gomez got them terrible injuries, and Matip didn't get a terrible injury. He just had loads of niggling ones that season. I believe he started 6 games in the league and finished 3.
What you mean when Pickford actually got Van Dijk on purpose to fuck our season? You mean then, yeah?
Yeah. When Pickford,
you know that Pickford went to hurt our player, right, and go away, didn't even get a red card. Do you know how fucked up that is?
Well,
he didn't even get a red card.
I just want to welcome back Bernie. Bernie has joined.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, JK. Hi, Lee. Hi. Is it Gareth?
No, Jake.
No, Jake.
Oh, sorry, Jake. Sorry.
Yeah, Gareth sounds like Jake.
Gareth isn't very Welsh, kind of. It's like one of those Welsh kind of things, isn't it? It's a very Welsh
You
name.
can call me Gareth if you want to.
Hi, Abdul. As well.
Yeah, and Abdul, feel free to rejoin, because we're playing a little game. It's not just a random.
I think we're on DM.
Yeah, and Dara.
Yeah, we'll move on. It will get tangential. We know we won't get from blah, blah, blah. But at the moment, we're on number 6. So call it a DM, call it a holding midfielder, call it whatever you want. But we all know we've got 3 in the midfield, and it's the most defensive.
So for me, prime Fabinho, when he was in his prime,
Fabinho?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he was the best in the world, and then they even said he was better than Rodri at one point. Do you remember that?
Oh, I remember. You know, there's a game that's not talked about a lot for him. When the Origi, the corner taken quickly game.
Oh, yeah.
He was immense in that game. Fabinho, if you watch back the corner, what was it, 4-3 on aggregate, right?
Yeah.
Like all the way from the 1-0 to the 2-0 to the 3-0, Fabinho was immense.
Do you know what I love about him as well, Brian? It's the fact that when we bought him, no one had a fucking clue it was happening. There was no Fabrizio Romano, here we go, or all this bullshit. It was just
it was
fucking.
under it was 007 shit, man. It was
And
James Bond.
didn't have a fucking clue because he just came from
Oh.
nowhere. No one mentioned him. We took him off United, by the way. He was linked to United, and we hijacked it.
Yeah, he was a known player. He was known to be good. We just stole in there. Like, what was it called? The Hoover. I mean, our team got so much better instantly when he replaced Henderson in the 6. Henderson did an all right job, but like Fabinho was just like one serious upgrade. I love that one when we played City and he scored that one from just outside the box, and then he looks at his watch and taps his watch. Like,
yeah, time is
well, we've got a Fabinho, we've got a Souness, we've got a Fabinho, Fabinho. I know Red meant Fabinho. We've got a Mascherano. Sorry, Bert, I'll just quickly run through these. We got another Graham Souness.
Mascherano's good.
That's it. Yeah, that's it basically. So
I think Fabinho, you guys can pick whoever you want.
Yeah, no, I'm just definitely. I'm just trying to. It's about one or two.
Very good.
You got 2 Souness's, you got a Mascherano, 3 Fabinhos. So Barney, you just come in and let us know you got another Fabinho. And remember, guys, we're talking all time here.
Yeah.
We're talking all time. We're not talking just Premier League. We're talking all time. Liverpool, like, and an all time. Don't exactly, and don't stress either, because we're one of those clubs where we're lucky enough to be able. We could do 2 all time 11s.
Yeah, we could.
And people wouldn't be able to argue with them. So don't stress too much. But
I'll disqualify Mascherano on the basis that he wasn't here long enough. He was here, what was it, 3 seasons?
Yeah, you have to have criteria. You've got to knock him out for some reason. So no, I was going to go with Barney. So we've got Fabinho from Jake on, right? We've got a lot of people from the chat, right, doing different things. So Barney, what's your, again, we can talk about other stuff as we go, but we're just trying to get this number 6 thing.
Yeah, I'm going with Fabio.
TM, number 6, holding mid, whatever you want to call it.
Fabio Aurelio.
Aurelio in the number, your all-time DM.
Well,
okay.
He did play number 6 at one time. But no, you got.
I wasn't expecting you to be the contrary one, but okay.
Yeah, well, no, he did play number 6 for a while, but and I like it. But I'm going to go.
Yes.
I'm going to, because you've got me doubting myself. I'm going to go back to Mascherano.
So the best defensive midfielder ever to play for Liverpool, in your eyes, is Mascherano.
Well, hang on. What number are we talking?
That's the question.
Number 6.
It's your all-time. This is our 11. So who's your all-time
midfielder?
No. Okay. Right. There's 3 people in the midfield, right? As we can see.
Yes.
Right. The one that's up next is the guy in the midfield 3 that out of the 3 of them is the most defensive guy. So we want to call it the DM or the holding midfielder or whatever it is. It's that guy. The number 6, the DM, the whatever you want to call it, but it's that guy.
Yeah, so we're talking like Fabinho or Mascherano, really.
The Fabinho, Mascherano, Souness.
Or Apple as well, yeah. Oh, Phil. Yeah, there's loads, isn't there?
He was good.
Sorry,
I've got to give Ronnie Whelan a mention.
Already.
Ronnie Whelan was when we brought Ronnie Whelan.
Lee, I'm trying to get Barney to. We're trying to get both in here.
Right, I've gone all around the world. I'm going to go with Souness now.
Okay, Souness. Okay, so.
But guys, Thiago Alcantara was a DM, right? Was the number 6.
He was a 6, yeah. JK.
Well, what do we think about him? Do you think he could be in the conversation? No, he wasn't best of all time, but he was crazy for some of the stuff he did.
JK.
Yeah, Souness for me.
Souness. Yeah, look, I think Lee, you can answer, but Souness is after winning this, lads. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Souness has to be the one. Like, it has to be.
Graham kick them till they fall. Souness.
Yeah.
No, he was talk about underrated.
Yeah, definitely.
Talk about Was it 2 N's and 1 S? It wasn't.
No, 1 N and 2 N's.
Well, you know what was good about him as a DM? He fucking kick you if you can. If you were trying.
No, man. Look. There's people that played at the club, right? There's people that played at the club when we were at their peak, right? And people who played in Italy that played with him, and they will tell you, "Oh, look, Graham had this thing." And I've seen interviews with these guys, some of the best to ever played a game, and they've said he's one of the best passers of a football they've ever seen. This guy could create. It's just now he gets reduced to this hard man bullshit. This guy was basically a mixture of N'Golo Kante and Kevin De Bruyne. That's what Souness was like. He could do absolutely everything. Like Declan Rice, if Declan Rice was good.
Yeah.
You know, you came with a bit, but Souness was a top player. So
did we struggle when we sold him?
Now we're moving on to number 8. For me, Steven
Gerrard. We're going to have
Gerrard.
to play this with 2. Now we're going to have to tell people, right? So we have 1 number 9, okay?
Yeah.
This Jake wanted to go with the 4-3-3, so there ain't no 4-4-2. So we only have 1 number 9. We have a left winger. Now I'm not calling these inside forwards, right? Left winger, right winger, number 9. So bear that in mind. And 2, anything from 8 onwards. 2 8s, 2 10s.
Yeah.
But they have to be central players. They have to be central players, right? These. And then, you can't have a fucking, whatever in here. You can't have a Salah in here, right?
No.
So the next 2 have to be attacking midfielders, basically. And then we can have a left winger, a right winger, and only 1 number 9 for a club that's renowned for having the world's best number 9s. But anyway.
I think we're all going to agree Steven Gerrard. There's no one going to not say Steven Gerrard.
Yeah, I think you kind of fucking stick Gerrard in there, actually, just to make that easy.
Yeah, just put him in there. Don't ask no one.
Yeah, actually, that's
save some time.
Jake,
save some time.
ruining it. I like to say Steven Gerrard, so let me say it. Steven Gerrard.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying we're all going to say Gerrard.
I know, but you're taking it away from me. And
I mean, like Glass is saying it here, Gerrard and Souness in the same midfield. JK. Brilliant. Do you want to be going up against that on a cold Sunday morning at Goodison Park? Souness and Gerrard in the same fucking midfield.
Oh. And Dalglish playing off them.
That's just
the way you want it. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I remember when we played Germany, and
people wouldn't be coming back out at halftime. There'd be lads in the dressing room going, "No, I don't fancy that. Actually,
I'm tired.
I don't fancy that. I don't fancy that.
Not well. I'll have to. I'll try.
Yeah, actually, I'm feeling a bit. Okay, this is awesome. Okay, it's very YouTubey, but we've got a K-Mac raid. K-Mac has obviously been doing a show, and he sent all his fans over here, which is. That's lovely. Thank you very much, K-Mac. We've got 56 people watching now. So get your game up, people. Thank you very much, K-Mac. That's lovely of you, man. That's great. Thank you very much. K-Mac raid. I hope we can keep some of you entertained for the next short while. We're not quite doing what K-Mac would be doing, but we're doing what we're doing right now. For anybody that's new and watching, is we're building our all-time Liverpool 11. That's what we're doing right here. We've got some people on the chat, people in the panel that are building their own all-time Liverpool 11. We weren't expecting a raid. I didn't know that. That's amazing. Thank you very much again, K-Mac, for doing that. But yeah, we're halfway through it. We're building our all-time Liverpool 11 all time, not just Premier League, and we've gotten so far through to the point where we are at our all-time 11 according to the chat and according to the panel so far is Alisson in goal, Phil Neal at right back, Alan Hansen and VVD in the middle, Andy Robertson at left back, Graham Souness in the holding midfield role with Gerrard in an 8, which is one of the most hard as nails midfields you're ever going to come across in your life. So we have 4 places left to fill, which is our more kind of attacking midfielder and a left winger, a right winger, and a number 9. Because Jake has decided that we're going to go with a 4-3-3. So beside Gerrard in the middle, JK, who would be your next choice for a central midfielder?
Yeah, Dalglish. Dalglish for me, yeah.
In a central midfield role?
Yeah, I've got to put him in the team. So for me, number 7, sorted.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, him and Gerrard together, perfect.
King Kenny. Or Xabi Alonso would be a good shout, but I'd say Kenny.
Kenny, man.
Oh no, Alonso's been knocked out of this. Alonso's my favorite player of all time, and he isn't getting into this team because Souness and I ain't squeezing him in. I mean, I'm thinking more of an attacking. Are we okay?
King Kenny.
Okay, I can't believe this has happened. But okay, so Barney, you're saying King Kenny.
King Kenny, definitely.
JK, you're saying King Kenny.
Yeah.
Jake, you're saying King Kenny.
Yeah, King Kenny.
Lee?
100.
Yeah, I'm saying Kenny as well. I loved it when we played him in midfield with Rush and Walsh up front, with Kenny just behind.
Is there a body of work? Lee, can you assure me, right? I'm not asking, Lee, can you assure me that there's actually a body of work that I can look at and say, yeah, King Kenny genuinely did play in midfield?
Not a body of work, no, but at the end of it, coming to the end of his time, like he was striker affair, brilliant striker, great goal scorer, all that stuff. But then, like towards the end of his career, like we did use him a little bit more, and that, like we started the European Cup final against Juventus that way with Walsh and Rush up front, Kenny just behind him. Where we struggled that season, we could not replace Souness. Yeah. The rest of the midfield, I think, was John Moore, Whelan, and who was the other one? But it was no good anyway.
Okay.
God,
we have to get Kenny in the team, and
I know, but let us know in the chat, people. There's a lot of people in the chat. You know, a lot of people come in from KMAC. I know you probably weren't aware of what we were doing over here, so just throw in a few names. Look, come on, throw in a few names, people. Don't worry about that like and subscribe shit. Get involved in the comments. Just throw in a few names.
This is the dream team. So Kenny definitely.
So can we put Kenny in it? I mean, everyone said it. Everyone said it. So I think I kind of.
Kenny would like slot in, so he'd be in the midfield, but he'd also like.
But those two behind him, he's going into a number 10 role, isn't he?
Yeah, he would invert as a false 9, and he was very good in that position. So, yeah, that's where I would put him, because I already know my wingers and my striker.
You know the ball, I mean, don't you, where Dalglish plays it to Rush, that ball where he just curled it right into Rush's
Right, so that's it.
Yep.
Okay, so that's it there, right. So,
right wing.
So, Ali, Robbo, VVD, Hansen, Neil, that was the back 5. Now we've got the midfield. We had the midfield. We had the midfield.
You lost it.
With Souness in the hole, the reverse hole, the back hole, the number 6, the DM. Dalglish and Gerrard, I can deal with that. I can live with that. Yeah, I can actually live with that. That could actually be a real team, if you know what I mean. I mean, Gerrard and Souness, good luck getting through that.
Dalglish, Gerrard and Souness both together in the midfield.
And then Kenny just doing this.
Yes.
All you need is this. That's all you need is just this. That's all you need is this. That's all you need. Kenny just doing this.
And he's there in the pocket.
That's all you need.
Yeah, he always loved to drop off anyway, but he did it more
Silly
as he
in
got
there,
older.
Kenny over there. This guy moves up a bit.
Yep. Now you do it.
You know, that's all you need.
But it's just a different organisation of the way that yeah. Because now Kenny is like a false nine, isn't he? Behind in the pivot. Behind.
Oh, and by the way, sorry, I should have mentioned this. A lot of people have come in from K-Max channel. Maybe you're just watching. But this is an open call-in show. It's just, I know it's pinned in the chat. If anybody new is out there, we don't have any restrictions. Anybody wants to come in, wants to have their say on absolutely anything, come in. We'd love to hear from new people. Like I say, it's pinned in the StreamYard is pinned for a reason. This is always an open show, so anybody wants to call in, add themselves to the panel, have their say on what we're doing, the teams we're picking, anything that's happened the last week, transfers, updates, all that stuff. Happy to have people on. We have new people on here all the time. Jake's a new person, Abdul's a new person. So don't be shy. We're always welcome. Come in and say hello. I will go back to the thing. Yeah, see, we're getting a bit creative with it here, you know. Jared in this role here. But yeah, this is more what we're going to talk about as that 4-3-3, so we can go to the right winger, I suppose, as it were. So, Jake, what's your?
My all-time
Jake? On the right wing, yeah, the guy that's number 10 on the screen, as it were. Salah.
Yeah, for me. Right
Who's
way.
that guy? Who?
Yeah.
Who?
Salah as well again.
Oh, that Egyptian fella. That lad. He's heard about him. Yeah, he's alright. Yeah.
Mo Salah, Mo Salah.
With Kenny dropping deep, yeah. I know I'm labouring the point, but that really excited me. I don't remember it at the time because on the night of that final, like me and my mates were all breakdancing in my bedroom and didn't even really watch the match, but it didn't last long anyway. Before that, Kenny started midfield, behind Rush. See, Fagan was trying to find the right balance, and without Souness, it was hard. But I would have loved to see how that bloody game went.
Guys, this team is fucking hell. This team is nasty.
It's not bad, is it? It's not bad.
Oh yeah, it's rocking this team.
It's a hell of a midfield. I mean,
not everyone said anything straight away. That's how powerful he is. Like everyone just knew it's going to be Salah, isn't it?
Who takes the pens?
I mean, even as a team, Lee, even as a team that has people like Phil Neal, 600 appearances, Ian Rush, 500 appearances, 300 fucking goals, whatever it is. I know it's not that much, but you know what I mean. Players with high volume, high numbers. Salah is like a standout.
Yeah.
Even like in a team that has players that have fucking gone consecutive seasons without missing a game. Salah is a standout. Numbers just in terms of appearances, let alone appearances, goals, assists, blah 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 per minute. I mean, what we just sat there last year, we do kind of like the post match on 12-man show, and for pretty much the whole year, after almost every single game, he had broken some other kind of random record. Most this, most consecutive that, blah, blah, blah. Every single fucking week, the Liverpool player with the most this, the Liverpool player with the most that. You know, the Premier League player with the most appearances and goals and blah, blah, blah. Every single fucking week, Mo Salah was breaking some weird fucking record that you'd never heard of before.
It's almost
become up ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, almost become a little bit silly, if I could use that word. The amount of records.
Oh, they were breaking. It was like, what record is he going to break this week? No, but really, it was like, what random fucking unknown record is Mo going to break this week? You know, like most goals scored on a Wednesday in an August. It was just like fucking non-stop, man. The guy's done it all. The guy's done like, so we can put anybody up against Mo. If you're talking about pure talent, actual talent, ability on the ball, that's maybe a different conversation.
Brian,
if you're
does that
talking about effectiveness.
right? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, does it excite you, the link up between Florian Wirtz and Mo Salah? Because I think that's scary for any other team.
What I will say about Mo is, I know he's very modest, but I know he would have loved to have went out on his own in that thing and got an extra assist or goal to go ahead of Cole and Shearer. But at least he equaled them. To equal that, like, was just insane. It was just an insane season from him, like many others before him. Remember his first season? So that bloody hell.
No, his first season was because one of the best. I know Jay, because I know JK loves a bit of this. One of the best things about Mo's first season, right, was the fact that everyone just went, "Oh, one season wonder."
Yeah, I remember that.
One season wonder, and then it was just like, "Oh, so 2 season wonder, is it?"
Oh, so he's doing it again, is he?
Oh, okay. So when there's a 1 season wonder, just this guy, man. But how can you have a better? Has anyone ever had a better debut season in almost any league than what did he get? 40. It was 40. It was over 40 in all comps.
Is it 44?
That first, yeah, I think it was 44 in all comps that first season. And Chelsea rejects, couldn't make it in England. Overpaid, and then he's just had a good start, and then he's breaking records, and he hasn't stopped. He has not stopped for 6 what is it now? 6 seasons, Bernie. How long is he here? 6 years.
I thought it was 8 years. Have I got that wrong? I just thought it was 8.
17, 18. 17, 18 was
Yeah,
when he
they're
came
going
to
8 years.
17, and now it's 25 summer, so 8 years, yeah.
Has anyone ever put up that kind of consistency before in the Premier League?
Was he at Sampdoria? Was he at Fiorentina?
Yeah, but he's that pattern, and he's not world class. Oh, mate, some of the shit that people talk. Troy Deeney, what was he on about there, mate? What was that about?
No, Troy Deeney said he wouldn't take his kids to watch Mo Salah because he's not like he scores goals, yada yada, but he wouldn't take his kids to watch him because he's not like he's not a Messi, he's not a dribbler, he's not a great talent.
And he's not
whatever.
I think a lot of people forget about Salah as well. Is that
what the fuck?
He's hitting those numbers in a much faster game than it used to be. And with the, when you look at it, it's insane the speed of the game and how fit he is. He's had to be compared to it was a different game when it wasn't as fast. And I know.
Barney, can I just interrupt? Can I just check with people? Anybody living on UK time? It is 10:20 on a Wednesday night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to check that because one of my neighbors has just right now decided to start putting up scaffolding on the side of his fucking house. I just wanted to check. It is actually 10:20 on a fucking Wednesday night. He's literally starting. I don't know if you can hear it. He's hammering scaffolding together at 10:20 on a fucking Wednesday night.
This so the kids can
Jesus Christ.
Is this so the kids can climb and kick the ball into your garden?
The fuck.
That's the neighbour you want to watch.
Yeah.
What I want to say about Mo is one of the great things about him is he doesn't get wound up and flustered. But the best bits for me was when he got wound up with bloody Bernardo Silva that time, when Bernardo Silva was all over him and he should have got the foul. And then Mo got booked, didn't he, for complaining? Oh God! That's the one time I've seen Mo. He looked like his eyes. Then he was really wound up by Bernardo Silva. I mean, you've got to admit Bernardo Silva's good at doing that to people. But it's the one time I've seen him and he looked really pissed off, mate. I mean, how many times does he get ragged around? People call him a diver, mate. How many fouls does he not get?
Do you remember Sergio Ramos? Do you remember what Sergio Ramos did to him in the Champions League final when he smashed him over his shoulder?
It's disgusting, that one. I hate him forevermore. What a CUNT that man is.
I hate Real Madrid, full stop. Like the way, have you seen them recently? Their president come out and said, "Oh, Liverpool are our friends. We got great relationship with Liverpool. We respect them." I'm like, wait there, what the fuck? You respect us? You just come and take all our players and then you
that was
steal.
news to me.
How the
That was
fuck did
news to me when I heard that kind of thing. Oh, someone
Yeah.
said, "Yeah, Real Madrid." I was like, "Hang on, why? What? Since when?
No,
We don't have a good relationship with you guys."
we've got
I
no.
know.
Maybe that's what Guillaume
No.
Balaguer said about the 81 final that we won. He went, he said, it's amazing how tactics caused the history between great English and Spanish teams. And he said, Real Madrid were not a great team at the time. And it wasn't because of tactics, mate. It was just like they were on they were lucky to get in the final that time. I didn't see what tactics really had to do with it that much. Like,
Yeah,
No.
I think he got it wrong there. I didn't understand what he was trying to say there.
our club's never been tainted with any sort of fraud or anything like that. We just get down to playing football.
That's the
It's a-
first European Cup final I can remember.
We don't have
went
a
to that
relationship
one,
with any of those teams. We don't have a relationship with Barcelona. We don't have a relationship with Real Madrid, Atletico. We don't have a relationship with any. I
No.
don't even know where that came from. That like, it's like, no, we're rivals. We genuinely consider ye. We have English rivals, and in Europe we have Real Madrid, maybe AC Milan, but not now. Obviously, AC Milan. So
Do you know
yeah,
what?
there's this
Madrid
idea.
never bothered me until Kiev, the way that match went with what Ramos did, like, just left such a sour taste. And, their fans can be knobs, like, can't they? You find that out online. Very entitled. But people say that about Liverpool, like, but I don't think we're anything as bad as their fan base.
Look, Lee, I mean, they've won fucking 700 million trophies.
Mm.
The thing with Real
That's why
Madrid
they're
is
entitled. They're coming from one of the richest.
They shouldn't have
Yeah,
as
but
many.
their club earns more money than anybody else.
You
Even
know
Man
what?
City and PSG, they earn more money than anybody else. They win more trophies than anybody else. That's why they're fucking entitled.
Right. I'm looking forward to playing them in the UCL. I think the season we're going to actually batter them.
we are.
Actually batter them. Like really batter
I'd
them.
rather avoid it.
Like,
I'd rather avoid the drama. But I wouldn't mind beating them in the final.
Like,
yeah, we need to equalise the final thing. We need to make it 2-2.
Yeah, I'd rather beat them in the final than beat them fucking out the quarters or something. I'd actually, because it's like rock.
Well, they're fucked. There's no,
they've beaten us in 2 finals.
We'll actually batter them.
Yeah, they've beaten us in 2 finals. I want to take them. I don't want to stop them winning it in the semis, is what I mean. I don't want to stop them winning it in the quarters. I want to beat them in the final.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
He went 30 odd years, didn't he, without winning the European Cup? You know what pisses me off? The year that
the Spanish teams are shit. Let's not forget. Look, the Spanish teams are shit.
He won the initial 5, right? And then Shankly's first attempt at the European Cup, the ref was paid against Inter Milan. The season before, the same thing happened to Borussia Dortmund, but instead of allowing disallowed goals, the ref didn't do nothing when one of the Dortmund players got kicked so badly that he had to go off and there was no subs, and that's how they done it. And then the 3rd year, he tried it again. All 3 times, the return was going to be at a bloody Inter. But Real Madrid are the ones who benefited because of the honest Hungarian ref, Georgi Vardas. He said no to their bribes and that, like, and Inter were fucking furious. It was the Marathis owned Inter then. I know you like Inter, Brian, but yeah, that thing that happened to us. And it's big Italian journalists come up to Shankly at Anfield and said that, they would never let you win. And Shankly didn't know what he meant, but then did find out, like. Or,
I'd like to see Mo.
Yeah, Barney, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, I'd like to see Mo leave Trent just behind and
just
whiz down and score a goal, and with Trent puffing for tugs trying to catch up with him.
Yeah, Trent was the reason we lost that fucking final against Madrid because he wasn't marking Vinny on the back post. And now recently, he said, even though he was playing against Madrid, he wanted Madrid to win. Did you know that? He backed Madrid. That's the fact.
No, Lee, stop, Lee. Sorry, stop pretending you can't hear us. You're saying Trent backed Madrid to win against us.
He said that he was always backing Madrid and supporting them, even when he was supporting Liverpool. Go and look it up. And
he played them this season.
No, when did he say? No, Jake, what did he say? Where was this?
Bro, he was putting hearts on Real Madrid shit when we were playing them.
Oh, but yeah, but he never. So you were saying he's never actually come out and said, "I backed Madrid to beat us when I played." You know?
Well, he said it's his dream club.
Okay, so you're putting 2 and 2 together on it, is what you're saying.
You'll see someone put it out. You'll have to look it up because someone actually put it out that Trent was back in Madrid while he was still at Liverpool.
Well, what does backing mean? Define backing. I'm sorry, I'm going to get pedantic, but define backing.
So when he was on the field and he let Vinny score that goal, which he quite obviously did let them win, he wanted them to win.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no, that's a bit of a stretch.
So you think when he was on the pitch for us, playing against them, he wanted them to win?
Yes. Trent let Vinny score. Go and watch it again.
Allowed him to score. So actually allowed him to score so they would win and we would lose.
Go and watch the game.
I can't see that.
I watched the game. That's a hell of a fucking take, man. That he actually
Trent is
allowed him to score. So when he was playing for us, he wanted Madrid to beat us. He wanted them to win. So he let Vinny score.
Did you see how open he left fucking Vinny? That's just stupidity, or it's fucking letting him do it.
That's what they call Occam's razor. It's like, if nothing else is provable, then stupidity is probably the right answer,
Well, here's the thing with Madrid, like, they have
he did no, but sorry, I'm interested. Like, Jake, you genuinely think he thought, I want Liverpool to lose this game?
I read about it. That's why I'm talking about it, because I've actually seen people talking about it.
I think that's been made up, Jake, to be honest. Like, I think
maybe it is made up, but I'm saying
before it got to where it's I did blame him on the night, and I was like, bloody Trent.
Incredibly controversial. Nothing else.
Yeah, but then I come round to look. I looked at it again, like, you know what I mean. And I think this, like, the old defense just got caught napping Carlo as our number there.
He played back Madrid while he was still at Liverpool. I don't know, you're gonna have to look into it, but I know for a fact that people were miffed and pissed off about it.
It was the first time I was ever miffed with Jürgen and his tactics that night, like, because, oh God, the delay before the kickoff. I didn't want to drink too much. Like, I went to town with my brother and I had my glasses on and it was just heaving everywhere. You know, people screaming and shouting and that. Like, my glasses were steamed up. I couldn't bloody see. We come back around here to watch the match and I purposely only had, like, a few pints. So it'd be... But then when it was delayed, I threw a load of pints down me neck. You know what I mean? But don't be as in.
As one does. But no, I didn't. Some people, we've got an absolute nonsense. We've got this can't be true. That's crazy. And I'm not Trent's biggest fan. I think you might be I think you're on your own on this one. I'm not going to attack you for your opinion.
I'm looking it up right now. Don't worry.
I just mean in terms of thinking that I don't think he.
I wouldn't say
he wanted them to win while playing against us. I get the fact that he probably decided 2 years ago that he was probably going to join Madrid, run his contract down, but I don't think that is the same as, I don't know, Barney.
No, I don't.
That's not the same as wanting them to win against us. Is it what he's playing for us?
No, and even though he wanted to go to Madrid at that stage, he was, he's still got all his history from kid playing for Liverpool. I think it's too big a betrayal that to do that, and too immature.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he'd have
But
done
you
that.
still want to win the Champions League, right? I mean, you don't. You're playing in the Champions League final. You're still going to want to win it, regardless of
You know
who
what I
you're
mean?
planning to join
Yeah.
in 2 years' time.
Not
Yeah.
really, Brian, because he was already negotiating to fucking go there when he
Yeah.
was playing them in that Champions League.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's
well,
not-
not that far
No,
back.
let the lads go.
It goes
Bernie,
far
I
back.
want to hear. Sorry, Lee. I want to hear Bernie and then JK. Bernie and then JK.
I was going to say he's not going to throw a medal away just for the team because he's, especially if he thinks he can win medals, or he thinks he's going to win medals over there, but he's not going to throw a medal away from Liverpool just to please them. And if he did, you wouldn't want him, would you? If you were Real Madrid and you thought
Already negotiating when we were playing them in that final, he was already heart set on ditching us, taking money off us for a fee and going there. So why the hell then would he play well in the Madrid game? Because he didn't play good in the United game when the bid came in on New Year's Eve about Madrid. Trent went missing after that against United
but
on
he's-
He was
Champions
going to
League.
get to United, wasn't he?
Yeah, he has a ropey performance against United, but that does
He was
happen.
going to go there, that's
To be
why.
honest,
Yeah,
it
no,
did
let Bernie
warm up
answer. Let Bernie
now.
answer Jake's question. Let Bernie answer Jake's point.
I was just going to say, thanks, Brian. I was just going to say, he's a professional, and as a professional, a player, even though if you think you might be going to another club, I just think it's the most heinous thing a professional would do. To even think about doing that, especially the medal would be bigger for him to get a medal at Liverpool before he left and get another Champions League. For me, anyway, I just think that's too cynical,
Well, to leave him open on the back post, if it was, then he must be a retard then.
But he's done it before.
I don't think you're allowed to use that word anymore.
He's been, in error.
Pretty sure you're not allowed to say that word anymore.
Unless you're a snowflake, you should be able to say the word retard. Like, I'm autistic.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure you can.
No, I have autism, so all through school, I was basically called
Moron is a good substitute.
Window liquor. I took it all. So I get to use that word.
Oh, I know, dude. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying it's just one of those things. If there was 12 people here, I wouldn't, but there's about 45. So I'm just going to, it's one of those trigger words. So I just go with moron. Moron's an easy
anymore, which you should be able to, but like it's just not the thing anymore, is it? Like it's a different era.
Apparently, it's not cool. I'm just saying
that word.
Too woke and sensitive and fucking bullshit.
Jake, let me just say something to you. If you had that sort of treatment as a child, you should know it's not right. So why would you
pick my skin?
If you've had it, you wouldn't want it to give it to someone else. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't stack up.
I just mean for the kind of the smoothness of the whole, because someone's going to get annoyed about it, so fuck it.
Anyway,
let's just say moron instead.
Just going back.
Just a word.
And
Exactly. It's just a word, just use a different one.
Yeah, Jake. He had made mistakes before. Are we going to say he was throwing it then? You get, it just doesn't go. I just think it was just another one of his mistakes. That was the worst part of his game that we were used to. So,
I'm not saying it was me. I'm saying I read about it. I'm not saying it was gospel. I'm just saying this is what I heard. That's all I've been saying, and that's why.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. It's cool.
Like,
it's cool. Totally cool.
The people that were angry, I mean, it disappointed me that he got booed, but it did warm the cockles of this old cynical heart that he got the thing on the last day, like, and the thing with his family and that, because he did deserve it, you know what I mean? The corner against Barcelona, we probably would have still won that night, but who knows if he wouldn't have done that.
No, he didn't deserve a send-off. I don't agree with you. No, he didn't.
I don't feel he's betrayed us because I think we're going to be a better side next season anyway. We're just moving
It
on.
is now.
Wait, you don't feel he betrayed us? Wait, whoa,
10
Brian.
million.
What?
We got
You
that
don't
10
think he
million
betrayed
for as well.
Oh, God.
I know what you're saying. I know it hurt me when I found out he was
Barnes in
going.
there
But I
for
still
those
just
asking.
put it to one
For those
side.
asking, I put Barnes in. You know
Oh,
Barnes is.
You say he betrayed us.
I was going to put Rush in.
On the left wing, are you Barney? I know you're being contrary, but come on.
Wait, Brian, have you already done the left wing? You didn't even ask me. Well, how did you know I was going to pick Barnes?
Because you had no chance. It was going to be
You knew I was
Barnes.
going to pick Barnes, right? We were talking about it earlier, didn't remember?
Yeah, it was going to be 98% Barnes. So wait the fuck
It has
All
to
up.
right,
be Barnes
Barnes,
because Kenny never played with Barnes. He bought him,
So
but
who
he
was
never
going to pick
played.
striker? Ian Rush or Fernando Torres?
This is it.
Rush.
We only have one spot
Rush.
left, people. We have only one spot left. We have
Right,
been
Fernando
doing. We
Torres
have
or
been building.
Ian Rush? It's hard, isn't it?
We have been building an all-time Liverpool
How
11.
can you leave Rush and his goals out of it?
Wait,
simple.
Barney, let me do the thing.
Right, good, but
Barney,
Rush is from my town.
Let me do the thing.
Oh,
We
look
have
at
been building
that.
because there's a lot of people here that joined from KMAC who was brilliant enough to make a raid or whatever it is, or would send his people over here. So they all came over here,
Yeah,
and there's still a lot of them over here, and that's been brilliant. A lot of people, they might, I don't see any new names in the chat, but maybe they are a bit shy. But this is a call-in show. It's pinned. Anybody that wants to come in, it's open. It's still open. Call in. Any new people from KMAX channel just want to call in and call us, idiots for getting everything wrong. Come in, tell us why we're wrong. All that good stuff. Anybody. But we have been building an all-time Liverpool 11. That's what it is, all-time. No restrictions. And we've ended up so far with Allison in goal, Phil Neal at right back, VVD and Hansen basically forming one of the sexiest centre-back pairings of all time, to be honest with you. VVD and Hansen. Talk about flawless. I mean, that's just anyway.
Yeah, I wanted
Robbo
to
at left back. Lee, let me finish. Lee.
Yeah.
Robbo at left back. Then we've got Souness in holding midfield alongside Gerrard. Just one of the best midfield. I mean, try getting through that. Dalglish in our little holding role, our little false nine type role. We've got Barnes off the left, Salah off the right. So all we have left, striker.
Ian
One
Rush.
spot left.
Ian.
That's it.
Ian. That's my Ian Rush.
Yeah, Rush for me as well.
I was thinking Torres, but then I was thinking if I was going to say Torres, maybe
the chat wants Suarez. They're saying Suarez.
Oh, hang on. Okay.
Well, not all.
We've got Kenny pulling the strings.
We've got a few Rushes.
Suarez.
Yeah. Suarez.
Suarez, one unreal, but Rush tops this team off.
Yeah, it's got to be Ian, isn't it?
Rush.
Yeah, Rush.
Suarez, Rush, Suarez. I think.
No, we need the pace. We need the pace of.
I think the chat is
goals. Rush scored in his best season, but two of them might have
Lee. Lee. I'll just say, Lee. I think looking at it just without adding it up, I think the chat is
Suarez.
Pretty much 50-50. I'd say 50-50 Suarez, Rush. Right? I'm going to ask the panel. Yeah, no, Barney, wait. So I'm going to. So I look. Oh, Cook. There's a couple more Suarez's coming in now.
Oh God! I can't just Rush, but then that goal Suarez scored from the halfway line where he went for it. That's insane.
Well, look, I'll let the chat. I'll let the chat build up, and then I'll go through the panel now. So I'll go Barney, JK. Actually, no, JK. If you're free, I'll go with you now. Who's your pick up front? If you're free, JK.
Rush for me, man. Yeah.
Rushy.
Yeah.
JK, a man of true integrity.
And very few words.
I'm not Mike Hogger.
So just straight up, just Rush. Okay. Jake, I know Jake, you're going Suarez, right?
I don't know. Brian, do you remember that goal where he scored before the halfway line where he just dinked it?
Dude, I've seen some people. I've seen some people play football.
Yeah.
And I've seen some people play football for Liverpool.
Yeah.
But I have never seen anybody play football the way Suarez played football in that season when he went fucking insane. I have never seen anyone just play himself in his own version of goal of the season competition. He was trying to literally beat him. I've never seen anything like that.
You do realize
that one game against Norwich at Anfield, like if
Norwich were like
goal of the season. There was one where he juggled it, where he beat a couple of players juggling it, and then he let the ball bounce and just hit it.
And then he just scored a better goal. And then he just went to score that header from like fucking 20 yards out. Nobody scores a header from. The edge of the box.
I was at that game. That goal. Yeah.
14 season. If he wasn't banned and he hadn't bit someone, then he would have started those games. We could have won that league with Rodgers. That's how close it was. Because Suarez was scoring so many goals that we missed him for what was it, Brian? 8 games that he didn't play?
Yeah, 6. He missed 6 in the league.
Yeah, but
and he still had one of the best individual seasons of all time. I think he still scored.
You're choosing.
Sorry, pardon, go ahead.
Yeah, well, you're choosing somebody who, for a couple of seasons, against a player who's still holding the best record for goals. It was a machine rush for goals.
Yeah, there's that as well.
I'm just saying, I don't know which one to choose because Suarez, wasn't he?
It is a tough choice that because it would be so snazzy having Suarez in front of them players. But I think for me, Rushy just shades.
It has to be Rush. It has to be Rush, actually, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I think it actually has to be Rush.
Yeah.
I think it actually, if we're looking at it in real, if we're talking all fucking time, it has to be Rush.
Now you got Dalglish to be the playmaker in that team, and you got Salah.
Dalglish in behind Rush, Salah, Barnes, Gerrard, as soon as it's not.
We got Suarez on the bench. We got Suarez on the bench. You know, I mean, so when Rush is a little bit tired, we got Suarez to come on.
Suarez and Fowler.
Yeah, when Rushy first came in the team, we got Suarez dynamite. That story about Bob Paisley, you know, when Rushy wanted to leave because he didn't get on the pitch in the 81 European Cup final. And Bob Paisley, pretended that, he was going to listen to offers and that, but he was just, biding his time, wasn't he? And then he put him in the team. Yeah. And Rush was all pissed off and scored loads of goals. But
that's a hell of a team, man. Fuck.
St. Asaph he's from, isn't he, Jay? St. Asaph.
Yeah, I was going to say.
From Flint. Yeah, Rush is from Flint.
People are voting for Salah, and because of his goals.
That's because this so easily.
So how could you leave Rush out? When he's the leading guy for goals, he's got to be in there.
No, we agreed with you. We were just thinking Suarez was something mad because he do a lot of mad stuff that you just can't forget.
Well, we'll put him on as the first sub.
That's what I'm saying. We picked Ian Rush.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, you can.
We've got loads of other skill in that anyway. So we can get away with putting Rushy in instead of Suarez. We got the skill of Barnes, Salah, Gerrard, Dalglish. Make that team a kill at that. When he first came inside, his first couple of seasons with Dalglish, it was just magic, that link up.
Barnes just doing all of this stuff. Going wherever you want him to go.
Would you have Robertson ahead of Alan Kennedy?
Apparently, yeah. Apparently, like I said, anybody out there that's new, the link is pinned. We're going for a long show tonight. We've got a lot of people called in from KMAX. Anybody who wants to come in and have a say on our best 11, feel free. This is an open call-in show. Great to hear from new people. But yeah, Alan Kennedy did not get many votes. No.
A lot of
Ditch
people
Salah for
probably didn't see
Suarez.
him.
Or
Hooks
Stephen
Law
Gerrard.
wants to ditch
Yeah.
Salah for Suarez. Morton wants Suarez in. I think it's a lot of people are going to want Suarez in this team.
Well, who are you sacrificing?
That's the thing. How do you get him in?
Yeah.
How do you get him in? Like, you could put him in the Dalglish role. I know, I'm going to tidy that up. That looks a bit fucking messy there, to be honest with you. It's more of this kind of thing.
I always felt a little bit sad I never seen Kenny in his prime, but he was still brilliant when he was player manager. You know, when I started going that season, he'd come on like as a sub and change the game, and he was like 36, and he'd be like the best player on the pitch.
Yeah, he was amazing.
He's just a magic player, Kenny, yeah.
I think
second string though. I'll do second string.
I can't remember who it was. The footy journalist said Kenny Dalglish has the personality of a tennis racket. I thought, that's harsh, because Kenny did have a good sense of humour, if you could work out what he was saying. But he did have a good sense of humour, Kenny.
Right, let's do the second best of all time, man. Let's do something crazy and see what we come up with. We've done this. It's done.
Oh, a B team, you mean?
You want another team?
Second string.
Jeez. Fuck me.
Hang on,
I
how
mean-
long did you get this one?
I've already got it in my head. This is finished. We've done it.
Yeah, okay. I'll be your fucking monkey. Right, okay. We can keep that one up. I'll keep the other one up. Right, okay.
Second team.
Yeah.
Goes in.
Give me a minute. Give me a fucking minute.
To throw it up again.
And what you're going to play the first team and the second team against each other?
Ooh.
Oh, that won't be fair.
Mate, we had Kennedy and Neil as a duo.
Do you want another 4-3-3? 4-3-3 again, yeah?
Yeah.
Because that'd only be fair, right?
Probably
Right,
my
okay.
favourite Kennedy goal, not for its beauty, but it was from well outside the box against Man United in the 1983 League Cup final. He beat Gary Bailey, all ends up from about 35 yards with his left foot. He did make a bit of a risk, Gary Bailey, but it was so funny because that was the equaliser, and then we won the game anyway. Like,
This is one of the things we have to avoid. Playing rush means you have to cross it to him. It's not a real team. So anything past names, we're not going to do that shit. As in tactics, would it work? Yeah, we're not doing that. Okay, anything past names, because we could then debate that all night, right? So that's your team, okay? That's your fucking whatchamacallit right there for everybody. Ali, Robbo, VVD, Hansen, Neil, Souness, Jar, Dalglish, Barnes off the left, Sal off the right, and Rushy through the middle. So we're getting rid of that one.
That attack is insane. Well then, what we got? Gerrard, Dalglish, Barnes, Salah, and Rush. Oh my god! How many
It's
goals?
gone. It's gone. It's over. So now we get
second string.
The fucking. I hope this is the right one. Yeah, this is the right one. Now you get your B team.
Nice.
Nobody knew this was coming. Nobody really expected this.
oh, brilliant.
Yeah, we're getting a B team. We get your fucking to do what you want. Where is it gone?
Hey, we could go all the way up to H, couldn't we? At least.
Yeah, we could get Liverpool. Yeah. Okay, so you can't pick any of the other players you picked. I'm assuming that's going to how this is working. I mean, otherwise it'd be ridiculous. But so who's our B goalkeeper? You can't have Allison. So for all those people, that have joined, 40 people still in the chat. Who the fuck is flashing a light? Okay. Right, yeah.
Shall I start us off?
Yeah, sorry, someone's flashing a light outside my house.
Right, you want me to start off?
Fuck's sake. Okay. B team. You
Yeah.
can't have Ali. I've got a Grobbler, I've got a Clements, I've got a Clements, Grobbler or Clements. That's not.
Grobbler.
He just said Grobbler.
Grobbler for me.
Okay.
It was very close to Grobbler and Allison earlier, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Grob for me.
All I can remember seeing
of Clements is the warrior.
Yeah, the only thing I remember seeing of Clements was his final game, which was the 81 final against Real Madrid. He didn't have a lot to do, but in that 78 final against Bruges, he pulled off a wonder save. Oh, he was something else, very Clements.
Yes, we've changed. Yes. I am a man of the people, and we have changed what we were doing. You can forget your fucking B teams. You can forget all of that. Kevin has spoken. We're doing a worst 11. We're not doing a B team anymore. Fuck that B team shit. Yeah, we've already named most. Yeah, we're not doing a B team. We're doing a worst 11.
What?
No, we're not doing it. Yeah, it's a worst 11. We're doing a worst 11.
The B team, and then we'll do the worst after the B team.
No, I don't. No. We're doing it now.
Okay.
JK's got to go. Yeah.
See you later, Jake. Right, mate.
Yeah. Bad is good. Bad is good. Bad is better. Okay, so
the worst.
Yeah, worst. So we've only got Lee. Barney's gone. I don't know why. Where did Barney go? I didn't notice her leaving. Atlante is in. Wow, this is amazing. People are just coming in and going like fucking merry-go-rounds. And Atlante just appeared as I was talking about people going missing. Atlante, how are you?
Oh, that's a great segue to get me in there, bro.
Brilliant, wasn't it? That was amazing timing.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Got it from work, have you, mate? Yeah.
Yeah, Lee work. Yeah, to sort things out. So it's just, I can't be as long as I was on this days off. But yeah, big up yourself, Lee, as always. Big up E for Dark. Pleasure to you, bro. Jake. Oh, is it Jake, is it? Nice one, Jake. Pleasure to you, bro. And big up the chat, man. Two out, one in. This seems like a Liverpool transfer session, doesn't it?
But I gotta say as well, I have to say, I mean, in the break, genuinely, definitely mean that K-Mac sent a raid over here. Obviously, directed all these people, and we've had a huge boost in numbers, and a lot of them have stayed around as well. A lot of people have stayed around. So fair play to K-Mac. You got about 60 people came in when he left or when he sent his people over, and a lot of them are still here. And we were doing a all-time Liverpool 11, which has been done. I can remind you just of it. Nolante, it ended up being Allison in goal, Phil Neal at right back, Robertson at left back, and just prepare yourself for this VVD and Hansen as a centre back pair. I mean, come on.
No contest.
Souness in the 6, Gerrard in the 8, Dalglish in the floating role, Barnes off the left, Salah off the right, and Rush up top. And then what we were going to do was, because Jake wanted us to do a B team, we were going to do B team, but Kevin had a much better idea where we were going to do the worst 11.
Bro, that chestnut.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do now. Is the worst 11.
Here we go.
Yeah. So we haven't even started yet. You came in at the perfect time. We haven't even started yet. So worst
I gotta
Liverpool
do it.
goalkeeper
Rubbish.
of all time.
Here we go then. And then I just realized people will be like, oh, fucking hell, he's doing Fabrizio Romano.
Yeah.
It's like, no, here we go, because it's just a fucking word.
Yeah.
Yeah. Worst goalkeeper of all time. Not just Premier League. What do we know? Worst goalkeeper of all time.
Karius, he's fucking awful.
Lee.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Oh, tell you who was watching an old game at Mike Hooper. Oh, he was shit.
oh yeah, I remember Mike Cooper. Yeah, I remember him. But Karius must be probably a little bit worse. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. The only ones I can think of didn't play that many games for us, so it's kind of I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, would
that's
you
the thing.
include
That
them?
I think
That's
that's exactly what I was going to say.
yeah,
All our shit keepers only ever played like 8 games or something.
yeah. So
because and then there's loads of those guys like the Manningers and the fucking those type of guys.
yeah,
Someone that was between the sticks for a bit longer and was crap.
Exactly. Kind of
Yes,
like
mate.
a Westerveld or a Frieda.
Yeah,
Was
I
pretty
know this is going to sound weird, but Grobbelaar in his later years.
well, no, we've already no. He's not going to get
No,
in.
we won't do that, Lee. Yeah, as much as he did
He
fall
nearly
off a
got
bit,
into
but
the all time. Grobbelaar nearly got into the fucking all time.
I nearly got into the...
Well, I picked him for me best,
Yeah.
didn't I? So I'm just joking.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't pick him for both.
With that stuff at the end.
Lee. Grobbelaar nearly got into the first fucking team, you madder.
Exactly.
I know. I picked him for the first team.
Exactly. He literally picked him and then said he might be one of our. Yeah. So that's
Did
Lee.
him so much sooner.
Welcome to Lee. Balotelli has. Yeah. Oh Jesus, we'll get there. We'll get there.
yeah, let's just
Lord
wait.
God,
Yeah, hold them, chat. Hold off
Yeah. Hold
the
on.
stick. Yeah, let Brian. Let's just stick with the goalkeepers for now.
Oh, Bogdan, that ginger guy. Morton is saying that big. I think he means the ginger guy Bogdan.
Yeah, he didn't play enough though. Yeah, Jake. I think you're right. I can't think. I just got to stick with Karius. You just got to stick with Karius. I can't think of anyone who played regularly.
Like, what the fuck? It's like you can't even hit a ball out. It's got no
That's
power.
2 Kariuses then. Okay, that's 2 Kariuses then. Lee.
Adrian for the Athletic. No, actually, Karius. I never saw what Klopp's seen in him.
All right, that's fucking. I'm
Karius.
sorry, Karius, but that's just that's done. Yeah, that's Karius is kind of done. Okay, so right back. People in the chat, people on the panel. Worst right back ever to play for Liverpool. Just ever. It ain't Premier League. It ain't. This is open. This is intergenerational. You know.
No.
I'll start with Nalante. I will start with Nalante. Right back. Worst ever.
Rap. Yeah.
I can think of the left.
Seen him.
I'm just thinking
No,
of the
Nalante.
right.
Sorry, Jake. Just let Nalante go on that one.
Yeah, I agree. Levante, yeah.
I can't hear Nalante. Nalante. I can't
No,
hear.
I was just saying. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, Jake, you can hear me. O'Brien said he couldn't hear me. Okay.
No.
Oh God, you might have to come back. I need to think about this because I can think of the left, the right. This is digging deep.
I'm okay with good players, but bad players is hard, isn't it? It is.
Yeah, exactly, Jake. Yeah, because some do decent, but
Okay,
bad.
I'll go to Lee then. Lee, your worst ever Liverpool right back. Worst ever Liverpool right back.
Yeah, that Lee started for a change. I started it every time, I have.
Well, because you wanted the first choice on the other team.
Jake, you're the man. That's why.
Well, Possibly was a bit.
I've been doing my best to accommodate you in every way, my friend.
I'm just going to go with everything Lee said because I have no fucking idea about the worst.
Who's it right back when Roy Hodgson was there?
I'm just sitting here thinking, right, we'll just go with Lee.
People prefer, look, Jake, YouTube 101. People prefer talking about shit players than they do talking about good players.
Yeah.
Okay, people people.
I'll shoot
We got a
again,
Kavarma. Okay, we
Oh,
got a
mate,
Kavarma.
defo got
We
a
got a
centre back
Hegem.
for you. Apparently, this centre back who was bloody rubbish is a nice person. Frank Carlisle said when he used to be on his show, he went, "He's a lovely guy, him, you know." I think, yeah, he's a bloody shit player, though. You'll find out when we get to centre back. Who could have picked it right back? Hossamy, sod it. Can't be asked deliberating any longer. Hossamy gets it.
Okay, Nolante. Have you had it? Have you had?
Kronkamp.
Oh yeah, he was. Yeah,
He was
crap,
fucking
wasn't he?
shy. Yeah.
Yeah, Kronkamp. Oh, that's
Jake.
a good.
Jake.
Yeah.
He was top shit. Kronkamp, wasn't it?
I'm no good at
right back.
With Kronkamp, like Rafa had been here a bit longer than Hossamy was just like his initial sign and won it right back.
advantage there because I'm shit with bad players. Like,
No, Hossamy is that
Okay,
replaced.
no, Lee, hang on, Lee, just sorry, what are you saying? What's your vote, Jake?
yeah, I'll go with Levante, same guy he said, because I'm shit at this.
Cromcamp, you're going Cromcamp.
But I've never done a worse player.
Okay, that's three then. That's three for Cromcamp.
I get this.
He was fucking horrible as well, by the way.
Yeah.
He was shit, wasn't he?
Yeah, one good game from what I remember. One good game. There's some good ones in the chat.
I know, but there is a
It's
lot
us.
of
Yeah.
it's Cromcamp, right?
Yeah. Stephen Wright is a good one.
No,
Yeah, he's one.
no, it's not just us. It's definitely not just us. Right.
Oh, okay.
Hegem, Kavarma.
Not
I think we
Hegem,
got
nah.
4 Cromcamps.
Yeah, not Hegem, nah.
4 Cromcamps. So we got kind of one or two of the others. Again, big up to K-Mac for sending over the viewers. I hope you want to get involved. Like I said, there's the link is in the chat still, pinned for anybody who wants to join in. Have their say. It's always an open call in. Anybody new, come and say hello, or have your own choice on the worst Liverpool players of all time. So we'll go right to left back. We go right to left back. We can go with the left back. I think. I think we all know who it is.
Do we? I don't know.
Wonder Roy Hodgson came from West Ham.
Oh no.
Yeah, but there's one to rival him.
Really?
Defo wants to rival for me. Oh God, this other guy as well. Yeah.
I'm going Konchesky. I'm saying Paul Konchesky. I am saying Paul Konchesky. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you were shocking. Is that when we had the Hodgson era, yeah?
Yeah, Woy. Yeah, the Woy. Woy.
God.
For me, it's a...
Stuart Downing and whacking
there
out
may have
pain.
been worse footballers, but as an actual signing and a guy that was out the team, pretty much.
He was awful, Konchesky.
Konchesky, yeah.
I have my mind changed by more people voting for someone else. So, but yeah.
I've got another name,
though. Anyway.
Apart from the Hodgson era, the Sooners era was bad and Julian Dix, mate, when he sold Staunton and bought Julian Dix.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I
Dix
didn't
was
like him.
very,
not as
very
bad
bad.
Not as bad as Konchesky. Not as bad as him.
Dix
but he's
was
up there, but he's not as bad.
incredibly bad. Definitely. No,
Found
yeah,
Julian
but
Dix.
it's
9
was
out of 10
bad versus 10 out of 10 bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like
This is just
2 of the worst ever.
Going from the East London, mate.
And you knew they didn't want to be here because you knew they actually didn't want to be here.
Yeah.
Really, like kind of fuck. They didn't buy into Liverpool at all because you were trying to get back then. It was like Liverpool was like Man United are now, failed super club, dropping down. Well, we never dropped down that low, but trying to get back to where they are and just buying shit players. No, they're not buying shit players now because stuff has improved now. But we were go there and get a big wage kind of thing.
Yeah,
didn't want to be there. They didn't want to drive us back to the top.
I think
they didn't give a shit.
What we paid for him was at the time more than what we paid for Quansah all them years later. Quansah, it's almost no contest. He was so shit. But remember, he got that cross in the cup final, like the bloody went in.
Yeah, against us. Yeah.
Let's see what we got. Dix, Dundee wasn't left back. Kevin, man, you are off the charts, dude. Picnic, off with Quansah, Picnic, Traore, Quansah, end of for Morton. Yeah, I think Morton's spot on with that one. Just for the kind of whole kind of the whole deal that came with Quansah. The whole horribleness of it, the whole kind of it's like if you're looking at Liverpool now, it's like, how bad are Liverpool right now? It's like if you want to know how bad Liverpool are right now, Paul Quansah. It was just like a totem of how far we'd fallen. It's just like, yeah, that's how bad we are right now. Roy Hodgson
is our manager. Like, what the fuck?
That's rock bottom. As
when
a football, that's almost rock bottom. He's going in, lads. I'm sorry.
But guys, were you depressed when Roy Hodgson became our manager? Be honest. What were you like? Was you like, what the fuck is going on in my club?
Yeah, I was we all knew he was shit.
I was a gob.
Julian Dix had been good at West Ham. We knew he had a good left foot, and I was waiting for the guy to get in. He had that look to him, Dix, didn't he? Like, you know, like Logan, that tough guy.
Yeah. When we signed Hodgson, I remember seeing him, and I thought he looked like a little owl. You know, like those little.
When Hodgson got the job,
any effort for us in that Dix.
No, Nolante, that's an interesting. Nolante, the day you found out Roy Hodgson got the job, what were you thinking?
I thought it was this April's Fools. Is this April the 1st?
Yeah, on a scale of 1 to 10, what the fuck? Where was it?
From Rafa to Roy. Yeah.
It was a 10, wasn't it? In terms of like 1 to 10, what the fuck?
It's like a fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll be mid-table Liverpool. Call Quansah.
We're not too. Apparently, we're not too big to be fighting relegation. Sorry, dude. Leave now. Leave now. Over there. There's the door. Leave now. Think it if you want. Don't fucking say it.
Guys, you said that. I mean, we're not too big to avoid relegation. Like, how can you say that and manage Liverpool? Like,
no.
Our expectations were low anyway because we were in a bit of a rut, like. But to say that, I remember thinking when he come in, all right, he's the first time I ever heard Switzerland to the 1994 World Cup, I believe it was.
Yes, Switzerland, yeah.
I'm sorry for neglecting the chat. I'm very, very sorry to the people in the chat.
Yeah,
I haven't been reading out your comments because
apparently he went to Sweden to manage Sydney and did well there in the way that was it for Chelsea.
Kabak, Quansah, Uncle Roy. Sorry, no, Messi Aquatics. Sorry, look, Messi Aquatics, Mark Simons. All those people that are in here commenting continuously all the way through this, even though I'm completely ignoring them.
Well, he was back
for life more.
Let's wait.
We are paying attention. I just
are
we doing centre back now? Are we doing centre back?
What?
Oh yes,
we are. I'm just look. I'm bad at YouTube. I'm trying to do all of the things. I'm trying to do the chat bit now. I'm trying to mention the chat now. Then get on to the centre back bit, and they get.
Just the guy said car back, so I thought we already moved on to the centre back. Car back, and he's the centre back.
No.
It is tempting because it begins with K.
It's been 5 hours and trying to keep it on track. Right, let's go. Right.
Saying car back, moved on to centre back.
We're on that now. We are there now. We are. So number 1 worst centre half ever.
Ben Davis.
So many says Messi.
Ben Davis, the hologram, the one from North
Didn't play enough.
Preston.
Exactly.
That
Didn't
didn't
play
even
enough.
get into the team.
For the second, he'd be right back. Stop being silly, Kevin.
Huh?
Kevin, I'm talking to Kevin. He's saying centre back. Degan was a
Yeah,
right back.
right back. Yeah, good shout.
No, but we all agree that fucking hologram that we got from North Preston because
he
we
didn't
were
play enough to be the worst.
Yeah,
No,
I can't really
we-
pick him. Yeah,
to
Jay,
get
I
us
can't
back.
really. He
bad.
didn't play no games. That's not his fault.
No, bro,
Okay.
he was fucking shit.
I've got me pair
I'm
now.
thinking
I'm not
like
gonna say
bad.
anything.
I'm just thinking bad centre halves that actually played a lot of games for us. That
Yeah,
he's
Mamadou
shit.
Sakho was shit as well.
Sacco
nah.
was shit. Scarlett was shit.
Skirtle was worse for me.
Scarlett
I
was
wouldn't
bad.
put them. I wouldn't put them as the all-time worst centre backs.
Skirtle? No.
Yeah, Jay. Yeah, he was horrible.
He
man.
wasn't very good,
He is
man.
good at goals.
But he wasn't
Yeah.
a Liverpool
The
centre
guy
back.
I've got in mind is one of the worst players I've ever seen play for Liverpool. And I seen him again the other night because I watched the game and Mark Wright went off injured and this guy came on. He was fucking... So shall I say what it is?
Go on.
Well, that's the whole fucking point,
Nicky Tanner. No, I think Nicky Tanner did play.
Nicky Tanner, yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's
okay.
good. That's a good shout.
He's the guy who apparently Frank said's a really nice fella, which, you know, it's nice to be nice. I'm nice myself.
Yeah,
like,
he's a shout. Okay, he's a shout.
Footballers, does it? He was shit.
What are you talking about, Chili? Brian, go to your bed. No, I'm not going to my bed. I will not go to my bed yet until we complete this team of terrible players. I should almost introduce the kind of they have to play like a minimum of fucking like 20 Premier League games.
Yeah.
Terrible centre.
Yeah, Tanner didn't play enough games, and I've changed my mind. It's Bjorn Tora Kavame, who started with promise and then was utter dog shit on the right hand side of that back three. Oh, we were terrible at the time. Bjorn Tora Kavame, fucking hell.
He wasn't great.
Kavarma, okay, Jake.
Awful straight away, but he soon became.
Yeah, no, you go Kavarma. That's your shot, Jake.
Yeah.
Hologram.
Ben Davies didn't get enough games. Come up with someone better who played enough games.
Well, he didn't get any games because he was so shy.
Yeah, but come up with someone better who did get games and then prove to be
good. Yeah.
Hologram. That's mine.
Okay, you're going to get overruled. We're going to go with a Scarlet. Sorry.
At that point, though, he didn't get to the team. Yet.
There's another one. You can get another one.
You see him in training, he's like looking like they had the cameras on him and that. And then when it came to match day, he didn't fucking make it, did he? Even though we had all those injuries. He would rather play Henderson in fucking centre back.
I just liked his name because there was no vowel until the fifth letter.
Another one. We got one more. Come on, let's go. Nalante, who was your second terrible Liverpool centre half?
Okay. Oh, you already picked Skirtle, yeah?
Yeah, I put Skirtle in because they're talking.
It's got to be.
Fair dues. Okay. I'll go with Lee's suggestion earlier. I'm stuck between two. Kavame and Ruddock. He was awful. Ruddock.
Okay. Kavarma okay. So
why
Lee,
is he going to play with Ben Davis? Wait there. Why isn't it
Ben Davis? Because he didn't play enough games.
Yeah, he didn't play, Jay. You can't really put him in the equation. That's small.
Never played for us.
Yeah, so you can't really put him as the worst centre back.
Yeah, but boys, he didn't get in because he wasn't good enough, so we didn't even get.
But he literally never played.
And for the same reason, he only played a handful of games.
Fucking John Terry. John Terry never played for us. I mean, he never played for us.
Well, boys, we shouldn't have even signed the fucker. We just had a load of injuries.
We want people. No, but in a team like this, we want people where we can talk about those. Yeah.
Boys, we were playing in midfield. Let me land. So basically, we're playing midfielders in centre back, even though we bought Ben Davis. That's how bad he was. That we'd rather play Henderson as a centre back than put Ben Davis in. And we bought Ben Davis.
The point of a terrible team is so everyone can go, oh yeah, I remember how bad that guy was because he played loads of games for us too. He's terrible. It's a fun thing. So it's like if the guy never played
midfielders in centre back after you bought a centre
I'm not
back,
sure you
if you
get the point.
get past the midfielder, then it's bad, isn't it?
Yeah,
Another
what
one
I'm
who's
getting to the
all
point is like we all
playing
want to
up.
remember these players that we remember playing and being terrible for us,
Yeah.
so we can laugh at it. He never played for us, so we can't. Oh, remember how bad he was?
Yeah, it could be something else.
But anyway, right, second centre half, Nolante, worst ever second centre half for Liverpool. Skirtle is a bit harsh, by the way. I do get that. But I like it. I like it as a pick. So, okay, Nolante's on mute. Lee, who's your second place worst ever?
How many did Maurizio Pellegrino play? Now, he was a very good player in Spain.
He's played over 20 games.
That's not fair. Pellegrino is not fair. I know Skirtle is insane, Morton, but there's a high bar here. Or a low bar. I don't know what I think high bar.
Skirtle just scored too many goals for us. Like,
I know, yeah, but he was shit. I'm not having a Coker. I'm not having a Davies.
I'm sorry. I'm not brother. This guy is awful, but I wouldn't say he's the worst centre back. But yeah, he's awful.
No, it's not. Skirtle is not in the.
He is.
No, I can do this, but I don't think he should be.
I just put him in there, and it's my show. So let's go. Let's continue on. Proceed, as it were.
Do you remember the goal against Man City? A bad centre.
I do, and I don't give a shit. Let us proceed on to centre half number 2. Who is the worst?
Cavani. I'll just say Bjorn Cavani. That'll be mine.
Bro, I thought you said Ruddock. Did you change your mind?
Oh no, Jake. I was stuck between the two, so I'll say over him or Ruddock. So, but I'll go for Cavani. I'll go for him.
Lee, are you happy with the Kavarma?
Yeah, he was awful, mate.
Yeah.
Jake.
Stinging your Bjorn, he was shit too until he got his leg broke. I think it reset his leg and he could suddenly cross
Lee,
better.
hold that ball. Lee, hold that thought. Let's finish this.
Jake,
hold it.
Are you happy with Kavarma or no?
Defo, yeah.
No, Jake, are you happy with the Kavarma?
Hologram.
You're outvoted. Sorry, you're outvoted.
Yeah, that's sticking by it. The guy
worst Liverpool holding midfielder of all time. We're into the number 6.
Aquilani.
Here. Jake, you can go. Okay, Aquilani. Okay. Lee. We're in the number 6 now. We are in the number 6 role now. Who is your? We've had an Aquilani. Okay.
Aquilani.
He was awful.
From Jake. We've had an Aquilani from Jake.
We've had a
Poulsen.
He's more than 8, but okay. He's more than 8.
We've had a Poulsen.
Yeah. So I couldn't remember.
Messi isn't giving up with the
he was an inverted 6. You're right. My bad.
Aquilani was terrible, wasn't he?
It was hard to do those players.
Yeah,
he's injury prone. That's it. He had talent, but it's hard, isn't it? When you get injuries, he had 1 or 2 good games for us, and then just injury all the time. It's hard. Would I call him the worst? Little midfield? No, there's got to be more than him.
I tell you about one decent game. I can remember at centre back was Dominic Matteo before he went totally shit and we got rid of him. God, he fucking hopeless Matteo at times, mate. He had one good game against Chelsea when he scored, when we won 5-2.
Yeah, he was just a squad player. Yeah, had a decent Premier League career. But for the 6, I'll be brief. Poulsen. Poulsen.
Morton, my friend. Morton is in there.
Oh. What? That's harsh. Come on, boy. That's harsh. He hardly had any Liverpool League games.
I know, but Poulsen didn't either. I mean, Poulsen
he had more than Moulton.
Games, maybe.
I'm sure he had more than Moulton.
Yeah, he did.
No,
Viscan. Poulsen. Oh, he's terrible.
Viscan, man. He was okay, but
yeah, he
young for you guys. Like I'm fucking losing you, and
This guy, Diaz wasn't. I don't know if he was good or bad or in the wrong team.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just thinking like demonstrably people who I know are bad players, as opposed to people who came to Liverpool at the wrong time, or that kind of like the Aquilani thing, injured, but whatever. But the one that I'm trying, like, I think even Christian Poulsen was probably like a good footballer, but I think maybe in that DM role, quarterback role, I'm going to call it a quarterback role. I think one of the worst footballers. Oh fuck! Even this doesn't feel right. But by our standards, Charlie Adam. Charlie Adam.
Was bad,
He was fucking shit. Like, he had a good left foot on him. Yeah, a good football brain on him. Good football brain. But at this stage, he was like a relic from the 90s. This guy.
Tell you, the sign in the midfield that I hated was Paul Stewart, but I won't pick him because I know something bad. I didn't know that at the time. That something bad had happened to him. He was a kid and that, like, that Barry Benham pass.
I don't know. Adam was bad.
Spearing fucking shit.
But we didn't sign Spearing.
No, I know.
He came up through, so he kind of gave him a pass.
I hated Jay Spearing. I thought he
was. I don't know, Nolante. Who's your shout? Nolante, who's your shout for this? Worst numbers.
Number 6. I said Poulsen, but I've just checked. He played. Yeah, I gotta give it to someone who's played more games. I'll give it to Biscan. Yeah, I'll give it to Biscan.
Oh God, he was well. I remember him.
Yeah.
And I'm young.
He had a couple good games for us in our Champions League run, but that was about it.
I've seen other people talk about that name and say how awful he is, like on other channels. That's how I get.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, he didn't do much.
Are you okay with Biscan?
Biscan was poo, but he warmed up towards the end, didn't he? And did a few.
Yeah, but are you okay with him in this? To get kind of moving?
No, because he wasn't really a 6, was he? He never played the 6.
Oh no, he definitely was a 6. He definitely was a 6.
Was he?
I mean, well, no, maybe not, but he also wasn't definitely anything either. But I think we kind of moved on. Look, it's happened, right? It's done. Too late. So, worst ever, we're going with 2 8s or a 10, or with this guy doing this shit or whatever. So midfield, worst ever centre midfielders for Liverpool.
Downing. Stuart Downing.
No, he's a left winger. He's not getting in centre midfield.
I put midfield. Is he a winger?
Downing is not getting in centre midfield. Yeah. No. Downing is a left winger. He's not getting in this Liverpool team. And there's plenty of bad players to pick from anyway. You don't need to.
Bro, how did you even have this team? It's embarrassing. I'm so glad I'm young.
Bad centre midfielders for this. I mean, just JK or Nolante.
I'll go for as Lee, remember him, we signed him. I think he was a record fee at the time near the start of the 92-93 Premier League season, and he was an absolute flop for us. And his name is Mr. Paul Stewart.
He was.
Okay, right, Paul Stewart. Tough time for him. No longer with us, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. No nonsense, but yeah.
Worst. Can I get Charlie Adam in again? I'm not sure I can.
So
I'm going to go with John Joe Shelby. I'm going to say John Joe Shelby for me in an 8 in an attacking midfield. I think John Joe Shelby is.
He's a fucking winger. What the fuck is going on?
Shelby is a winger, is he?
No, I said Downing as a winger. What the fuck is going on with Liverpool? How were we that bad? We were bad. That hard.
No, we'll get to Downing. We can get to Downing. but as one of our first centre midfielders.
Oh, John Shelby.
To me, John Joe Shelby, the idea that, oh Christ, like the next yard, fuck me.
Yeah.
My God. My God. I mean, we've had some poor ones. We've had some poor centre mids. Okay, Charlie Adam's been poor, right? But fucking hell, Shelby was horrible.
Yeah.
Kenny wanted to bring him in, so everyone's like, Kenny can do no wrong. Anything Kenny did, everyone like after Roy, the fact like Kenny came in after Roy. So anything Kenny did after Roy, everyone says, please, yes. Like Kenny could have signed fucking a 96-year-old fucking Ian Rush, and people would, oh, he knows what he's doing. It's Kenny. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
You know, it's obviously he didn't know exactly what he was doing, but he had a ton of credit in the bank. So whatever Kenny wanted to do, cool. Just let him do it.
Oh, Kenny brought Suarez through, which was very, very good signing.
Also bought Candy.
Oh, well, yeah, no, let's not pretend that Kenny, you know, was doing any of this. Kenny just came in. The club was buying players.
Yeah.
Kenny was there to manage, be the face.
Yeah.
Chill everybody out after the fucking Hodgson horrible shit.
Where did we get? Was it Ajax we got him from? Was it Ajax?
Suarez. Ajax, yeah.
Ajax.
Yeah, look at Suarez's numbers in the season before we bought him. And nobody knew.
Goals for Ajax. Yeah.
44. I think he had 44 goals in the season before he joined us. And nobody knew who he was. That just shows you how like skewed it was back then. Everyone knew who Andy Carroll was, who scored like 12 in his entire career or something. Suarez has scored 44 in Ajax. And everyone's like, oh, I've never heard of him. Some random Uruguayan guy.
Such a bad signing he was, Andy Carroll. Striker.
Suarez one made up for it.
I think if we could go back, we could have spent that money on like a centre half or a midfielder.
Anything. We could have spent it on a fucking new stand, Lee, instead of buying Andy Carroll. We would have been better off spending 35 million quid on a new fucking stand.
I'll never forget what Terry McDermott said about him, because Terry McDermott was at Newcastle. And he said about Andy Carroll, he said he was one of those players, like in training, he'd have like about 20 shots. One would go into like the top corner, and the other like 29 would go off the stadium or something.
Yeah.
So he's basically, and he didn't have a beard either, apparently, did he, Carroll?
He's basically like Darwin Núñez, isn't it? Both got a ponytail, both fucking don't know what the fuck we were banned off.
Yeah, we've had some bad ponies. A lot of
We're going to have to get to this. So, right, worst number 8. I'm going. I'm just going to fucking JoJo. Because right, next worst number 8 attacking midfielder. Whatever you want to call it.
Can you pick Stewart?
Stewart?
We've let him off because of the horrible stuff but we didn't know. I didn't know at the time, God.
No, we're not doing Stewart. Yeah, no, we're not doing Paul Stewart. No, we're not doing him. No, we're not doing him. No.
Okay.
People go too fast. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Easy. Everyone's going too fast in names.
Why? What's going on? What are they saying?
No, they just go forward in the line, like number 9 now, and it's just going too fast. Easy, guys. Let's stick to the midfield.
Easy now.
Easy.
Number 8, worst. We've got a John Joe.
Okay. Yeah.
We've got a what's his fucking name?
Aquilani.
Oh.
Aquilani for me. You said it's the name, right?
Biscan, John Joe, right? So your shout is Aquilani. Okay, so Lee, who is your Lee?
On the right, I'm a picking here.
No, you're in this number 7 area. If you're looking at it there. Yeah, that number 7 guy, the third of the midfielders.
Don't know how many games he played, but that Milan Jovanovic, the Hodgson bought, God, he was
left winger doesn't count. Left winger doesn't count.
Well, that's Stuart Downing.
He'll come into the conversation. Yeah, Downing. Yeah, both left wingers. They're not coming into this.
What I say about Downing is he wasn't very skilled, but he did his best.
You can get to him. No, we'll get to Downing. We'll get to Downing on the left wing. I know that. No doubt we'll get to him in this number 6 position. Well, that 7 guy should be the 6th guy, and the fucking 6th guy should be in here. He should be over there. So Downing can be 7, right? But who's the 6? Why is 9? Oh, dude. Yeah. Anyway, look. Who's your shittest attacking midfielder type guy?
God, we've had a few stinkers.
David Speedy. He wasn't.
He scored a few good goals. Scored a few good goals, Speedy.
Mark.
Who was a shit fucking Jordan Henderson? He's pretty
Nah,
bad.
I can't put him in there.
No, he was bad.
I was trying to think there. I mean, even Adam could come back into that conversation.
Charlie Adam. Let's go with Charlie Adam. He's worse than Aquilani, isn't he?
The point of view that Aquilani was a big man, and he was a massive disappointment, but Charlie Adam was dog shit, wasn't he? Like you said,
we've had worse. No,
what he was doing. It was the same. I thought if anyone knows how to buy a good 6, it would be Graham Souness.
Well, guys, let Levante speak. He said that we've had worse than Charlie Adam.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, there's 2.
Well, who's your
Well, there's 2. There's you're forgetting the man who he signed, who's called the French Zidane, Bruno Giroud. I could overrule it with a guy that could play games. And I admit I was wrong because I was gassed. I was gassed when we signed him on the free because I've actually had friends that went to school with him, and he was a complete and utter flop, unfortunately. And I thought he was going to be a bargain, and that was the so-called English Messi.
Joe Cole.
Exactly. Bingo.
Ooh.
Excellent choice.
Jeez, man. Where are we going to go? Let us know in the chat where are we going to go with this one. I've had a Charlie Adam. I've had fucking Aquilani. We've had fucking everything from the worst. Like Joe Cole, incredible player, but awful for us. Awful for us. Yeah, incredible player though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Someone like Poole. These guys are just bad footballers. No,
Cole and Aquilani. Cole has already played a lot in England, especially.
I think Cole's ability, the fact that he was a great.
Aquilani just didn't settle, did he? But he come in on the heels of Mascherano leaving, did he, Aquilani? Or was it when?
No, Poulsen's spot is gone, Mark. We're looking for an 8. This guy has to be an 8, not a winger, not a right winger, not a left winger, but an attacking midfielder. This is what we're looking for in this position.
It's going to be fun. This could be fun.
No, I don't know. I just want to put so we can Chesky Farmer score a compact Biscan. So I don't know. We'll go. Okay, so the worst third choice midfielder. Can we say we're never going to agree? But Charlie Adam. Charlie Adam. Is that acceptable? No,
not for me. He's there. He's in the conversation.
Who's worse?
The two I said, Giroud and Cole. What?
Cole's a better player. Yeah, but Cole is a better footballer than Adam, surely, right?
But we're talking Liverpool career.
Yeah, but right. I know we're trying to split the hairs on it. Adam had a better career than Cole.
I like Joe Cole. Don't get me wrong, but if you're you're
saying. So, do you think Adam had a better career than Cole did at Liverpool?
Yeah. I mean, he performed better. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't great, but at least he had good games. I mean, and scored at least a few goals. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. No, that's fair enough.
That's been me. Yeah.
Jesus, who else have we got then?
And then like Bruno Charoux. Oh my days. Woo. Oh my God. Bruno Charoux.
That team's getting relegated.
Right, fuck it. Let's go Shearer then. Let's go Shearer.
Oh, that's so much
that's
fun.
fine. Yeah. Oh,
Boys,
Bruno, the French Zidane. If everyone remembers,
It had
if you know,
nothing
you
to do
know.
with that nonsense that Houllier said. I just, even after he'd said that, I thought, oh, he doesn't
Yeah.
really mean it. But like,
this team right now would get relegated in the
Yeah.
Prem.
No, it's not looking good, man. It is not looking fucking good. Right,
No.
okay, so this will be a good one. This will be I've got that thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of done the thing.
Stuart Downing. Fucking I can't even
Yeah,
believe
you're
he's a
just gonna have to call him his name because I can't. So right winger, worst
Oh, that's
right
easy.
winger of all time.
That's easy. The one that Houllier flipping darked off Anelka for, and he completely Houlier's biggest mistake, and that's El Hadji Diouf.
Oh fuck yeah. Dickhead. You
Yeah.
are
Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna argue with it, even though I
I
don't
like,
think he's the right winger, but I will go with it.
horrible as well, like horrible person, like really not nice guy, like.
what annoyed me about El Hadj was like when it
Oh,
didn't work out and that he sort of got like disillusioned
Oh,
and blamed.
shit.
He blamed
Oh.
other
Yeah,
people.
bro,
like,
we'll get there. We'll get there,
fans
bro.
not rating him and all that. That shit.
No, I just deleted it.
Yeah. So is it?
Yeah,
okay.
I just deleted it by accident.
So when he had the name, when he had the name Diouf.
That's the thing. It was so bad that it needed to be deleted. It was just
Exactly.
No, well, we
Okay, so
Exactly.
all we're left with,
Fine
okay, so
wingers and a
the
forward,
left wing
haven't we?
and the striker is left wing and the striker is worst left winger of all time. Juve is cool. Yeah, we're good with that. I'm not doing that. Am I?
Stuart Downing. Because I didn't even know he was a fucking winger. That's how bad he is.
Yeah, he's a left winger. He was one of those. That was back in the day where it was like he was a left winger because he had a left foot and he ran down the wing.
Worst left winger we've ever had. There's no one worse than that, is it?
He did
Yeah.
try out.
Markovic.
Oh no, Albert Riera was worse. Jovanovic was worse.
Really?
Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Nah,
Oh,
not Riera. No.
Riera was
better than it.
No, bro, he was all right. He was
I'm not
decent.
going to do that again. Actually, yeah, I'm giving up on that. I'm not going to do that again. I'm not going to make it all. I'm not going to write it all again. We can just.
The striker is going to be interesting because I got a few in my head.
Yeah, so we can just pretend we did. Oh, yeah.
I'll be
On the left
kind
wing.
down and say I don't want to
Wait,
include
Mark.
him
Hold
because
off, Mark. Hold off.
And he did
Abandon, Mark. Abandon.
At least I can just show something we did do, which isn't.
Yeah.
Which is our proper one. Earlier on. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's our best.
Darwin. That's too far. Darwin's
No,
bad.
Darwin is the worst striker that's ever played for Liverpool. No, of course he is. Definitely not. Only in the kind of middle. He's in the middle range. There's much worse. Way worse.
With all respect, you saying Darwin is just crazy because we have players like Balotelli, Barini, fucking Andy Carroll.
Oh, they are. They're way down.
Yeah.
He's middle.
Let's focus on the left wing. Let's focus on the left. Who are we agreeing with?
Levante, they were all ahead of us, bro. They were on Darwin already.
I know, flipping out this chat. I'll tell you what, Jay. This chat, I tell you, they like to say one and skip to 8. Hold on, guys. Let's hold on. I know you. Let's get this left wing sorted out, and then we can get into the
Worst
nitty
left
gritty.
winger ever played for Liverpool, in my opinion, is that I've seen. Ivanovic is bad, blah blah blah, but I think the worst I've ever actually watched is Albert Riera. I think it's Albert.
Bro, Stuart Downing did he score goals?
Wow.
4-1.
It was the circumstances in which we got Riera that were horrible because Rafa had been frustrated to buy his target, like what's his name, Silva, hadn't he? David Silva, and ended up with Riera.
Yeah, he was really bad at football.
Yeah, but was he as bad as that?
No, he wasn't, man. No, I think you guys are
Yes,
doing
he
too much.
was.
Yeah, you're doing
No,
too much.
Brian, no, he wasn't, man.
Yes,
What?
he
How was
was.
Stu Jordan better than Riera? Riera was decent. Well,
Yes, he
he was in a
was.
team that nearly pushed us to win the league. He was
He was
decent.
good. He was
What I
good.
say is, Vieira
Not
was
the worst winger.
but he was like shit
What,
with
Dante,
down.
do you
Who
think
was
Dante?
worse than Weir? Who was
Right,
worse?
yeah.
Gonzalez is
Downing,
worse.
Yeah,
Gonzalez,
Dante.
Gonzalez is probably definitely worse.
Jokbanovic. Yeah, you can name about 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm putting Ivanovic. Okay, maybe it's a winger. Yeah, but maybe he was like a wide forward. Gonzalez was probably definitely worse than Rier.
yeah.
Because there was a lot
Sorry,
of hype about Gonzalez,
Downing.
and
Yeah,
he did absolutely fucking nothing.
We're
Downing,
doing
I'm kind of like, Downing was awful for us. He was horrible for us. But he kind of like was really good for Middlesbrough and other clubs.
Yeah, but
but
we're on
then
about
we're
that.
changing the
We're
medics.
just thinking purely for us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for us.
that's the whole thing, isn't it? You Brian can't be changing dynamics. You've got
Oh
to think
no, I
about the
didn't
club.
think we were just talking about. No, I just mean in terms of
Yeah,
like as his overall playing career,
all
Downing
right.
was better than Ivanovic, right? But
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
when he
yeah.
played for us,
Yeah.
Downing was, I don't know what happened. It's like someone hypnotized him when he came and said, "You will not make an assist. You will not score a goal." And we paid 20 million for that fucker. When we pay 20
Yeah,
million for
Kenny.
Downing, that's about maybe 70 million in
It was
today's
that
Yeah,
money.
to get Ashley
It was
Young, but he chose
huge.
United, so we ended up with Downing
Oh,
instead of
Downing
yeah.
was
That was
so
Kenny.
bad.
That's Kenny's fault because he's too. But
Oh,
he's thinking
don't
the
do
old
that.
school British way. That's the reason he liked
oh,
his
he's one of the
British
worst.
players, the old
Downing is
school
one
way.
of the worst signings we ever made because we made him and Henderson in the same window, right?
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Henderson, same
What are
money.
we
Yeah,
doing spending huge money
yeah.
on these just English? Like you said, the real Kenny players. Oh, get some English boys in. And
Yeah,
yeah, fair
British.
enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough in Atlantic because he looked at it and went, it's going down the fucking shitter over here.
yeah,
Because you've got Morales, you've got blah, blah, blah. You've got people who don't know what it means to play for Liverpool, basically. So
yeah.
Kenny is probably thinking, let's just get some solid, rock solid boys in here who want to be at Liverpool. They know it. That was probably the thinking, you know? Yeah,
Guys,
So I
but
who,
wanted to
Downing
include
was
Joe Cole
absolute
because he was
fucking
guys, who
shit.
was that
a really
ex-Chelsea
good
player?
player.
Was it Moses? Was it Moses we took on loan? Was it
Victor
Moses?
Victor
Moses
Moses.
on loan from
Yeah,
Chelsea, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, mate,
Think about
Nunes,
that then.
Antonio Nunes. I know we forgot about him, haven't we? Antonio Nunes, could he be squashed in somewhere?
oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Again, this King boys. I know he's bad, but he's not this fucking bad.
The only good thing about Nunes is that he allowed us to have that song, like, because it rounded the song.
Oh, come on, hey,
Nunes.
Darwin isn't as bad as some of these ones we're going to say now.
No, I'm talking about Antonio Nunes, the right winger that Rafa bought in his first season. Remember him? Dog shit.
Oh, right, I think we're on about strikers.
Yeah, well, that's what you got to do now, boys. We're going to wrap it up now. So, who's your worst striker of all time?
That's what we were doing.
Yeah, I know that's what we're going to do. Delante, who's your worst striker of all time? We're rounding out the team. We're going with
Well,
Downing on the left, right? Fuck it, that one's done. Okay.
I'll just go with Balotelli.
Yeah, man. You know what? I don't know. Because Mario Balotelli was shit. Barini was shit. And Andy Carroll was shit. It's like, and Ricky Lambert was in between. It's like, Barini was awful. But then Balotelli, Balotelli.
Lee.
I remembered him picking the penalty like it was fucking shocking. All you had to do was tap it. He was a shit keeper as well.
Yeah.
Bro,
No,
boys, he was lethal for Man City. And then when he came to us, it's like all the piss to be taken.
He took the piss at Liverpool.
I will have to go for Andy Carroll, I think, because of the size of the fee.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it was terrible, wasn't he?
I would split the difference in terms of utter uselessness.
Yeah.
Like Balotelli, obviously, we saw what he could do in other places, right? Ricky Lambert, brilliant at Southampton in his own, little comfort zone.
Wait.
Balotelli or Andy Carroll at Newcastle, whatever. But Fabio fucking Barini was just shit.
That's why I
Like,
did.
if you look at his
Yeah.
career, he has basically played for Milan, Fiorentina, Roma, Chelsea,
Sunderland.
Swansea, Liverpool. He's
Yeah.
never scored more than like 8 fucking goals for any of them. The guy is absolutely fucking shit. He is one of the worst strikers we've ever had. Numbers wise and all the other shit wise. Balotelli was awful for us. Lambert, awful for us. All those other people, awful for us. But they were brilliant for other people. Barini is just fucking
It was just
shite.
an awful season. Wrong move at wrong time for Mario Balotelli, and Ricky Lambert should never have been bought.
The
That's where we were
Balotelli
at
thing,
the
man.
time. Sturridge.
Brendan
his
Rodgers, but Lee,
injury
Brendan
killed
Rodgers comes
Suarez,
out.
haven't we?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Lee,
we
Brendan
saw
Rodgers comes out in the press
Great
conference.
Southampton.
Will not be signing Balotelli. I can guarantee you we will not sign Mario Balotelli over my dead body, blah, blah. 2
Then we
weeks
don't.
or 2 days later, we signed the fucking player. What do you think's going to happen?
I thought no.
How
Do you know
think
what?
that's going-
No, when we signed him, I was actually excited because I seen what he did at City, and I thought that he would just be hungry, and because it's always like why always me. He likes to be in the frame, doesn't he? He likes to score goals and then pull his t-shirt up. I thought we were going to get that, but no.
I was made up when we bought him.
There you go.
Where
No, Steve,
it
Steve
was
is saying it.
when the news was coming, and that
Lee.
was like, he's a maverick, and he's, he'll do good for us, because I was trying
Yeah,
to
but
convince
no,
myself
just to
that
bring
he
it
had
up.
a future at that point,
Steve was saying there, yeah. Barini, 3 goals and 3 assists in 60 appearances for the first team.
Jesus
That's
Christ,
how shit that guy was.
that was shocking.
3 goals in 60 appearances.
Jeez.
He
That
was,
is awful.
and he played for everybody. Look at his Wikipedia. Just look up Barini on Wikipedia. Look at the clubs he's played. It's a who's who of clubs in Europe.
Bro,
Chelsea,
you know that because they never
AC
talk
Milan.
about it on Sky or anything. He's got no fucking rep.
No, he's
None.
got nothing. He has no goals.
Yeah, put him in.
Anyway, look,
Worse.
guys. It's 5.5 hours, which
Go on, read out
it's
the
been
11.
brilliant.
We've done all this now. We've been on this for about 2 hours now.
I know we've done it, and I know there's an amazing amount of people. There's 22 people here. We've had everybody. Nalante's just come back in. Lee's been here all night. You've been here all night. Everybody's been here all night.
That, but I want you to read out to them how bad it is because we've been doing this for about an hour now. So we got to like climax, before we go.
We have Konchesky, don't we?
Just did. I think we did. Who are we? Okay, who are we going for? Who's the worst striker ever to play for Liverpool? Who is the worst striker ever to play for Liverpool?
Yeah, Barini.
Barini?
Yeah, so now we just read out the 11 we got. It says Karius.
Okay, we've got Karius. I deleted it, by the way. It is Karius.
Get out because you deleted it. I can remember it.
It's Konchesky.
Yes.
It's Skirtle.
Varme.
Yeah, Skirtle, Kavarma, Konchesky.
Yeah, hologram.
Oh, Kronkamp. Yep. Yes.
Yeah, Kronkamp. Then we have Biscan.
Yep.
Then we have Joe
Shelby. Shelby. You picked Shelby.
Yeah, John Joe Shelby got in, and then the number 10 was
Bruno Giroud.
The left wing was Albert Riera.
Oh, wasn't it Downing?
Or Downing. That was controversial. Right wing was Youth. Right wing is Youth.
Yeah.
And up front then was Barini, by the looks of it. So there you go.
And Gog and Carroll. There you go. All right, 2-1.
Devlin Go was all right, mate. I thought Devlin Go was okay for us. Scored some decent goals. To be honest, I never really had Barini in mind. But, I mean, you can say like who's the worst player ever, but Sean Dundee or something. But it's usually like the big signs that have disappointed you in it.
Yeah. Big shout from Baz.
Guys, have you seen
Yeah,
Marcus?
Baz is
Marble
here.
on-
Yeah, Baz. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm hovering over a button and it's called end the stream. So, lads,
Right.
good night.
Right, go. Have
Good
you
night,
seen
everybody. Good night.
Marcus?
Good night. Good night.
Right.
What? Go on.
I was going to say, have you seen Marcus Babel on social media? He's basically like the only ex-Liverpool player I know that completely interacts all the time with just us norms. Like all the time, he'll talk to people.
No.
Yeah, go and have a look on his socials. He interacts with everyone like he's just a normal person.
I like Baba. Yeah, he got very sick. He
Yeah.
had that Guillain-Barré syndrome
Mm.
or something. He was like,
But now he's just talking to people all the time. Like he just talks to all Liverpool fans.
Are
Like
you talking about Ryan Babel or Marcus Babel?
Ryan.
Oh, Ryan Babel. Okay, yeah, Marcus. Okay.
Have you seen him?
Cool.
Have you seen him talking?
Babel, yeah, we had Marcus Babel, German. Okay. Also,
I think it's
listen,
Ryan. Check.
just where's everyone's there. Okay, cool. Awesome. Thanks everybody.